not enough, baby. Come to me, Molo. Love me or you hate me, know me. No mess with me, Molo. NSC 250, come along, titi. Giuseppe Zanotti, in a Maserati. Hey, baby, easy. Fine boy like you, easy. You won't kiss somebody, but lose sweet melody. Normally, ojoojúmọ́ là ń ṣayé o. Luckily, mo lówó tí mo fẹ́ náà. Me, I just want to be high.
Good morning. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Good morning, everyone. It's such a beautiful to have all of you in the room. You're looking fantastic. I love from the traditional attire to the formal attire. Really great look by everyone. So before we kind of kick off the program, I just want to share a few words just to kind of get people in the right mental framework and the right mental frame of mind. Is it okay? Do I need a mask on? All right, cool. I think because every nation has a different way of doing things. There's a great story about this man that was. Can you all hear me at the back? Yeah. All right. Super. There's a story about this man that was drowning in the ocean. Nobody knows how he got in the ocean, why he was drowned in the first place. And he was drowned, and he started praying to God, asking for help. Like, God, please help me. God, please save me. And then a boat came by, and people in the boat offered to help the man out, to come on the boat to take him to safety. And the man was like, no, God is going to come help me. God is going to come help me. And then, went by. And then a ship came by. They tried to pull the man up, and the man's like, no. God is going to come help me. God is going to come save me. And the man was still praying. The ship went away, went by. The man was still praying to God, please, come help me, come save me. And then a helicopter came by. And when it came by, they threw off the life jacket support for the man. And literally the man was like, no, God is going to come save me. And of course the helicopter went by as well. And after some time passed away, the man started to drown. And he, in his last moments, he asked God, God, why didn't you come save me? And God said, I sent you a boat, I sent you a ship, I sent you a helicopter, and you didn't take on board any of these kind of things. And there's a simple adage and a simple story to showcase that many a times we have moments of opportunity right before us. We have moments that God has given before us when it comes to opportunities, ways forward. And right now we're here to help galvanize the tech ecosystem and galvanize entrepreneurship and accelerate innovation and disruption across industry. And I want all of us here in this room to recognize when we're in a moment that has opportunity right before us, a moment where we can connect with each other, where we can get to know one another. And sometimes when we stay in our own heads and our own mind frame about what we believe help is supposed to be like and what help is supposed to be, we tend to let that moment pass away. So I want all of us here in the room to open up our hearts, to open up our minds and be receptive of the people in this room and the support that's available right here. So with that being said, I'm going to warmly introduce our host to the program. If you can kindly give a round of applause for Christine and Tim, please. A further round of applause, please. Come on, let's get energy up. Let's get a round of applause going. Come on, let's get energy up.
Thank you. edition of Nigeria Tech Summit. My name is Christine and Tim. I'm the CEO of Global Startup Ecosystem, and we run these programs around the world, especially in emerging markets like Nigeria, because we believe the future is not only Africa, it's not only entrepreneurs, it's not only innovators. The future, ladies and gentlemen, do you know who it is? It's us. Can I hear that again? It's us. We are the future innovators of our country. And I want to give a huge shout out. Niger is in the house. Nigeria? Where are we coming? We want to make sure that we show the diversity in the room. Who's from the north? Raise your hand. We got some northern. Oh, you guys are being shy? Okay. Who's from the south? West Kaduna? Jos? You see, I know my places. Because I was here 4 years ago to the date. I was here in 2017, traveled across Nigeria to hear about the innovation ecosystem thanks to the U.S. Embassy. So first and foremost, I want to kick off. Can we give a round of applause to our lead partner sponsor, the U.S. Embassy of Nigeria? Can we get a round of applause? Secondly, I want to give a huge round of applause to all of our startup showcase and exhibitors. Can everyone take to the back? Let's give them a round of applause. Our innovators in the back of the room. Can we kick off with them? And then finally, I do want to give, please, throughout the day, you're going to be engaging with each other. This entire ecosystem that you see before you here today would not have happened if it wasn't for the ambassadors that's going to be engaging you throughout the day. Everyone that you see with a Nigeria Tech Summit, can you guys raise your hands? Can we show them the squad, the family that's in this house? Can we give a round of applause to the Nigeria Tech Summit ambassadors and the GSC team? Thank you so much. All right, so now that we know who's in the room, let's get started. First and foremost, Nigeria Tech Summit kicked off in 2019 with a simple promise. What would happen if every single year there was a way for us to connect as an ecosystem to not talk about the challenges, to not just talk about the issues, because I think we have many people talking about the challenges, the issues, and concerns of Nigeria, yes? Where are the places for us to talk about the opportunities? Because we all know as entrepreneurs, who are the entrepreneurs in the room? Raise your hand. Entrepreneurs, what do we love? We love challenges, right? We figure out solutions for challenges. And guess what? Where there are challenges, there are opportunities. So entrepreneurs, every single year we say, what would happen if we bring these innovators together to talk about disruptive opportunities for our country, Nigeria, for our continent, Africa, and for this global world that we live in? How do we come together to bring technology as a pinnacle of innovation? I'm sure many of you feel this right now. We are in a pandemic, yes? The pandemic stopped humanity from going. We kept going. And there's one thing that was very central to this past year, or past 2 years rather. With technology, you can reach the world. As we sit here today with all the live delegates in the room, we are streaming to thousands of people from across the country, across the region, and around the world. That is the power of technology. You can amplify your voice, you can accelerate your work, and you can inspire people from all over about the work that you do, yes? So where we are here today for Nigeria Tech Summit 2021, we're going to be talking about several different things. We're going to have several speakers that's going to join us here today. I want to give you guys a look of last year Nigeria Tech Summit, where we had over 40 different speakers engage and talk about the future of Nigeria. As I have the slides coming up, I just wanted to give you guys a visual of the experience. We have a lot of people engaging on social media. Of course, we have a U.S. ambassador speaking and sharing with us last year for 2020 Nigeria Tech Summit edition. And of course, when it comes to this program, our goal is to, how do we find the startups that are really changing fintech, music, health? These are industries that are so central to our day-to-day lives. How do we make sure we're finding entrepreneurs disrupted? So today, we're going to have over, again, 40 different speakers, some virtual, some live. You're going to be engaging with them throughout the day, right? And as you hear these speakers, they're each going to say and share what they're doing in the ecosystem to accelerate innovation, right? Now, of course, I first want to give a huge shout out to our delegates in the room who joined us, who will be giving some remarks as well. And if we could go to the next slide, I wanted to share with you guys the experience of what we've done here at Nigeria Tech Summit, over the past couple of years. We go to the next slide. Right? And of course, again, want to shout out the presenting lead partner for this event, the U.S. Embassy of Nigeria, right? And of course, thank you to all of our ecosystem partners for making this happen, because as stated, this is a startup ecosystem coming together to inspire innovators to come and have this dialogue, okay? Of course, a huge shout out to our exhibitors in the rooms. Thank you so much for supporting and being a part of this vision this year. And of course, I want to, again, the global startup ecosystem, we are centered on 3 key pillars: entrepreneurship, employment, and education, because we believe when you want to accelerate an ecosystem, you need to talk about the entrepreneurial talent, you need to talk about the educating, how are we preparing you for what's tomorrow. As you can imagine, we've been talking about blockchain, artificial intelligence, nanotechnology, virtual realities. Who in this room is scared about what's coming next? Is anyone scared? Is anyone excited? You should be excited, because the future is in these innovations, and it's going to keep accelerating as we keep going forward. So that's what we educate. And I want to start with the journey of GSC, because here, there's an image here of Haiti. This is Haiti Tech Summit. I know from my accent, you clearly could tell I'm American. I'm a proud patriot American, but I'm also Haitian. C'est Haïtien. I know there probably not any Haitians in the room here in Nigeria, but this is the image. This is where we began. 2017 in Haiti. Haiti and tech, you probably never heard in the same sentence, right? Usually when you hear Haiti, what do you hear? Okay, go ahead, shout them out. We have a live audience. What do you hear? Earthquakes. What else? Disaster. What else? Poverty. What else? Wyclef. Okay, what else? At least there's something positive, right? But the point I'm trying to make is, I could tell you from experience, it is tough when you mention your country, where you're from. The first thing that people think about is all the negative issues that your country faces. And when we live in a day like today, the narrative of your country not only affects the country, it affects you, your identity. How do people respect you when you walk into a room? Yes? So when I tell you about Haiti, I want you to hear about the First Black Republic. I want you to hear about our culture. I want you to hear about our innovations. I want you to hear about our food, our music, our compa, right? The same goes for Nigeria. What positive things can we say about Nigeria in the house? Our culture, what else? Our food, what else? I don't know about the jollof rice, but, we have, my husband's Ghanaian, so I don't want to start any issues, but we'll keep going. What else? Our music, right? So we started in Haiti, and then of course we went to Ghana and keep going. And we kept really bringing this conversation about how do we accelerate ecosystems through tech. And the best way to convene these conversations is through these tech summits, where we're bringing different stakeholders together to have these dialogues. So we kept going, right? And we kept going to all these places, and we're shouting out that we should have these conversations in the places that people feel shouldn't be having these conversations, because a lot of times people talk about Silicon Valley, but the Silicon Valleys of tomorrow is not just going to be just in the United States. Innovation has been democratized, ladies and gentlemen, because of technology. Now, if you have Wi-Fi and whatever's in your heart, you could go to the world. You are no longer limited by the dimensions of your geographic location, especially in this virtual world that we're living in, right? And so as I conclude and share with you more images of the places we've been across Africa, whether it's Ethiopia, Rwanda, Kenya, right? As we keep going, I want to say that Nigeria is a unique place. How many of you are proud to call yourself Nigerian? How many of you are proud to call yourself Nigerian? Are you sure you're proud? Are you sure you're proud? We're in Nigeria. Are you sure you're proud? There we have it, right? So we're in your home turf. We're in your home country. Thank you for welcoming us here at Nigeria Tech Summit, because eventually, as we continue these dialogues and keep showing more images, guys, can we keep going on the slides? I want to show you the movement that has occurred, that right now, over 250,000 people follow GSC as subscribing members, following the work that we do across the African continent and across emerging markets. Let's keep going, guys, right? And so if we keep going, I want to show you guys that Nigeria Tech Summit, as stated before, has been the heart of our conversation, where we started, this is the image, in 2019. We partnered with Forbes to host it at the YMCA. And then lastly, because of the pandemic, right, we went virtual to take the conversation forward. And now we're here for 2021. And last year, during the pandemic, we also kicked off an accelerator to really accelerate innovators across Nigeria with the Startup Accelerator. Let's keep going, guys. Let's just flash through the slides, please. Right? We had speakers and judges across the ecosystem really continue forward. And of course, we had startup entrepreneurs. And this is, by the way, we're the first ones to partner with Forbes magazine to create an accelerator program for Africa, and we came to Nigeria. I want to make that clear. It's on the record on this tech summit that we're the first ones to get a media conglomerate to partner with innovators across Nigeria to accelerate innovation here with entrepreneurs. Let's keep going through the slides, right? And of course, many of you know, if you look at the stats and the numbers, as we continue to build, we hope that you guys join this community, Nigeria Tech Summit, and really build with us, because we are on a 13-year initiative. We started this innovation in 2017. We'll be doing this program every single year until 2030. And the reason why 2030 is so significant, do you guys know what happens in 2030? Do you guys know? Someone said 5G, we're getting close. That is the year that humanity will potentially reach the singularity. Right? And what does that mean? You guys already see how innovation is accelerating our everyday lives. We're talking about the metaverse. We're talking about Bitcoin. Technology is going to be the center focus of where we're at. And so that's why every year our goal, remember our mission at GSE, if we continue the slides, is to prepare individuals and institutions for the digital age, right? So of course, our community at Nigeria Tech Summit has been growing. After this conference, we're going to be sharing a WhatsApp link for you guys to continue to network and engage with each other, because this is going to be your Nigeria Tech family, right? You're not just here for today. Let me repeat that again. You are not just here to network and talk and meet for today. You're here with us as a family for the next couple of years. Are you guys ready to go on the journey with us? Are you guys ready to be ambassadors for us? Are you guys ready to really kick off this ecosystem? There you have it. And so with that, I'll conclude by saying that it really is an honor to be here for Nigeria Tech Summit. We're so excited to engage you guys for the 2021 edition, to salute you guys and bring you upon us with this mission of accelerating Nigeria, accelerating innovation, and amplifying the stories of the entrepreneurs and the delegates and the partners in the ecosystem that is here to really push innovation forward. So I salute you guys. Thank you so much. And congratulations to each of you, the 2021 edition of Nigeria Tech Summit. Thank you, guys. So with that said, as we kick off and go back to the live stream, as we kick off, I want to welcome our first speaker to the conference. Can we please get a round of applause as we welcome the one and only, the U.S. Ambassador to Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a round welcome to our Ambassador, Her Excellency. Thank you, everyone. Let's kick it off.
Welcome, Tech Summit Nigeria. It's exciting to see so many of you connecting online, learning collaboratively.
Government representatives, innovators, and entrepreneurs, I'm so pleased to welcome all of you to the 2021 Nigeria Tech Summit. Nigeria made global headlines for a multitude of reasons this year, but I am proud to see that a significant amount of that coverage focused on how Nigeria is a true leader in the technology and innovation space. According to business consultant and venture capitalist Maxime Bayen's business database, Africa, the big deal, since the beginning of 2021, Africa-based tech startups have raised more than $2.9 billion. Nigerian startups, which are creating new products, services, and platforms, raised 60% of that total. Africa boasts a total of 7 tech unicorns, or companies valued at over $1 billion. I find it very exciting to note that 3 of these companies, OPay, Flutterware, and Interswitch, are born and bred of Nigerian talent. We firmly believe that Nigeria, with the proper support from home and from its friends, has enormous potential to do even more. At the U.S. Mission in Nigeria, we pride ourselves on building, celebrating, and accelerating entrepreneurship. Throughout the year, we amplify the work of innovation stakeholders by providing exposure, partnerships, training, and conferences like this Nigeria Tech Summit. The U.S. Mission will continue to do its part to support Nigeria's burgeoning tech scene and encourage the creation of the enabling environment necessary to foster a sector that will, in its turn, launch still more global businesses and contribute to a more prosperous future for all its citizens. Science, technology, and innovation are cornerstones of the U.S. economy, and the United States has a long-established global expertise and leadership in the digital space. By implementing capacity-building programs in emerging markets that train young men and women to become science and technology entrepreneurs, our efforts strengthen innovation ecosystems across the world. These efforts have real economic impacts and propel prosperity in Nigeria, the United States, and beyond. I'm so proud of the many U.S. contributions to this necessary transfer of skills and mentoring here in Nigeria. For example, in December, I began by traveling to Ife to meet with graduates of the Academy of Women's Entrepreneurs. This program combines mentoring and networking opportunities with a curriculum developed by one of the top U.S. business schools, Arizona State University's Thunderbird School of Global Management. We've seen over 550 women entrepreneurs graduate from this program since its inception in 2019. These women continue to engage each other and share business successes in a wide range of ventures, from book creation to food products, consultancy to artisanal production, and we look forward to mentoring future cohorts. I also want you to know that our commitment and support to such key populations within Nigeria was not hindered by the pandemic. We continued to recruit and promote Mandela Washington Fellows. We were thrilled this October when Vice President Osinbajo took time to engage our most recent cohort of Nigeria Fellows, encouraging Nigerian youth to get involved in political processes and affect change in their communities. More than 250,000 Nigerians engage with the United States through the Young African Leaders Initiative, or YALI network. Did you know that YALI offers 8 free online courses related to entrepreneurship? Just this week, we introduced a new course, Digital Marketing for Entrepreneurs. Targeted to help online businesses, this course addresses personal branding, website design best practices, and development and execution of a digital marketing strategy. These digital skills have real-world impacts for entrepreneurs and small businesses across sectors. In addition to training and networking opportunities, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention important programs that the United States supports to strengthen small businesses through competition and exchange. In April of this year, USAID Nigeria, together with the USAID Exploratory Programs and Innovation Competitions, the EPIC team, launched a COVID-19 Food Security Challenge. 32 small and medium enterprises from 33 of Nigeria's states won and received awards totaling $4 million in funding and technical assistance to implement their solutions that improve food security here. We know that some of the startups that participated in yesterday's boot camp focused on addressing this challenge, and we encourage you to keep reaching for those goals. In 2021, we were also so proud to see Nigerians among the 8 finalists of the U.S. Africa Tech Challenge. For 10 years, the U.S. Department of State's Global Innovation Through Science and Technology, or GIST initiative, has empowered science and technology innovators in over 130 emerging economies. GIST enables U.S. experts and businesses to make direct connections with the most promising global entrepreneurs and innovators. Nigeria's FarmSpeak and Baby Migo came in the top 25 of this year's GIST Catalyst competition. Our exchange programs like Tech Women, Tech Girls, Study of the U.S. Summer Institutes for Social Entrepreneurs all include a business and entrepreneurship track. These are just a few of the many ways we support and promote Nigeria's vibrant entrepreneurial spirit. As you know, I hope, Secretary of State Antony Blinken visited Nigeria last month, and during that visit, he was struck by Nigeria's remarkable spirit of innovation. He was eager to get a first-hand glimpse of some of the incredible innovative work that is being done here, and we were excited to highlight a market where cutting-edge tech-enabled companies such as U.S. medical logistics drone delivery company, Zipline, and U.S.-supported renewable energy firm Haven Hill Synergy can push new boundaries and grow. Of course, just as digital technologies create exciting new opportunities, particularly for a young entrepreneurial and innovative population like Nigeria's, these technologies also introduce new threats and risk of misuse. As our businesses, indeed our lifestyles, increasingly move on to digital platforms, it becomes ever more important to establish an internet that is open, interoperable, secure, and reliable. We know the importance of access to information. We understand the role that social media plays in the livelihoods of entrepreneurs and the acquisition of talent. And we have witnessed the disruption that hackers can cause to critical infrastructure, the human costs of ransomware attacks on hospitals, and the consequences when foreign interference undermines democratic processes. You, armed with the technological know-how and the communication skills to share with civil society, government officers, and the private sector, will be the driver of solutions and the creators of the tools necessary to prevent such threats and protect unsuspecting citizens and businesses. I'd like to thank the global startup ecosystem for their partnership in powering the Nigeria Tech Summit 2021. I express our congratulations to the finalists from across Nigeria that applied for and were selected for the annual Startup Lab Bootcamp Accelerator, and I wish you the best of luck in this afternoon's competition. I invite you to engage with the stakeholders in this room, network with the global delegates joining us virtually from across Nigeria and around the world, and amplify the stories shared with you here today. We appreciate the opportunity to engage with you, learn of your experiences, and find ways to tap and shape new resources. Technology will continue to ignite change in our world, and we look to our entrepreneurs to leverage the power of its capacity to make a stronger, more secure Nigeria, a more prosperous Africa, and a more interconnected world. I wish you a most productive day and a safe and joyous holiday season. Thank you so very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause for the U.S. Embassy in Nigeria, our ambassador, Mary Beth Leonard, speaking, kicking off the program. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. As we transition to our next keynote speaker, ladies and gentlemen, how was that as a kickoff? Can we get another final round of applause for our ambassador? Sharing not only the work that the U.S. Embassy has done this year in supporting this Nigeria Tech Summit, but of course, all the entrepreneurial programs that the embassy sponsors and partners. Hopefully, you all heard and will apply, and we support the programs and initiatives announced here today. With that said, I'm pleased to announce our next keynote speaker to the stage, Mr. Gabriel Akpet, Chairman, Technical Committee on Foreign Direct Investments, Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a warm round of applause.
Morning, Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring you greetings from the Governor of Akwa Ibom State, Mr. Udom Emmanuel. By way of introduction, my name is Gabriel Akpet. I chair the Committee on Foreign Direct Investments in Akwa Ibom State. I've been doing that in the last 6 years. Before then, I was a senior partner with PricewaterhouseCoopers for about 21 years. I'll just take you through a few things about Akwa Ibom and what we're doing in the tech sector in Akwa Ibom State. I have some slides, if you can please put it up, please. Yeah, this is technology, so. It's not coming. Oh, geez. All right, I think it will be available for distribution, I'm sure. Maybe sometime along the way they may bring it up. Akwa Ibom State itself, just as a bit of background, is actually Akwa Ibom State. I need to teach Mrs. Ntoma how to pronounce it properly. It's a state that has about 6 million people, going towards 7 million, one of the most peaceful states in the south-south region of Nigeria. We have the largest reserves of oil and gas in the country. ExxonMobil works entirely out of Akwa Ibom State. They pump out upwards of 500,000 barrels of oil on a daily basis. We also have the longest shoreline in the country, about 129 kilometers. And I'll tell you why I just mentioned that in passing. When the governor came on board in 2015, he came in from the private sector. He used to be an executive director of a bank. Before then, he used to work with PwC. He came up with a 5-point agenda and then moved on in 2019 to an 8-point agenda, which included industrialization, aviation development, and I'll talk a bit about aviation, rural development, agriculture, human capacity development. I've talked a lot about that, security, infrastructure, and SMEs. Let me focus a bit on Akwa Ibom State and what we try to do in that space. A bit on submarine fiber optic cables. It's a critical aspect of internet infrastructure and can fundamentally change the economy of any state where it lands. It's the global backbone of the internet, connecting economies, businesses, people all around the world. About 99% of international communications traffic is carried by subsea cables. Projections estimate that the demand for broadband internet is likely to double every 2 years, more so with 5G technology coming on board. Life is increasingly digitalized, and digitalized lives are stored, secured, processed, enhanced, and distributed by data centers. Our finances, communications, healthcare, recreation, entertainment, education, transportation, work, and social lives are often and increasingly online. They're also the generators of much of the interactive digital content that we use. The personalized shopping recommendations, the on-the-fly driving directions, the online assistance, selecting common things like a restaurant, hotels, even plane flights as well, the digital grocery coupons all add up to what the internet is changing in our lives. The experience of COVID-19 has made it mandatory to enhance online connectivity and remote working facilities right across the globe. A good example is this program. I think Mr. Ntim said last year it was entirely online. Before, in a few years back, nobody thought of online meetings or workshops. Everybody physically traveled to be in one place. I'm a director of a few boards of banks, and in the last 2 years, we've had our meetings online. Very convenient. You don't need to spend time traveling, checking into hotels, dashing to meetings. You just wait for the time, you hold the meeting 3-4 hours, it's done. And it's improved our lives tremendously. With the recent auctioning of 5G technology in Nigeria, the shape of the industry will certainly change. For your information, Northern Virginia has the largest data center market in the world. And we're going to focus a bit about data centers because that's what we're doing in Akwa Ibom State. Data centers use large amounts of costly electricity and water, and accordingly have emerged as a leading innovator at the forefront of increasing operational efficiency in the use of energy and water. Among other innovations, data centers have used digitization, advanced sensors, and machine learning within data centers to dramatically reduce energy and water consumption. It's been recently announced that 2 additional submarine fiber optic cable systems are heading for Africa with capacities of upwards of 120 terabytes per second, which is more than the total current combined capacity currently coming into Africa and should be operational within the next 2 years. I had a map of it, of the cables coming into Africa and the various cables that we have and the speeds that we currently have. Maybe much later that may be circulated or put up on the website. I just brought a leaf from the World Bank Digital Economy just to emphasize the impact of undersea cables and what they can do. Part of what they said was the digital infrastructure itself provides a way for people, businesses, and governments to get online and link with local and global digital services, thus connecting them to the global digital economy. They also talked about digital platforms, which offer products and services accessible through digital channels, such as mobile devices, computers, and the internet. They enable producers and users to create value by interacting with each other. They also identified digital financial services which enable individuals and businesses to conduct transactions electronically or online and open a pathway to a range of digital financial services in addition to digital payments, including credit, savings, and insurance. Another aspect of the digital economy is digital skills, which we're talking about here, constitute technology skills together with business skills for building or running a startup or an enterprise. Greater digital literacy further enhances adoption and use of digital products and services among the larger population. The last one is digital entrepreneurship, and I think that's where we're focusing on today. And innovation creates an ecosystem to bring the digital economy to life with new growth-oriented ventures and the transformation of existing economies. In addition to that, we're hoping to bring a digital center to Akwa Ibom State and the subsea cable. We believe that some of the opportunities, investment opportunities, would be the power distribution and management products that can be rendered there. Also the design, construction, optimization, and maintenance of the data centers. There's facilities management around the data centers. There's energy management services. There are also fiber interconnectivity, consulting, and marketing. There's the IT hardware, immersion cooling, and then the data center materials, cleaning, decontamination, and other aspects of investment that can happen when you have a data center. Akwa Ibom State is working assiduously to ensure that an undersea cable lands on its shores in the next 12 to 24 months. I did say that we have the longest shoreline, so the governor is actively working with global providers, Equinor and maybe to Africa, to ensure that at least one lands in Akwa Ibom State itself. We've been told that the speed of that fiber cable will be 20 times faster than the current fastest undersea cable that's coming to Nigeria. And the related data will be about at least 10 times cheaper. We know that data, the cost of data is a big problem when it comes to internet access. So that's what the governor is doing. We're also working to ensure that a world standard data center is established in Akwa Ibom State. Discussions have gone very far in terms of that. Why Akwa Ibom State? I don't have a few minutes. I'll just try and outline as many as possible. One, why would you want to come and invest in Akwa Ibom State? We have the longest shoreline in the country, and so you have a large choice to pick where to land your fiber cable. I did say it's about 129 kilometers of shoreline. We also, data centers require a lot of electricity and water, and it's 24/7. It has to be on. Akwa Ibom State has the largest reserves, like I said, of crude oil and gas in the country. And so you can buy, and install thermal power plants, generate, electricity to ensure that, the data centers, work 24/7. That's an opportunity to invest as well. Data centers and indeed other manufacturing businesses are best sited in import duty tax-free locations. And as we speak, Akwa Ibom State has the largest free trade zone in the country. It's all of about 64,000 hectares of free trade zone. So if you site your plants there or site your industry there or your consulting business there, you import things, you don't need to pay import duties, you don't need to pay any taxes whatsoever. And then the best of all, you sell your things in foreign currency. So you need to fight and worry about exchange differences and all that. I think there's somewhere along the line. Why Akwa Ibom State? Businesses require a peaceful and conducive environment to thrive. Akwa Ibom State has been declared the safest state to carry on business. And with the implementation, the governor is implementing what they call a safe city. This is by the Israelis, just to ensure that, because without security, no investors will come. And that's what the governor is doing, actively doing. We're implementing a safe city to ensure that you can come in, do your business without any issues at all. And then in terms of the ease of doing business, He set up, the one-stop shop foreign direct investments committee, which I had. So you come into the state, you don't need to go around ministries or go anywhere to look for anything. You come to our office, it's a one-stop shop. We work with you from cradle to grave until you start your business itself. Akwa Ibom State is also an emerging technology and innovation hub with a planning to build a science park with emphasis on IT and related subjects in educational institutions. The governor realizes the importance of education, and so he has restructured the educational system to emphasize on STEM, and then IT related subjects as well. In terms of accessibility to the state, I think I don't know how many people flew down here on Ibom Air. It's declared the best airline for 2020. It's the youngest fleet in the country. It's on time, every time. And that's the sort of things that the governor is bringing to bear in terms of bringing his private sector experience into governance itself. So accessibility to the state, you don't have any issues at all. From Abuja here, that at least 3 flights to Akwa Ibom on a daily basis, from Lagos, the same. And there are interconnectivities with other cities. I think, let me just put a quote from Steve Jobs. I think he's the one that said, technology is nothing. What's important is that you have a faith in people and that they are basically good and smart. And if you give them tools, they will do wonderful things with them. So in that regard, what the governor is doing is to focus on restructuring the educational system to lay more emphasis on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And also, like I said, IT-related subjects. That's been implemented as we go along. So in the next few years, Akwa Ibom will be the next tech hub of the country. And I hope this program, in 1 or 2 years' time, will be held in Akwa Ibom rather than in Abuja. Hello, Mrs. Ntim, is she listening? Just to conclude, the governor, His Excellency, Mr. Udom Emmanuel, and this is still why would you want to come and invest in Akwa Ibom? He understands the language of business, having gone through governance from the private sector, gone into governance from the private sector, and has brought a private sector perspective to bear in governance, and is redefining the concept and practice of governance in Nigeria. And that's what he's doing to bring private sector, like I said, experience to Nigeria itself. So watch out, the space for Akwa Ibom. A subsea cable is coming. Data centers are being established. Electricity is not a problem. We have our own Ibom power that's generating electricity. So we welcome, and there's a free trade zone. So welcome every investor to Akwa Ibom. I think they'll flash my numbers. I'll be around for some time. Email address is there. Please contact me. We currently have well over, I think they're probably over 20 tech and innovation hubs in Akwa Ibom State as we speak. And they're employing thousands and thousands of people. In fact, I met a guy in Lagos who said he's relocating to Akwa Ibom. Why? It's more peaceful, access to various things are there, and Lagos is becoming a very hot zone for them. So please come to Akwa Ibom. If you haven't been there before, just jump on the plane. Ambassador, you're kindly invited. His Excellency will welcome you anytime you want to come. And then come and see what's happening there. You will be amazed at what is happening. Thank you, and I wish you a very, very successful conference, and Merry Christmas in advance. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for keynote speaker, Mr. Gabriel Akpa. It's amazing to see, again, what different stakeholders are doing to drive innovation, support the tech ecosystem here in Nigeria. So again, I applaud you and salute you in the work that you do. And I did hear you in the back. We look forward to the next couple of years to engaging with you in your developments. Thank you so much. How's it going so far? How's it going so far? All right, we're still here. So I want to now transition to our next keynote speaker, who will be engaging with you here today, Dr. Agu Collins, Director of Corporate Planning and Strategy at Department of National Information Technology Development Agency. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a warm round of applause. Welcome him to the stage. Guys, let's keep the energy up. Let's give a round of applause. He's about to share the work that he does as well. And let's get the PowerPoint up, please.
Thank you once more. Your Excellency, the Ambassador of US to Nigeria, representative of His Excellency, Akwa Ibom State Governor, and ladies and gentlemen, permit me to stand on existing protocol. And of course, I'm really honored and pleased to participate in this very, very great summit. I will bring the perspective, just as the summit stands on 3 tripods, the top of entrepreneurship, employment, and what's the 4th one? Education, yes, which is very, very important. So I'll be talking more on the perspective of education, which falls under skills development. A lot has been mentioned about digital skills, and I would like to point out some of the activities going on in those very area within the activities in Nigeria. As rightly introduced, I'm Dr. Agu Collins. I'm Director of Corporate Planning and Strategy of the National Information Technology Development Agency, which is a government parastatal under the Federal Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy. We have the primary NIDA. The acronym is NIDA. It has the basic charge with responsibility of regulating and developing information technology sector in Nigeria, and also the key mandate to build capacity, promote indigenous technology, collaborate with stakeholders towards national development. NIDA also carries, please, I would like, can you put the slide where there's a picture of this very board? Because I'll be talking about an education technology platform that was indigenously developed in Nigeria for capacity development in emerging technologies. If you don't mind, please. There's a slide that has the board. Keep going, please. Yes, let's leave this slide here, please, okay? So NIDA also carries out clearance of ICT projects. And again, I must mention here, I'm not officially representing NIDA or the government here. I'm currently on a research sabbatical. So I'll just mention briefly about some of the achievements and activities within NIDA as a government official, but not in official capacity. Whatever I say here is my personal opinion. NIDA also carries out clearance of ICT projects across the MDAs for technology compliance and interoperability. We also carry out advisory services for both public and private sectors. Not quite long, we developed a 4-year IT roadmap for Nigeria, which I chaired the committee. And this IT roadmap actually focused. One of the primary trust areas were digital skills and digital literacy, emerging technologies, and also indigenization of technology as well. I chaired the committee that actually developed the roadmap. Nigeria's population. Okay, besides, I'm also a founder of an innovation hub called TD4PA IoT Hub. I also carry out technical mentorship. We all know that IoT is one of the pillars of the 4th industrial revolution. And when we look at the trend of technology, there's always a need to upskill, reskill, relearn, and unlearn as well. So that's part of the charity activities also carry on in collaboration with other people that also act as mentors. It's located at Kuje, not far from the airport. And why this is important is that if you look at the Nigerian population, we're over 220 million now. And if you check carefully, we see that we have an annual growth rate of a little bit below 3%, precisely, let me put it at 2.5%. And this number translates to about 5.5 million people coming up every year in Nigeria. And the good thing is that we have 18 years as our median age. So you still have a very, very young and bustling population, making up 50% of the total population. 1 out of every Africans, I must mention, is a Nigerian. And then 1 out of every body of anybody, 1 out of people of African descent, 1 out of 5 people of African descent are also Nigeria. And we are the 7th most populous country. Why I'm mentioning these figures is that, okay, my direction, my final destination with things to do with human capital. How do we turn natural resources to human capital through infusion of skills that are required by the industry, especially in this time of fourth industrial revolution. Now, it is predicted by 2040, 2050 that the population of Nigeria will double. Not only population of Nigeria, right? The population of Africa is about 1.6 billion. That will also double. Now, what do we do with this population? What programs do you have in place to turn these human natural resources to what we call human capital through infusion of new skills and also through infusion of knowledge? Now, this era of globalization, the role of human capital is necessary for supporting sustainable economic activity towards economic progress and a country's ability to develop its human resources, specifically in providing skilled workforces in various fields, becomes the key to economic success. We are very concerned about this. We all know about the outsourcing, because what drives outsourcing is what they call maximization of profit. And for outsourcing to happen, you must have the necessary skill sets there. You must have some economic incentives, but the skill sets are key. Do you have the necessary human capital with those industries sought after skill sets to attract outsourcing here, also attract foreign direct investment in Nigeria? Our young people are our most valuable natural resource at home and abroad. Their ingenuity, creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurial spirit is evident to all. The Nigerian commercial city, Lagos, has been ranked as the leading startup ecosystem on the African continent. According to the 2021 Global Startup Ecosystem Report, Lagos ranked 52nd of the top 100 emerging startup ecosystem across the globe, ahead of countries like Cairo, Nairobi, and also Cape Town. Now, the government has made various strategic strides in sustaining the gains made so far in areas of innovation and entrepreneurship through the issuance of various enabling policies, framework, and guidelines, such as the National Digital Economy Policy and Strategy, which is actually championed by the current Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, my immediate boss at NIDA, Professor Sali Ibrahim Pantami. And also, NIDA, being under the same ministry, issued that strategic roadmap and action plan, which we call the IT policy for Nigeria, with 7 strategic trust area. Now, I will proudly announce to you as well that on the 15th of this month, I don't know if people are aware, that's 15th of December, the Nigerian government approved the Nigerian Startup Bill to provide a conducive environment for entrepreneurs, while also making provision for 4 foundational elements: capital, regulation, infrastructure, and talent. Some of the trust areas of the strategic roadmap and action plans are digital literacy and skills, emerging technology, focusing on the acquisition of modern skills required to increase the employability of our workforce. Because nowadays, we don't expect the youth now to be, employed ordinarily, because if you look at the industrial base of the emerging markets, it's not as robust as maybe the Western market. So we leverage more on the infusion of knowledge to make some of our youth to be employable, and that actually reduces the population from being a liability to asset. And this is done through actually capacity development in emerging technology. The fourth industrial revolution, characterized by the fusion of the digital, biological, and physical worlds, is a current and developing environment in which disruptive technologies and trends such as Internet of Things, IoT, artificial intelligence, robotics, virtual reality, cloud computing, 3D printing are changing the way we live and work. While technological advancements are undoubtedly increasing productivity, concerns over job losses due to automation are rife. The World Economic Forum predicts net job growth overall, with as many as 4 new roles emerging for each role. Well, there's always this argument that, okay, if you do robotization of some of the manufacturing processes, with all these emerging technologies, what happened to other people's jobs? The issue is that, as we're in that room, I don't know when last you saw typewriter. Typewriter is bygone. So that is why it's always very, very important and strategic to reskill and upskill. That's some threatened professions, no doubt about that. But in that place, more professions will come out. So the question is, are you ready to fit into such profession? And that is why skills development in emerging technologies, very, very important. And that is what we are really, really concerned about and actually take very, very seriously. However, without good reforms in education through introduction of education technology, clear policies to guide us through, many people will lack the necessary strength to fill these new positions in future economies and societies that are anticipated to be fundamentally different from what we have now. Our educators have a responsibility to prepare our students, providing them not only with knowledge and understanding of technologies, but also the skills needed to make them work ready and succeed in fast-changing world. In other words, it's our responsibility to make sure we infuse those knowledge to make our workforce to be future-proof. In educating for the fourth industrial revolution in the current environment, educational tools, technique, curriculum that we have been using for decades may no longer be fit for this purpose. Hence the need for periodic curriculum reviews to mitigate the increasing rapid rates at which knowledge becomes obsolete. ICT is a volatile area. Changes happen 6 to 9 months, and so on and so forth. And this we understand very well. That's why not quite long we organize a stakeholders hangout and meetup. We invited stakeholders that Ministry of Education, Science and Technology to discuss how we can rejig the education curriculum, to reflect the current technological needs and demands of the world we live today. Well, I'll just go straight to the presentation because I don't know how much time. I have quite a long speech to read. How much time do I have? I have 5 more minutes. Okay, I think I'll continue a little bit. We leveraging ICT as an enabler, introduce an award-winning edutech solution to diminish the deficiency in industry sought after and marketable skills, especially in emerging technologies that could have established Nigeria as an outsourcing destination, leveraging her reskilled workforce. Now, what we did was that we looked at our challenges and tried to come up with a customized solution that will suit our peculiarities in Nigeria. And that is why we came up with an education technology platform, what we call the Unity Board. It's actually called the IoT AI STEAM education. We all know we are moving from what they call the STEM now to STEAM. Before talking about analytical thinking, but today we're talking about the creative thinking. The A now is the application of some of those knowledge that will lead to innovation, commercialization, and so on and so forth. So it's actually the board I have over here, just to show a product coming from Nigeria. Most of the ecosystem of innovation are actually software-based, or called the downstream ICT. The upstream ICT that involves chip design, printed circuit board design and fabrication, embedded programming, and so on is really, really not too common, even in most parts of the world. But in Nigeria, we have come up with a product like this, which is actually championed by the current Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, Professor Sali Ibrahim, the Education Technology Platform, to develop skills in IoT. IoT is one of the pillars of the fourth industrial revolution. Broken down means it comes with the 4 C's, which are pillars of ICT: computation, control, connectivity, and cloud. So this very board right now in the hub we are mentoring Kuje, they've applied this in monitoring of water projects. If you look at the SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, water sanitation is key and is tied to the climate change. But most of the water projects in the rural areas had no way of being monitored. So this board actually developed in Kuje here, water monitoring system, remote water monitoring system, where some of the water projects by international organizations can be monitored, the performance, the quality of water, utilization, and so on and so forth. And other areas of needing like a remote monitoring, maybe things like climate change monitoring, and so on and so forth. I think my time is up. Thank you very much for inviting me, and we look forward for further collaboration here. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, another round of applause for that amazing presentation. I really appreciate you showcasing the work that you do as well. Ladies and gentlemen, I do want to transition for protocol to acknowledge the delegates that are in the room. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause to the European Union delegation, Sabri Macau. Please, a round of applause. Please, can we acknowledge the Embassy of Lebanon, His Excellency, Mr. Hossein Diab, in the room? Please, a round of applause. Can we acknowledge Guinea delegates, Sekou, Kamara, Fatimata, and Par in the room, please? And last, can we please give a round of applause for the Embassy of Indonesia, Fahmi Enaya, in the room, please? Welcome to Nigeria Tech Summit. Thank you so much. And of course, we also want to acknowledge our exhibitors in the room. Please, when we have breaks, feel free to engage with them. We have Mobi Health, NeoCloud, Cotrack Satellite Systems. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a round of applause as well. With that said, we're going to take a brief break to have some breakfast, right? And then we're going to transition to the first kickoff panel. So it'll be very quick. Grab your food and come in and get ready for the first ecosystem panel. This is going to be a very dynamic panel where we're going to have innovators from the entire ecosystem discuss what's happening in Nigeria and across the continent. So ladies and gentlemen, with that said, as we engage the U.S. ambassador, can we give another final round of applause to the U.S. Embassy of Nigeria, Ambassador Mary Beth? It was a pleasure to have you. Please, a final round of applause. All right. So how's it so far? How is it so far, ladies and gentlemen? All right. So you already got a kickoff with our keynote speakers to kick off the session. We're now going to be transitioning to panels. So as we break, ladies and gentlemen, let's kick off the music. Let's get the energy in the room. We'll first and come back in. So DJ, please turn that sound.
Welcome, Tech Summit Nigeria. It's exciting to see so many of you connect.
All right. And as we file out to get some breakfast, I just want to remind everyone, we're going to come back in here for the ecosystem panel. Can we get some music up, please? We're going to get the ecosystem panel is the first panel that's going to come up immediately on the main stage. Immediately on the main stage. And then we're going to be sharing some updates about the startup showcase and the pitching that's going to be happening this afternoon as well.
Welcome, Tech Summit Nigeria. It's exciting to see so many of you connecting online, learning collaboratively, partnering with and encouraging each other.
Introduce yourself to the global community and share with us what has been a unique initiating idea that you've done this year through your institution to support entrepreneurs.
We'll talk about very, very briefly the startup investment portfolio theory by my mentor, David Rose, and hopefully we'll then get to look at the different investment stages.
One is about pricing. Pricing is also another friction point. And if you think about it, there is quite a lot of literature and research and models on pricing.
One of the things I've learned on the job basically is that people really don't buy your products, they buy your story.
So one of the U.S. government's goals is to promote entrepreneurship worldwide because entrepreneurship serves as the backbone of free economies around the world.
Social capital is really from the connections that you make with people that allow them to be able to make decisions and for you to influence them to do things for you in a positive way.
The reason I want to share it is that I want to inspire Nigerians that are watching us today to think about building something that will answer the need of their society, the need of their community, and the need of their family, because in doing that, they will be answering a greater challenges that their community are facing at large.
Development. If you watching this right now are able to learn how to learn new skills, right? Or that can help you be competitive in the marketplace. You don't have to go anywhere.
As in, people want to understand the dynamics of the African market as from a consumer perspective.
We need more companies that are able, and more startups and more solutions that are able to train people at scale, but also being able to match these people to jobs.
For the first time for this country, I see say young people come together, do something. Nobody talk about the kind church where they go, the kind God where they pray to, the tribe where you come from, the language where they speak, the clique where you dey, the economic class where you dey. I just dey for everything just dey happen like clockwork.
Adios. Yeah. 1 month, 2 month, 3. Don't break your limits. Break the limits. Come they move like a disco. One nick in my lalata. Happy boss, happy actor. So never give me ball under. Oh, yeah, come take a picture. Right, you're young fire. Oh, yeah, follow my instruction. Wale biba, wale biba, wale biba. Wale biba, wale biba, wale biba. Like a mess. Cut the smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop on this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. I'm a messy self, no do pass this. So many things inside of my jeans. I swear down the beatings, like LMS. Come they move like a disco. One nick in my lolata. Happy boss, happy actor. So never give me ball under. Oh yeah, come take a picture. Right, you're young fire. Oh yeah, follow my instruction.
Oh Lord of mercy, I dey be one way they calling me messy. I dey for shit that she go fly, come check me. I never see person with big money impress me. All of the things she dey do, she dey test me. I dey be kill away for back, I dey pressing. The one I carry come down, they suspect me. She call me small, but they biggie engine. Oh, on my number she calling up. Anytime when she want, give me love, you know. I like a flat tire, me go bump it up. And every other day now she dey turn me on. Say me as they make a turn him up. As soon as we reach out to the conclave, while I forget, say I guide it for this. See your mom, multi-click LMS.
LMS. Come they move like a disco. One nick in my lolata. Happy boss, happy actor. So never give me ball under. Oh yeah, come take a picture. Right, you're young fire. Oh yeah, follow my instruction. Wale biba, wale biba, wale biba. Wale biba, wale biba, wale biba. Wale biba, wale biba, wale biba. Wale biba, wale biba, wale biba.
Love is not enough, baby. Come to me, Molo. Love me or you hate me, know me. No mess with me, Mologo. NSC 250, come along, titi. Giuseppe Zanotti, in a Maserati. Hey, baby, easy. Fine boy like you, easy. You won't kiss somebody, but lose sweet melody. Normally, oh, Jojo la shaye, lucky, oh, olówó tí mo fẹ́ náà. Me, I just want to be high. Me, I just want to be high. Me, I just want to be high. I just want to be high. For this party, let's get party. Can't call mommy, can't call daddy. Vision, worry, words are sorry. What's my goal? The sky is falling. Wake up and jump start. I could chop you like a hat. Come in my yoga. I can get away from this. I love the way you got me feeling. No, my love, baby, girl, only me. My love, my love. Lucky you. Me, I just
just want to be high. I just want to be high. I just want to be high.
Hello. Jenna, Mali must joke. I felt joke. I told her to anybody there. Ọjà yìí kó tó sẹ́sẹ̀. Ó kó tó sẹ́sẹ̀. Ọjà yìí kó tó sẹ́sẹ̀. Ó kó tó sẹ́sẹ̀. Ọjà yìí kó tó sẹ́sẹ̀. Ó kó tó sẹ́sẹ̀.
My baby, my Valentine. Can I hit the making what temperature is? If you leave me a good time, I swear. You are like the oxygen I need to survive. I'll be honest. Love it, they thought me. I am so obsessed. I want to chop your bubble. Never did it back at this feel. But now make us feel. I'm love one thing. Make a bad man sing. $1,000 I could spend for your head. Talk all they want, I don't care what they say, cause your matter. Now you my con they carry for my head every night. Now you I want to carry to my bed. Oh no no, don't tell me no no no. You can be my partner, never riding solo though. And we got no one lucky, no need to party go. I'm feeling what you're doing, know ya baby, gotta go. Your body they back at me, see. Open up, make I see. Now you where they got my fancy. When they do me, I give party. Oh no 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 They call me. I want to go, but you got me coming. Why should I be coming early in the morning? Oh yeah, shake it, make it spend my money. Call me Mr. Bean, I go make you honey. Give me, baby, make you give me. I go show you love and I go take you to my city. Don't need to make a look pretty. You won't make us enjoy me before you go see me. Fine girl, you know your body bad. Same body bad can make you shake it for Ghana. Here, dancing for me, baby, pan. Come and give me show. Steady your pace, drop for me. I
wanna take a picture so this could last longer for me. Yeah, take my secrets, got them like precious money. I never want to hear you quiet, so I write songs for you. And I believe, yes I believe, I'm falling for you like a thief, breaking the knees. Cause when I see you, I feel to steal the keys to your heart again. Yeah, yes I believe, I'm falling for you like a thief, breaking the knees. Cause when I see you, I feel to steal the keys to your heart again. My baby bad, my baby good, my baby all the things I need. My baby bust up beside you, so my baby bust up beside you, so my baby bad, my baby good, my baby all the things I need. My baby bust up beside you, so bust up beside you, so steady your picture for me. I wanna take a picture so this could last longer for me. Take my secrets, got them like precious money. I never want to hear you quiet, so I write songs for you. Opposition, they come left and right, but I don't care. They are front, say leave you, but I die there. No more milk come out, cause you are my only strength. But I reach up, I know that you're my best. And I believe, yes I believe, I'm falling for you like a thief, breaking the knees. Cause when I see you, I feel to steal the keys to your heart again. And I believe, yes I believe, I'm falling for you like a thief, breaking the knees. When I see you, I feel to steal the keys to your heart again. My baby bad, my baby good, my baby all the things I need. My baby bust up beside you, so my baby bust up beside you, so my baby bad, my baby good, my baby all the things I need. My baby bust up beside you, so bust up beside you, so big dirty girl.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you get a woman, hold on tight, oh. Me and my guys, we take for bike, oh. Now her location, take for mine, too. If you leave a woman, she go off pine, too. No be lie, oh. Because you see rapper blind the eyes, oh. Me and my guys, we know they smile, oh. Big talk boys, we know they lie, oh. Big talk boys, we know they fear nobody. And you see why we can't move up, body. Only one thing we know they like now, police. One wrong move, you turn to my enemy. So make you no try me. And you think they hit me like a bongo. I beg you bring another shy show. Take your lady to the condo. If we dey hit and she dey sharp more, bell. Oh yo, ah. We dey wear coat, we dey wear ISO. All of our enemies, them broke tie, oh. No competition, no denial. Una be cheaters, we be lions. Say we dey fly high, man, we never fly low. If we dey move, we no dey fear go slow. No competition, no denial. Una be cheaters, we be lions. Big dog boys, we no dey fear nobody. And you see why we can't move up, body. Only one thing we know they like now, police. One wrong move, you turn to my enemy. So make you no try me. And this thing they hit me like a bongo. I beg you bring another shy show. Take your lady to the condo. If we dey hit and she dey sharp more, bell. Oh yo,
The thing they hit me like a bongo. I beg you, another shy show. Take your lady to the condo. If we get hit and she the sharp more, well. Oh, yo, Bad man looking good in the bad man drip to the car. Spot cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know. Bad man looking good in the bad man drip to the car. Spot cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you. Me got a girl on me bed right now. She says she no one leave. She tell me, Ruga, I want to spend the rest of my life with you. Me say no shit. Oh Lord, fly you to Maldives for a day, then we fly back quick. Then we take a quick jet, fly straight to Paris. You fucking with the creme de la creme. Say she never seen a guy like me. Yeah, she confess. Say nobody hit it right like me. She confess. Bend down, get on your knees, girl, never digress. Ooh, she really wanna flex with me. She wanna break bread with me. Bad man looking good in the bad man drip to the car. Spot car, spot on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know. Bad man looking good in the bad man drip to the car. Spot car, spot on the right spot. Bad man slick and you. Clarity won't be me. Screw them niggas, them I won't be me. Ice on me, looking fresh and clean. Definitely put me eye patch on me. Take my vanilla cold stone in my villa. Me one drop your sativa on cold. Say she never seen a guy like me. Yeah, she confess. Say nobody hit it right like me. She confess. When don't get on your knees, girl, never digress. Ooh, she really wanna flex with me. She wanna break bread with me. Bad man looking good in the bad man drip to the car. Spot cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you know. Bad man looking good in the bad man drip to the car. Spot cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you. Me not get time for love, definitely not. Me get girls around to come warm me up. Me and the prince, we pull up in fleets. VSOPs to my monamis. Take my vanilla cold stone in my villa. Me one drop your sativa on cold. Yeah. Oh Lord. Oh na na na. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Good in the yard. What's it good? Yes. Back on the rest. Cook that thing.
All you do is lie. All you do is try. You don't even know the kind of things. Why you try to tell me all these things? Give me some time, I need peace. I'ma need space some days, and I'm just trying to do my thing, and I'm just trying to get my way. You need someone to deceive, and you're trying to think that I'm the one for you. But don't you see, you're not everything, and I know you're not the one for me. Crazy things are happening, crazy things are happening. If you need somebody's grace, you fit up somebody's grace. Crazy things are
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please make your way back inside the room. Please make your way back inside the room. We're about to kick off the panel. We're about to kick off the panel. Please make your way inside the room, ladies and gentlemen. Please make your way back inside the room. Ambassadors, please rally everyone back inside the room. We're about to kick off the panel, ladies and gentlemen. Please make your way back inside the room. And speakers for the first panel, get ready. You're about to get introduced. Ambassadors, please rally people from off the hall inside. We're about to kick off. Ladies and gentlemen, find your seats. Find your seats. Find your seats. We'll break again this afternoon for more food and drinks. Not to worry, we'll break again for more food and drinks. Let's get back into the room and let's kick off the panel. Panel number one, the future of Nigeria, how to build and scale your career in Nigeria to the world, is coming right up. Let's get the engagement excited. All right, let's cue up first video. Let's give you guys a window into the experience of Nigeria Tech Summit 2020. Let's give you guys an experience into that so you can see like how that experience was when we went virtual. You guys remember we told you Nigeria Tech Summit has been running since 2019, live in person, 2020.
Welcome, Tech Summit Nigeria. It's exciting to see so many of you connecting online, learning collaboratively, partnering with and encouraging each other.
Introduce yourself to the global community and share with us what has been a unique initiating idea that you've done this year through your institution to support entrepreneurs.
We'll talk about very, very briefly the startup investment portfolio theory by my mentor, David Rose, and hopefully we'll then get to look at the different investment stages.
One is about pricing. Pricing is also another friction point. And if you think about it, there is quite a lot of literature and research and models on pricing.
One of the things I've learned on the job basically is that people really don't buy your products, they buy your story.
So one of the U.S. government's goals is to promote entrepreneurship worldwide because entrepreneurship serves as the backbone of free economies around the world.
Social capital is really from the connections that you make with people that allow them to be able to make decisions and for you to influence them to do things for you in a positive way.
The reason I want to share it is that I want to inspire Nigerians that are watching us today to think about building something that will answer the need of their society, the need of their community, and the need of their family, because in doing that, they will be answering a greater challenges that their community are facing at large.
Development. If you watching this right now are able to learn how to learn new skills, right? Or that can help you be competitive in the marketplace. You don't have to go anywhere.
As in, people want to understand the dynamics of the African market as from a consumer perspective.
We need more companies that are able, that more startups and more solutions that are able to train people at scale, but also being able to match these people to jobs.
For the first time for this country, I see say young people come together, do something. Nobody talk about the kind church where they go, the kind God where they pray to, the tribe where you come from, the language where you they speak, the clique where you dey, the economic class where you dey. I just dey for everything just they happen like clockwork.
How is everyone doing? Is everyone doing all right as we transition to kicking off to the first panel in the room? In the back, please. We're about to kick off the panel. Let's kick off the next video. Paying attention as we get ready for the next panel. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. We gotta do it again. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Are we here? Nigeria Tech Summit, are we here? All right. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm sure you guys enjoyed your breakfast. Welcome back. We're now going to transition to the first kickoff panel of the day. I know you guys are really excited. You had some keynote remarks from some amazing influencers. We had the U.S. Ambassador speak. We had Mr. Gabriel speak. We had Dr. Collins speak from 3 ecosystems that's empowering and supporting the innovation ecosystem here in Nigeria. Now we're going to hear from the stakeholders and kick off with panel number 1, the future of Nigeria, how to build and scale your career in Nigeria to the world, especially during this time. This is a critical dialogue. Many of you are probably thinking about what does the future tech careers look like? How do you navigate in this landscape? How do you navigate in this world that we're living in today, right? And so with that said, ladies and gentlemen, please, in the room, if you're having conversation, please exit the room as we kick off. Let's give our speakers a warm welcome, because we want to respect their time here. So ladies and gentlemen in the room, please, if you're having conversations, please exit the room so we can give the speakers the respect that is due for this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to kick off by welcoming our first speaker to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to kick off with Stella. Stella, please come to the stage. Let's give her a round of applause. Stella, please come to the stage. Next speaker, we have Deji from Innovate Tech Hub. Please welcome him to the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Please give him a warm round of applause. The next speaker that we have with us today, Mosopi, founder of Civic Innovation Lab Abuja. Please give him a warm welcome as we welcome to the stage. Let's give our speaker a warm welcome as he comes to the stage. And then Mimshak, country manager at Telesoftas. Please give him a warm welcome as we welcome him to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a round of applause, please. Do we have Mosope in the room, please? All right. And then last but not least, we're going to welcome our moderator to the stage, right? And by a show of hands in the room, how many of you signed up just to hear about this panel conversation? How many of you in the room want to hear about career, the future of careers in Nigeria? Remember, one of our pillars, what is our 3 pillars? You guys remember, education, entrepreneurship, and employment. So under employment is career. So again, make sure that you're ready for this kickoff panel. So finally, last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our moderator to the stage, Einstein and Tim, chairman of the Global Startup Ecosystem and partner at the Africa Future Fund. Ladies and gentlemen, please give them a round of applause. All right.
All right. You guys had a good breakfast so far. I see some people feel looking very nourished and full. Thank you very much. And we're going to start a panel, and it's a panel I'm quite passionate about, and I reached out to be a part of this panel. And it's one talking about the future of Nigeria, how to build and scale your career in Nigeria to the world. We all know when it comes to the African continent as a whole, and it's actually in this era of the COVID pandemic, unemployment, career challenges has become a very pivotal issue around the world. So if we can find a way to tackle that issue and help people build great careers, find quality employment, and also become enablers of job creation, we can help transform countries like Nigeria, of course, and Africa as a whole, and the world at large. But I want to give a warm welcome to our panelist, Stella Uzuchukwu Dennis. I did well with that. Of course, it's there. and Deji EJ. Thank you very much. I'll just start by asking all of you to just kind of give a warm introduction about who you are and how you got to your career to this level where it's at right now. It's like a very nice way to kind of warm people up to who you are and your own personal journey.
So, good day, everyone. My name is Stella Uzochukwu once more. And basically, I got into this space by curiosity, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, so I started off with a first degree in electrical electronics. And when I went to do my master's, I saw there were so much opportunities in the tech world, and that I was doing so badly as far as I'm concerned. So I took up the challenge to, come up to where I am. So basically, that's it for me, I guess. I think maybe as we go into the discussion, I'll tell you more about myself. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Deji Ige. So, how I became who I have become. I think starting off in life, I was not afraid of failure. I tried my hands on so many things. I wanted to be so many things: a sailor, actor, doctor, tailor, senator. At some point, I wanted to be a traitor. I didn't know the meaning then. All right, but when I realized the meaning of a traitor, I dropped the ambition. So, the point I'm trying to make is, at the night of our lives, we may not regret the things we failed at, but those things we wished we could do but never attempted. When your inner instinct will lead you to something, different career paths. But the moment you start trying your hands on different things, you see the one that sticks. And for me, over the years, I have tried a million things. I've failed. I've been an art merchant. I've been a communicator. I've been an engineer, a quack engineer to an extent. I've tried to be a doctor until I failed. But now I'm a writer. I'm a poet. I do a whole lot of things. And I'm in the tech space where I show people what to do and where to come for innovation, for startup, for motivation. So I think in the Nigerian space, find your content, fine-tune yourself, be good in that space, network with the world, and believe me, the world will find you. Thank you.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much for that eclectic introduction. Just going to give a bit about myself. My name is Einstein and Tim. Right now, I'm the chair of the GSC, but also the managing partner of the Africa Future Fund, which invests in tech companies founded by Africans to help accelerate and innovate and move the African continent forward. Right, but like yourself, I have a very, very eclectic background. I've been an army man. I've been a preacher. I've been an investment banker, and of course, an entrepreneur. Right, and I think it's very, very important to establish that, because you guys are also entrepreneurs as well as people who build great careers. Right. What do you tell people who say entrepreneurship is very, very different from building a career? I'm sure in some ways when you build an entrepreneur journey, it's still a form of a career, but people often segment that into its own. These are the business people, the entrepreneurs. They don't understand what it means to grow a career. How do you sort of merge that and tell people, look, entrepreneurship is a career path, but even if you decide to work for a company, you still have to be entrepreneurial in the way you go about in that sort of process?
Thank you so much. When I saw this program online, I was just discussing with one of my friends today that when I was coming, I usually come with my staff. So they begin to build their own strength, because I don't want to work with people who, after you finish working with them, they are just were able to do the 8 to 5 job and then collect their salaries, and they are not entrepreneurs. They are not, they haven't even built a career. I won't be happy, because though I learned the hard way, but I wouldn't want anyone to go the way I did, because like everyone is saying, to have done everything. In fact, I told myself one day, I was in the ceiling. I told myself, nobody will see me in this ceiling trying to fix the electrical wires. I think I need to be down the ladder. I'm not supposed to be up there in the ceiling, because no one will see me. So what I tell people is, you can't build a career properly without, being an entrepreneur, even if you're working in a government establishment. I think that's what helped me. while I was working with a telecom company, because I worked with a telecom company as a switch engineer. So while I was doing that, one of the days, we couldn't make calls, and no one knew what to do. We had to call the engineer from Motorola to come fix it. And I was feeling bad when the man came from Lagos, and I was like, oh, but this thing you did, I should be able to do it. And I started reading. I started developing myself. I started working. The next time it happened, they were about to call the engineer from Lagos, and I told them, stop, I'm going to be able to fix it. And my boss was like, are you sure? And I worked throughout the night. Before the next morning, I was able to do that. And I was like, oh, while I was doing that, I was also thinking of making my office the same way I am, that everyone in the office is capable of doing what any other person can do. That's what I try to develop their skills. I try to say, even though you're a girl, you can see I'm also a girl. You can do that. You can do this. Because when tech things come, they will say, man, it's for the guys. Or it's for I tell them, no, you have to be able to do all the things. Like Technovation, we do a program called Technovation for young girls. In fact, it's a tech program, but the basic of all the things is that you must learn how to, one, pitch to your prospective buyers. And then you must also tell us the numbers, the figures. That's which will make us want to go into whatever you're doing. So basically, that's it. Careers are also a way entrepreneurs begin. In fact, if you're in a career right now or working for somebody, you should begin to think about it that, yes, I'm an entrepreneur. And the next thing to do is to take that my career to the next stage is to become an entrepreneur in it. Thank you.
I love that. I love those points. Even if you're working for a company, treat it like it's your, and you go about learning that process quite significantly. There's so many points within that, but let me kindly have Deji kind of share some perspective too.
Yeah, for me, I would say, first and foremost, an entrepreneur is a pathfinder in whatever way. Check the meaning. My own definition of entrepreneurship is pathfinding. Those who turn water to wine in any space you have found yourself. Now, to be a career person is to be steadfast on a particular workspace or work path, professional path. When you are committed to this for a length of time, then you can say, oh, this is my career. Remember, for entrepreneurs, it's their career to build and build and build and fail and build and hand over. There's someone I know who does that a lot, Inyolu Aboyeji. A few weeks back, we were discussing, and I told him, I said, I like your spirit. You are not afraid of failure. He builds and gives and builds and gives and builds another thing. He keeps building. And that is an entrepreneur who has chosen entrepreneurship as his career path. So, but for other people who are within the workspaces built by other people, then you can still be an entrepreneur within those workspaces. The moment every organization, check any organization, 20% of that organization, of the people working within that organization runs the organization, 20%. And those are the entrepreneurs within that organization. They're career people, but they find new ways, new dimensions of doing things. So I think it's like a coin that has two sides.
Yeah.
You can be an entrepreneur working for someone else.
Yeah.
So that's my take on that.
That's super. That's super. So I really love what you're saying, because often the people kind of segment those two different areas, but you can be somebody who builds a career as well as also having your own enterprise. And I think if many of our people whether it's in governance or in working in the tourism sector, if they viewed it in an entrepreneurial manner, we'll see a lot more progress with how things are going. The question I want to get to is, for me personally, my first company, I started it in it was a mental health care home in London. I started it, and I left to Silicon Valley to raise money to upscale my company, right? And oftentimes we see that journey across different parts of the world. And one thing I always say is everywhere around the world you see a Nigerian person. I'm an avid traveler. I've seen Nigerians in Vietnam, in Alaska, in Thailand, like everywhere around the world I've seen a Nigerian. We're trying to build a situation where there are thriving ecosystems no matter where you are on earth, right? So Nigerians, obviously they can choose to go outside to raise money, raise support, but they can also do so right here in Nigeria. For you and your perspective, what can you share about the intricacies about building a career here in Nigeria that is different from other parts of the world, right? What's the unique perspective you have about how one could go about building a career here in Nigeria?
All right. The Nigerian terrain for me is quite different. It's very unique. It's like the muddy waters. So, and to swim the muddy waters, you must have special skills others don't have. One of those skills is resilience. You must be quite resilient. Believe me, this system builds us. Finally, we're like diamonds in the space. We've gone through the filing, the beating, hitting, and everything. So we're solid at the end of the day. So resilience is so much needed around here. Believe me, many people, many Nigerians who have found themselves on a career path, in most cases got there by accident, believe me. I'm a writer. I'm a poet. I never knew I had those. I knew I had them in me, but I never knew they could become something until after a while. I'd tried to be a soldier. I applied to the Nigerian Navy 3 times. I was rejected 4 times. I applied to the Army once. I was rejected twice. So eventually, but finally, I found myself somewhere. Then I found myself in the tech space. I started thriving as a writer, as a poet, and as someone within the tech space, the innovation space. So accidentally, I found myself in the literary space. If you Google my name, you'll see the G poet. But I'm someone else in another space. Yeah. If you Google from the tech world or from the innovation space, I'm sure Stella would not know that. So eventually, within the Nigerian space, all you need is resilience and a vision, a focus. And the vision may not be to be a pilot. The vision should be to succeed. Find something you love and try to succeed in it. The Nigerian thing is in our DNA. It's encrypted there. We will succeed. All you need is to be resilient and be steadfast. The Nigerian terrain is very difficult, and you can only learn by experience. But at the end of it all, we thrive.
Super. Thank you for that. Thank you for that.
Oh, well. Okay, so well, for me, it's also good to say that the world is actually a smaller village right now because of the internet. So whatever you think is happening in Nigeria or outside the country, you can actually leverage on them. And that's what we are actually leveraging on, I must say. Some of those technologies, before they began to have some kind of gathering or 5 or 6 people working on some technologies that are really emerging, you see that is because we're able to solve the web and be able to get those things. And like Deji said, resilience is one of the things too, because I work with rural communities. I work in a school, in a secondary school, where I took a laptop for the girls to start the first coding. And the first girl who jumped on the system started to cry. She started to weep. And I was taken aback because I thought she was already working. I didn't know she was weeping. So when I looked at her, I asked her, I said, Chinyere, why are you crying? She said, I never thought in my life I could sit face to face with a computer. And I was like, oh, really? So you see, we work sometimes when I go to some of the schools I go to in the rural area to teach them coding, because everybody says, Stella, I don't think they have not even finished learning English. You want to teach them coding, you know? So sometimes when I go with my generator in my car. Is that bad? So that we can power the few laptops we have, and then sometimes, I mean, it's crazy, but the truth is that I have a lot of stories to tell when it comes to young girls. A lot of them have turned. I have the story to tell. I know I must tell it to all of you here. During the COVID, one of the girls who works with me in this rural area called me and said, "Ma, please, it's International Day of the Girl Child. Can you come to my settlement? I need you to talk to some girls." I said, "What happened?" She said, 60% of my friends who are girls have become pregnant. I think if they know what I know, they wouldn't do what they are doing. And we went to that village. In fact, everybody who went there with me came back and said, "Stella, if you had told us this is where we're going to, we wouldn't have gone with you." So, I mean, a lot of resilience, even where electricity, whatever doesn't get there, we just need to get there to be able to do. So it takes a lot of work, but I mean, we're moving forward.
No, honestly, it's incredible work there. And you touched on some very, very key points, and one I want to explore a bit more, because many people may not know, but you guys are innovators. That about 100 years ago, 95% of the workforce here in Nigeria were actually in the agricultural sector, you know, farming, and that's something that was around globally, right? And in this new era that we're going to, where people talk about automation, robotics, and these things, there's a big amount of fear that a lot of the jobs that are here right now will be non-existent tomorrow, right? But amidst that fear, there's also that knowledge that potentially new jobs and new skills will be created to accommodate this future. What are some of the skills that people need to cultivate right now, and some of the industries that people here need to look into in order to be better prepared for a future that might remove certain jobs that we are accustomed to? It's a big question.
I know Dr. Agu was, I think he's the one who said it, that whether we like it or not, we're no more seeing the typewriters, isn't it? Yeah, I think he's the one that said it. Okay, so the truth is, I remembered walking into a school in the FCT, and the principal told me that, "Please, ma, we're not ready for robotics right now," because I came with the first robot competition in Nigeria. I was like, "Ma, please, we can actually do this." She literally drove me away from her school and told me that I should not come back here, that her kids are not yet ready for that, this thing they said will soon take over their jobs. Why am I bringing it to her school? And I was like, "Oh, man, please." But right now, I think we run that program in her school right now. She kept saying, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." So the truth is, the new jobs we get on the way. I went to Kano, I went to Tinga Dam, where they are actually doing a lot of things for, I think it's a World Bank project, where they're actually doing a lot of irrigation farming for, so when I got there, when I came back, I said, "Oh, I think this is a problem one of the girls in my rural area will be solving." They'll be looking at, because the program Technovation actually gets young girls between the ages of 10 to 18 to look for a problem within their community and solve it with a mobile app. So when I went to that excursion, I came back and I said, "Oh, some of these rural farmers, I think they need some technology to be able to help them do what they are doing." So I began to think in that direction. I told myself, when I come back in January, those girls are going to go to that same place and look at it and tell us how they are going to use technology to solve some of this problem. The truth is, we're always scared to handle new things. That's the truth. But when we begin to enjoy it, I mean, it becomes interesting. I know when we began to talk about some of those things, people are like, "No, I mean, it's going to take over our job." But truly, all of you here would attest to it, that the future of work, the new work that we are seeing, is also bringing new jobs for everyone and it's giving everybody a space on the table as far as I'm concerned. What would a poet be looking for in an innovation hub before now? Yes. No, but that's true. So you see, we shouldn't be scared. We shouldn't be afraid of, picking up things in the tech. There's a lot. I tell my girls, there's so much to do. If you so much love to things to be beautiful and please go for the graphic artist. And you're also working in the tech space. If you so much love to fix the things, you come and work with Dr. Ago and do the IoT things. There's so much space for all of us. We're talking about data science. Who would have thought of data science before now? So there's so much new jobs that people can pick up, and the tech space is actually giving us a lot space, a lot time to do that.
Fantastic.
All right, thank you very much. So we're in Africa at the moment, so I'm going to use Africa as an example. At some point, let me put it this way. Before ink met paper somewhere in the West, we cast words in iron, on parchment, on scrolls, on tablets of stone. We made medicines from herbs and roots. We traded far and wide, designed legal tenders. Our lingual invention is still a thing of wonder. So, if you check the pattern, something drove us into those things are actually inventions, but inventions of those days, like language, trade, currency, as legal tender, medicine. Two major things drove us to invent things, technologies of those days. One, need. The need to survive. Without those medicines, we would never have survived. Maybe humanity would have gone into extinction. Number two, the need for safety and security. At some point, bows and arrows were made to protect ourselves from the wild animals. At some point, we needed to find tools for cultivation, for agriculture, so we could feed. Now, bringing it down to the current days, technology for me is an essential tool that you must have to go into the next generation. Innovation is another thing. The third for me would be solution provision. For you to become relevant for the next few 10, 20 years to come, you must get yourself acquainted with technology, new technologies. You must then innovation. Now, in Nigeria, we must start to ask the question, why did we stop inventing things? And I think I know the reason, my own little thinking. First, the world shrank into a global village through transportation and communication. People could reach goods and services, and people could move here and there. Secondly, people could communicate. Now, before that, we relied on our inventions and technologies to survive within a particular space. But by the time we started importing technologies and innovations and inventions from other climes, we stopped producing. And at that point, we started going down to the bottom of the ladder in terms of innovation, in terms of invention and technologies. So for us to climb up that ladder again, we need to start thinking of homegrown technologies, homegrown innovation and inventions. Believe me, this is the way forward. And the good news is it's happening. It's currently happening. At Innovate Hub, in the last 18 months, we've had a series of programs where we brought in aspiring inventors and researchers and innovators. And do you know, over there now, these people have produced 20 24 prototypes ready for the market for industrial uptake. Genuinely produced, built at the Innovate Hub over there through different programs. One of such is IFE, Innovation Fellowship for Aspiring Inventors and Researchers. Another program of the Israeli Embassy and the Office of the Vice President of Nigeria. Another of those programs is the Research for Impact workshop sponsored by TED Fund, where researchers are brought from different institutions from across Nigeria. Rather than writing research papers that will end up on the shelves of the libraries, they're there building things. So going into the future, innovation for me, technology and solution provision. Once you can have those things, you're good to go.
Just kind of even to build on what you're saying, right? People always say necessity is the mother of innovation, but sometimes necessity can actually stifle innovation too, especially when the needs are very great. And when we look, unfortunately, the continent of Africa, Nigeria, there's challenges, significant challenges. And people almost say, how do I justify that investing in this innovation and this thing that might be risky when the needs are so great? People need food to eat, people need place to sleep and that type of thing. So how do you, to kind of help closing the dialogue, how do you explain to people that what we're doing is so important in spite of the challenges that people might be thinking is also, and that's the first part. And the second part is for those people who feel as though they might have missed that time period. We have an array of audience members here who are quite young and quite mature, telling them that, look, it's not too late to get involved in technology.
It's really not too late to. I am one of them. I'm a beneficiary of the Tech Women Fellowship from by the USA, and the oldest for that program. So you see, I was given the opportunity to do that because I felt I was out of time. But when I applied and they saw the potentials in me, we teach very old women to code. We teach very older people. I mean, you're still, all of us here, we're still so young to begin the journey, and you have a space. There's a woman who just finished law school at 68. Yeah, she wanted to go to law, and she just finished at 68. And I mean, so please, you're never too old to get there. You're never too young to, you have not missed anything out. There's still a space for you wherever you can join from. Thank you.
So for me, the best time to plant an oak tree would have been 20 years ago, because by now the oak tree would have blossomed and become something big and large. Then the next best time is now, because the next 20 years will start counting from now. So for me, we have not lost out. Whoever thinks they have lost out on, no. Consciousness is the starting point. The moment you are conscious of the fact that I need to jump on this train, then start looking for the train to jump on. So now I think the awareness is getting larger. The drum beat is getting louder in Nigeria for technology, for innovation, for invention. And that is the starting point for us. And for individuals, bring the consciousness into first yourself, into the minds of people around you, and in any little way you can convince someone. Through programs like this can work. I mean, they work wonders. I think in no time we will get there. I'll cite an example. The state of Israel, if you have been there, is an arid region. The land is so dead. Hardly can you plant anything there, and it grows without technology, without new ways of doing things. And guess what? Israel has the best agriculture in the world. It was consciousness. They knew without agriculture, we cannot feed. Without food, we cannot exist. So they started doing things newly. And from there, within 20, 30, 40 years, they became the best. So we can do that in Africa. We can do that in Nigeria. First, consciousness. And I'm glad the consciousness is growing now. I think in no time we'll be there. I'm quite hopeful.
That's incredible. Honestly, thank you so much. Can we get a big round of applause for the speakers? Stella and Deji, please. honestly, in thinking differently about your career, innovating quite uniquely, and also the time is now. It's not too late to get involved with innovation and technology. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Really appreciate you. Pass the mic on back to our host, Christine.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of virtual applause and in-person applause. Please, can we get do better than that? For the first kickoff panel of the day, I saw a lot of engagements on that panel, and I could see that it really hit a lot of you deeply, some of the conversations that was said. So thank you to that panel, and thank you, Einstein, for moderating that amazing, amazing conversation with our two amazing speakers. With that, we're going to switch to live with one of our first virtual speakers for the session. Please, can we get him on the main screen? It's my distinct pleasure to welcome our keynote speaker to the Nigeria Tech Summit 2021 edition. Can we get his live screen up so our audience can engage? He's going to provide some keynote remarks. And as we get him on the live screen, can we get that ready, please? I would like to introduce His Excellency Dr. Fahad Abad Al-Tafiq, Ambassador of the United Arab Emirates to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, based here in Abuja. Is going to be providing his keynote remarks with all of you. And as we wait for him to come on the screen here today, I just wanted to make sure that everyone is engaged and ready, because after this session, we're going to have a next series of virtual panel. We're going to continue this conversation with more ecosystem enablers. So as we get that ready, how many of you guys are excited about the startups that's going to be presented later on this afternoon? Yeah? I mean, this is a tech program after all, and we're going to have some innovative entrepreneurs. I want to remind everyone, there's a lot of startups showcasing in the back, so you're going to be seeing more from them. Then we're going to have a pitch competition later on this evening. You're going to really love that event. It's really exciting to see them entrepreneurs share their story, share their vision as one of the most exciting moments of the conference. So hopefully you guys are looking forward to that. Do we have His Excellency ready to go live, ladies and gentlemen? His Excellency, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, are you guys ready? Can we give like a warm welcome? Can we give a virtual round of applause so you can see everyone getting excited and engaged? Let's go full screen, please. Let's get ready. Let's get ready. Ladies and gentlemen, please again give a warm welcome to His Excellency, Dr. Fayed, Ambassador of the UAE to the Federal Republic of Nigeria, is live with all of us. Thank you. We pass it over to you.
Thank you very much. A very good afternoon to you all, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to return to the Nigeria Tech Summit for another edition of this wonderful program. I'd like to especially greet various tech delegates from across the world, most especially those in Nigeria, who have been active contributors to the ecosystem that continues to grow from strength to strength. I'd also like to congratulate the global startup ecosystem for this excellent program and for reaching the milestone of its third annual gathering. Nigeria's innovation and technology sector has shown stratospheric growth, and the UAE has been and continues to be a willing partner in this area. The promise of tech and innovation and how it accelerates investments is one that the UAE is also focused on. My speech will focus on how the UAE is currently leveraging tech and innovation as pillars for the next cycle of our economic growth that we pursue. Most people in this room know the story of the UAE and how we transformed and transitioned from a natural resource dependent country to a productive economy focused on attracting international services to operate from. What fewer people might know is our current diversification process, one that is geared towards attracting investments in the digital and circular economies, as well as sectors based on artificial intelligence and the fourth industrial revolution. We are building strategic projects around this belief. And in September of this year, we launched our flagship scheme, the Projects of the 50, which are a series of national projects that lead to the next cycle of local and international growth for nation. It aims to attract $150 billion in foreign direct investments in the next 9 years across the fields of digital economy, entrepreneurship, advanced skills, space, and advanced technologies. The decision to tow this path is driven by facts and evidence that show we are on the cusp of a fourth industrial revolution. which promises to transform not only the tools of economic growth, but how we interact with the past, present, and the future. The fourth industrial revolution presents an exciting opportunity for all nations, especially those struggling to gain an equal footing in the current economic system. The UAE believes this is an opportunity and is creating a global 4IR hub to execute projects in innovative education, artificial intelligence, intelligent economic and genomic medicine, robotics, and healthcare. This rhymes with the Nigerian tech ecosystem that has adopted the mantra of building the future and has begun to execute exciting projects that offer even more opportunities for collaborations between both of our friendly countries. A couple of the actions that we in the UAE have taken to position ourselves for investments in our tech and innovation systems are: we have restructured our entry and residency system. One of the outcomes of this is a green visa and the golden visa that targets highly skilled individuals, investors, and entrepreneurs, as well as top students, graduates from all around the world. We are also working to attract 100 coders every single day to enhance our position as a global capital for specialized talents. We are doing this by providing incentives that attract talent and facilitate the establishment of programming companies in the country. Our goal goes beyond simply adding these individuals to the workforce. We also want to have the highest ratio of female coders per capita in the next 5 years. In addition, we are ensuring that legacy businesses join the future as we are launching 100 lighthouse projects in priority sectors. The UAE will look to invest 25 billion UAE dirhams over the next 10 years to provide companies with a roadmap on how to progress on the technology front. These initiatives are only the beginning, and we look forward to announcing more and reporting results. It is important for us to understand that success in technology and innovation is not a zero-sum game. And in fact, for most of the collective problems that we seek to solve with these tools, there is a need for collaboration across borders and alongside a range of partners. If there is an enduring lesson from this pandemic, it's the fact that effective and genuine international cooperation is the way to solve our common problems. In that vein, I look forward to the future that we will all build. Thank you for your time, and I wish you successful deliberation, and please enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
But this world, as big as it is, one person can be the tipping scale to really create a domino effect that no one ever seen coming. I would like to remind people, there's going to be a lot of people that's going to judge you and tell you you're too naive.
Hello, everyone. Mr. Owen. Hi.
Hi Kelechi. Hi everybody.
Good. Dr. Anif, good afternoon.
Hi everyone.
Hi, everybody.
Hi. I can hear you clearly. Fantastic. Yeah. Mr. Obong Idiong, it's a pleasure to have you on this panel.
Thank you very much. Nice to have you too.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chinedu Enekwe, pleasure to have you as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. So I will be moderating this session, and my name is Kelechi Uchenna. I'm the co-founder of an edtech startup called MyGenius. We run a smart website that helps teachers automatically generate teaching resources and connects parents to home tutors as well. I've had the pleasure of working with Mr. Uwem and while I was a Tony Lumelu entrepreneur, and I've also had the pleasure of working with Mr. Olawale while I was in the BT7 entrepreneurship program. Yeah, you remember Mr. Ola? Thank you very much. Yeah. All right, guys. So we're going to kick off right away because we have a very short panel session. It's just for 30 minutes. So the first question, which will go to everyone, is to briefly tell us what you do and how it connects to diversity and inclusion. So briefly tell us what you do as simply as possible and how it connects to diversity and inclusion in society. So I'd like to start with Mr. Obong. Mr. Obong, let's start with you.
Thank you very much. Kelechi, what was the question again? I couldn't hear you very clearly.
Yeah, just briefly tell us what you do and how it connects to diversity and inclusion.
Oh, thank you very much. Hi, viewers. My name is Obong from Africa Prudential. Africa Prudential is a listed company on the Nigerian Stock Exchange. We're into registered services and also digital technology. And I think that as we go into the session in terms of diversity and inclusion, a lot of what we do in the technology ecosystem, has a lot to play in that, some of which is within the cooperative business and the larger capital market. And as we go further, you would hear me speak about those things in terms of how we connect to inclusion and the impact within the society.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for that, sir. Talking about the registration part of what you do and how it's joined with technology as well. I actually checked you guys. I checked out Africa Prudential yesterday, studied what you guys do and your technology solutions. Fantastic. All right, Mr. Uwem, let's hear from you. What you do and how it connects to inclusion and diversity.
Thank you very much. My name is Uwem, once again, and I'm a startup coach and investor with Ingressive Capital. Through Ingressive, we have a range of investments across sub-Saharan Africa, but through our sister company, Ingressive for Good, we've been very big on inclusivity and building out a pipeline for the tech industry. And in the last 1 year, they've trained over 80,000 people, trained specifically 2,000 women in design programs in collaboration with Coursera and DataCamp, and basically try to build out an ecosystem for the startups that are springing up here and there. I guess I'll stop here now. Thank you.
Okay. So startups, investing in them also on different gender sides, both male and female, and building that ecosystem to include everybody, all the fast rising startups that are popping up in Nigeria. Fantastic. All right, Mr. Ola, let's hear from you. So tell us what you do and how it connects to inclusion and diversity. Yes, go ahead.
All right. So good afternoon, everyone. I work primarily. I wear two hats, right? I work primarily as the general manager at the Enterprise Development Center. I'm responsible for programs and partnerships, and essentially what we do is provide support services to startups, entrepreneurs, and SMEs in Nigeria. And of course, my second hat is as the MD of the Global Entrepreneurship Network for Nigeria. And what we do essentially is to galvanize the ecosystem and bring the players and actors together to build one solid ecosystem that can start to churn out the next level of entrepreneurs and startups in Nigeria. And one of the things we've done in order for us to make capacity building for small businesses and startups more available is to build a learning management system that allows for people anywhere in any part of Nigeria to learn at no cost to them.
Fantastic, fantastic, beautiful. Thank you for that, sir. Mr. Chinedu, we'd like to hear from you as well.
So I like to describe what I do in the context of the effect rather than, like the overall description. So I gather resources to help founders achieve their business dreams. What does that look like in practice? That means I've run an organization. I'm the co-founder and partner of Passbook. Passbook has a venture capital firm where we invest, and we're in the US. So what we do is we invest in Black and brown founders that are immigrants, mostly African founders that are immigrants, to help them grow locally and scale globally to the markets in Africa and in Southeast Asia. And then we also have a startup studio that supports, and either we launch our own companies and then we recruit different people to run it, or we find companies that already exist and then we help them scale to another thing. So one of those companies that that's in the startup studio that I've actually dug in with is African Digital Art. And that is a company that is basically, we're building the largest, we're building OpenSea for Africa. That's a little way to describe it. And so in the context of diversity and inclusion, in the context of America, making sure you invest in people of color, especially Africans when they come here, making sure that they have a sense of belongingness, that there's resources, capital for you when you do arrive, if you do arrive. That's one thing. And then the second thing is from the startup studio perspective. If you have a business and it has a market that it can scale, and you are looking for sort of trusted hands that can help you scale, raise capital, find the recruit teams, and then also do whatever you need to do. That's what Passbook Studio is doing, and that's how we sort of make sure that we, in the studio context, we're just looking for founders that have built something cool. So we're very blind to whether someone is, in the north of Nigeria or a woman or what have you. In fact, we think that when they are in those spaces, when they are a woman or they have these like structural challenges that they face from diversity and inclusion, and we find them, that means that they're probably a stronger entrepreneur and they've kind of faced more consequences and challenges that we want to help them scale.
Fantastic. Nice one, Mr. Chinedu. So like you run like the investment arm, which invests in potential businesses of people, especially people of color and Black and brown, and also build businesses that employ people to empower them, right? That's fantastic. So I'm in the midst of amazing men doing great things. All right, fantastic. And I like your t-shirt, by the way. Pay me in equity. Yeah, cool. Yeah. All right. So this goes to Mr. Obong. Mr. Obong, as a CEO of a very large and potential financial firm in Nigeria, what is your philosophy on technology and its impact on society? There's a lot of tech springing up everywhere. What is your philosophy behind it and how it impacts society positively? What's your philosophy? Yeah.
Oh, thank you again, Kelechi. For us, our technology, our philosophy on technology can be gleaned from our purpose statement, which is transforming Africa through innovative business solutions. We look at technology from a very, very broad point of view, and that is from a point of view of digital transformation. And to us, what does digital transformation mean? It means change, and technology is an enabler, of that change. And if you look at and still on that philosophy, the digital economy for Africa right now, again, transforming Africa is what we do. Building technology solutions is also what we do. And if you look at the broader digital economy, is huge. And if you look and you think about the access, in Africa, so we're looking at pushing, solving Africa's problems with homegrown solutions. We're talking of, and being part of that, allowing us be part of that digital economy. If you recall in the past, with the past revolutions of electrical revolution, mechanizations and everything, Africa wasn't a part of that. But now things have, and we have an opportunity with technology because it's very, very scalable, and you can build something and it's global tomorrow. And creating that access. I mean, we're talking about access to financial services. We're talking about access to education. We're talking about access to even markets.
Yeah.
We think the opportunity is now, but it's from a larger point of digital transformation and that kind of change you want to bring in. And Africa is right for that change because of the internet penetration growth that we continue to record. And then how are we now able to bring this together is what we try to do at Africa Prudential. As we go further and I have the opportunity to speak about some of our other solutions, you see how we're trying to do that. But one thing is for sure is that we want to be part. Africa is part already and continue to be part of the conversation in technology, which increase and being included, in that conversation. And in terms of, you talked about impact on society. I think that once we create these homegrown solutions and make them scalable and also make them sustainable, then that alone that is impact. I think that equals impact.
Yeah. Thank you very much for that, sir. So key things that I picked up from what you said is that your philosophy at Africa Prudential is change, transformation, impact, access to markets and opportunities for people. That's fantastic. That's very, very key, especially in Africa. So let's throw some questions to the other guys. Let's start with you, Mr. Uwem, then we're going to go to Mr. Ola. What is your view on the state of tech in Nigeria now? A lot is going on. And what initiatives and projects is Ingressive and the organizations that you work with, what are you guys working on to impact this sector positively? Yeah.
Thank you, Kelechi. Like Mr. Obong said, tech is an enabler, and we definitely see it as that. Technology is not just the software. I mean, there are non-tech tech roles that are doing amazingly well, that are helping us build the ecosystem. And tech in Nigeria is only going to get better. We're beginning to see founders who raised a lot of money, reinvesting in founders, reinvesting back in the ecosystem. So there's a lot to expect. I was talking to one of my investor friends, resident in Latin America, and she was saying, although Africa is like 7-8 years behind Latin America, the explosion from Africa is going to be amazing because the ecosystem is rallying up. Venture dollars is beginning to come in here. We're beginning to see success stories from Paystack, which used to be our portfolio company, getting acquired by Stripe to Flutterwave. We're going to be seeing more unicorns, and guess what? Unicorns are mostly tech companies. And in terms of what our organization is doing for that, I'll give you a very short story. Ingressive has always been big about building an ecosystem of tech talent, right? One of the campus ambassadors, two of the campus ambassadors, the very first campus ambassadors came together, solved the problem based on what they were experiencing back then in school because they couldn't receive foreign currency. And the company is now in Aboki Africa. Aboki Africa has investment from Ingressive and other VC firms across Nigeria. Now, what does that tell you? If you invest in tech talent, if you invest in the pipeline, they would find problems that are really, really, that affects people, and they will solve that problem. And that's the kind of impact we want to keep on giving, and we expect that other people to participate in that too.
Fantastic. So the ecosystem that you built was able to birth a new startup, basically, which you've actually invested in and is actually solving real problems. Fantastic. Mr. Dr. Ola, let's hear from you.
Thank you very much. So I basically would just piggyback off two critical things which you mentioned, and that's investing in the pipeline and, of course, investing in talent. Definitely, Nigeria and Africa is blessed abundantly with talent. And the reality is that there's so many young people with ideas and innovations in technology that don't have that platform or the opportunity to be able to scale or to be able to get the resources that they need. And that's one of the significant things that we are trying to do. How do you create a platform that gives opportunity to young people, regardless of where you are, regardless of your gender, to give you the opportunity to let the world see that innovation you've created. Let the world see how you can connect and provide that market access that really helps you to scale. The unfortunate thing, and I use the word unfortunate, is that Nigeria and Africa, we are really just scratching the surface, right? Because the truth is that when you look at the numbers and the sheer talent that we have, if we're able to really come together as a holistic ecosystem, we truly can be churning out tons and tons of innovative technology that can truly start to change how Africa is. And of course, that gives that opportunity to people like Ingressive and Africa Prudential to provide the kind of funding that this talent and these people need to truly have what we would call the African startup. We are working towards it, we are getting there, but it's the work and this sort of conversation that makes it even more relevant. The kind of pockets of activities that we're all doing, bringing it together to really shape the future of Africa.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. La. You've said it all. I am a beneficiary of the platforms that you talked about. Probably I don't know where we would be today if I didn't start out in 2017 and join BT7.
Absolutely.
Innovative digital than Nigerians. Then this is where we are today. Thank you so much for that, Mr. Chinedu. Let's hear from you. What are you guys working on that is driving impact in the tech sector? Over there and over here as well in Africa.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think I'd be remiss if I didn't start by, giving some context to how I even came here. I started in a pre-accelerator program called Tip Hub Africa, and that was back in 2014. So the pre-accelerator program, Tip Hub Africa, really it still exists. My co-founders still run it, but the ecosystem building of starting with pre-accelerator program, and then we Tip Hub started a developer kind of program called Parallel Score that trains and then also supports the developers to actually get placed in companies and get training. So adding all of that, building on top of that is where Passbook comes from. And then on top of Passbook, I have, pre-accelerator program. And then what we do is we have a partnership with Techstars that supports founders to directly get into Techstars programs, and then Passbook can invest in them afterwards. And so how does that look? There's a company called Fleary that provides immigrants, immigrants to have a health insurance for their family back home. They were Tip Hub created a syndicate so that they can have an investment at the pre-seed stage. They then they got that investment, they scaled a little bit. Then they wanted to get into Techstars. They applied twice before. The MDs didn't understand the immigrant challenge, because now they had gotten Tip Hub, and I was able to, then Passbook, being a partner of Techstars, was able to explain to the MDs why the issue was relevant. Then now they got accepted. They're in Techstars Toronto program. And that's how the ecosystem that we're building is supposed to create, like the beginning stage, the middle, and then hopefully as they're graduating from Techstars, we'll be able to invest in Passbook. And our goal is to create this ladder, whereas right now within the ecosystem, we're still trying to fill in the gaps, and everyone knows we're building the plane as we fly it in Nigeria and Africa. But I was going to say something to Wem. I don't think you should let your LATAM friends tell us that they're ahead of us. We're the same amount of capital that went into LATAM last year went into Africa. Same, we're closing in on them, and if it wasn't for SoftBank, we may be ahead of them. You know what I mean? Wow. So I'm not gonna say, not to say that we're in competition, but we're growing in tandem is what I would say.
Yeah. Fantastic, Mr. Chinedu. Thank you so much for that. The systems that, like you starting out with the pre-accelerator in Nigeria, that brought you over to the States, I believe. Then the Passbook also helping out the immigrant tech startup to explain to the MDs in Techstars about the problem they were trying to solve. That's really beautiful. The partnerships and the relationships is very important. We just got out of a pre-accelerator like yesterday actually, and those things are powerful. All right, Mr. Obong, I want to ask you a question. Like, from your perspective as the CEO of Africa Prudential, what two of your technology solutions are you most proud of, and why? You know, what two technology products are you guys most proud of, and why are you proud of them, and what has been the impact? Yeah.
Well, I think that, thank you very much, Kelechi. I think the first one, again, largely because of the impact, because a lot of things we do, we also measure by impact, and as much as we want to measure by the return on investment. I think the first one dear to my heart is the cooperative solution. We call it EasyCool. Today we have almost 500,000 cooperative members on the solution. And what this does is, what the EasyCool solution does is creating access. And there's a lot of apart from the fact that it automates the cooperative processes within cooperatives, it also provides a lot of there's a lot of financial, there's a lot of savings, there's a lot of loans and generation going on the platform, and there's a lot of communication. And what we're trying to do is, again, is one thing to create something out there, and this is what technology does, and this is what transformation and the need to continually reinvent yourself and change. And so, you know, when we first came up with the solution, we wanted to go and automate cooperatives. But now the conversation is changing, because every solution has to be, the customer has to be at the center of everything. And the conversation is changing. If I look at the cooperative, they want to join for the socio-economic benefits, right? And so, yes, we've automated your solution, but what next? And so what we're doing now is to see how we can make those cooperatives prosperous, and those cooperators, the individuals on the solution, prosperous. We've seen the solution grow over time. We continue to get we continue to get new cooperatives coming on the solution, and also we continue to try and we continue to create and continually creating new innovative things on the application. So that's one that's dear to our heart. And we're talking farmers there. We're going all the way down south, deep in Ebonyi State, putting cooperators there. We're going to the north in Borno State, having cooperators there, using that solution and bringing some of the values that they need within their lifestyle to them. The second one is a larger part, which is our heritage. So we come from the capital market space as registrars, and one of the things I believe, for us to even go into the whole technology, going to technology, being traditional business in the registrar space under the capital market, we saw opportunities there, because we saw that there were a lot of opportunities there. We got a bit of capability there. So within the capital market, which is again another source of investment for people, we see that there was a lot of identity management issues. So you see, when we have our conversations, we see, why are millennials not investing here? There are a lot of other alternatives. Millennials are going, why they're not coming to the stock exchange? But of course, it was very interesting when we saw what MTN just closed their retail, and we saw a lot of
young people,
excitement and people coming and everything. There's a lot of value to be made in the capital market, a lot of value in terms of the investment from the
registration,
from the capital appreciation and dividends. A lot of companies pay dividends. Africa Prudential, in the last 8 years, our dividend yield has been 14%, which ranks number 3 in the capital market. And so there's a lot. And so we saw a lot of opportunities there to bring and expand this place and bring more people within that investment space. So it's not only us that are making the gains of these huge investments there. So we're creating platforms. We also believe in that. Again, we're creating platforms within that ecosystem, the capital market ecosystem. And we're trying to bring dividend. And also, it's also important to make it very, very efficient, because that's one of the reasons why you don't see a lot of people coming to invest in it, especially millennials. So we're looking at creating some and bringing interoperability within that, and doing a few things. And so by the end of this quarter and the beginning of next quarter, we'll be announcing more things that we're doing there.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Obong. Thank you. Fantastic delivery. Thank you so much for that, for enlightening us on the different products you guys are working on. Okay, so we have limited time, but I just want to ask a final question to Mr. Ola, Mr. OM, and Mr. Chinedu. Yeah, Mr. Ola, from your perspective, from your work at the EDC and the Global Entrepreneurship Network, what does success, looking at the technology and the entrepreneurship industry, what does success look like to you? Like, for example, in Nigeria, we want to have, in the next 5 years, we want to have 200,000 teachers using Nigerians in their classrooms. What does success look like to you from your standpoint at the EDC?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the example you use is brilliant. Success to me is us being able to have this sort of conversation on a platform built by young Nigerian or African from a remote city somewhere. I mean, that's a success. And I think what's more important is what are we doing to be able to achieve that success? And I think it's important I mention one important project which we're working on, which gives opportunity to 200,000 young Nigerians every year for the next 5 years. We're working with MasterCard Foundation on a project called Transforming Nigerian Youth. And that project has three critical components to it. The first is, how do you provide learning for young people in the area of entrepreneurship that helps them to learn in their own language, in the comfort of their home? And we've achieved this, right? We have that platform running. Anyone between the ages of 18 and 35 can apply from anywhere. Once you are in the tech, if you're thinking of starting, you have an idea in technology, in tech, if you have an idea in the creative or in agriculture, you can apply for this program and you can learn at no cost to you. That means you don't spend your own data. You can learn your own language. And this for me is the foundation, right? Now, when you have started learning and you start coming up with these ideas, we also have business development service providers that will support you to fine-tune this idea by helping you to develop a growth plan. And once that is done, we have partners that have access that will provide you with the funding you need at that stage. And I'm hoping that Africa Prudential at some time we can connect and start having a conversation.
Yes, fantastic. Nice one.
This pipeline we are building.
Definitely.
We can start to bring out young people that have ideas that you can invest in as well. And the third pillar of this is access to market, right? And we are continuously partnering with different platforms that are willing to offtake from those in agric and agriculture. And of course, we're looking at how do we then within the ecosystem work with those that are also willing to work to take on the innovation of those in tech industry. I think this is the work which we want to push out there so that many young people that have innovation can start to enjoy what many of us have enjoyed, but don't have the opportunity to.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Dr. Ola. I hope all the young people out there, you guys are taking notes. Follow the EDC on all the social media platforms so you can find out about this wonderful initiatives. Mr. OM, let's hear from you. What does success look like for you from Ingressive?
There are many facets of success for me. The first one is success for me is churning out high quality entrepreneurs and founders. There was a study, and this is my insistence on quality, not quantity. It's not about the number. It's about the quality of founders that are building quality companies. There's a study by Endeavor a few years ago that looked in the knock-on effect of building good companies. And they used Jumia and Konga as a case study, right? For those of you that are conversant with the ecosystem, you know that a lot of founders came out of Jumia and Konga because Jumia and Konga at that time worked. They were building out the structure and they learned how to build a good company, right? So we want to see more quality founders, more quality companies in the ecosystem. Success for me is more local high net worth individual and more local investors participating in the game, right? It's good to have VC dollars from the West, but we need people, more local people putting in their money and backing these founders because it's very, very important. You cannot have too much money, especially in a country or in an ecosystem that is struggling with infrastructure and all that. Success for me is government seeing startup founders and companies as collaborators and not just looking to hit the regulatory hammer on every new thing that comes out. And success for me is also helping those very, very early stage founders find a voice. Because it's one thing to run a business, another thing to feel like you're heard and seen. And it's important that we are going to our universities, we are going to those accelerator programs, we are picking the best ideas at those levels and we're accelerating them so that they can continue solving the infrastructural gaps that exist on the continent.
Oh, Mr. Oem, you have done justice. You have done justice to that question. Thank you so much. Chinedu, let's hear from you, from your own point of view, especially outside the country. What does success mean to you in what you're doing?
Success to me is very kind of simple. It's I feel like I'm in a successful loop. I like to create success loops. It's kind of and I'll describe it. For me, it's the fact that companies that were in my first pre-accelerator program, founders that were in it, are now investors in my Passbook, right? That founders who are on their second venture are now service providers of companies that I'm launching with my studio. So this like virtuous ecosystem that create long relationships with people, to me, is about the quality of returns. The quality of returns aren't just how much money goes back to my investors, but how much money goes back to the people, the investors included, the stakeholders that are the founders, and how those people evolve and how they, because my underlying thesis is that the first thing that happens once you create a successful business is that you pay for you pay for better education. The employees have better education, they have better healthcare, and those are the developmental impact returns that are most important. So the quality of the returns are how have the people involved in all the steps of the process participated, and can we work together again, right? So that's like creating a very virtuous cycle. So success over the next few years is that on an ecosystem level, we're going to just see the people thriving, and the goal is hopefully Nigerians, wherever they are thriving, and they're working together, and they're working with other people that look like them, whether they're Nigerian or Black or whatever. It's that thriving ecosystem of people that is the most important to me, and that's what success looks like if we can do this right. We're the leading Black country. We should lead in technology. We already are, but we should lead in the results that deliver quality returns to people. And that's where, to me, the measurement is going to happen. If we weren't seeing this ecosystem evolve in the way it was, then I would be disappointed. But it's evolving in the right way, and as it continues to evolve and continues to grow, and continues to see people like Africa Prudential make significant strides and create opportunities for Ola, and then that's the only way I can invest and maybe have an exit to Africa Prudential. So I'm very happy about the whole thing.
Yeah. So thank you so much for that, Mr. Chinedu. It's been really amazing discussing with you guys, because I know, some of you I've known for a while, and some of you I'm just meeting recently. I've sent everybody a LinkedIn invite here, by the way. So Mr. Obong, you haven't accepted mine. Please do when you have the opportunity. Platforms, ecosystems, accelerators, and value, impact, and sustainability. These are the things that matter. The tech is good, but it's the value, the impact, and sustainability that is important, and that is the conversation we're trying to talk about here. As the ecosystem grows, it's not just going to expand, it has to actually give value to people, like you said, Mr. Chinedu. And I believe that all your organizations are doing extremely well with what we've heard here today. I want to thank the global startup ecosystem, the United States Embassy, for bringing us on this amazing panel. And thank you very much. Thank you very much. I think we still have some time. Any final words from you, Mr. Obong, before they pull us out of the panel? Yeah, any final words?
Well, yeah. Thanks for organizing the organizers for organizing this. It's good to hear what people are doing in the ecosystem. I think that they also play very, very. I mean, in addition to the impact they're making, they also play a very, very key role, because people like Ola, Dr. and Kelechi, and the last speaker, it's people like you that can make it happen. And there's a lot of opportunities and potential, as we've had today. I think that we just need the government, like Uwem talked about, the government to come together. We need the entrepreneurs and the business owners to come together, and we also need the funders, who are also very, very important, to come together, and each of us just play those very critical roles that we've had you guys playing today. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
All right. Dr. Ola, any final words?
Yeah, I think the first thing is to thank all of you, because this sort of gatherings gives me the opportunity to learn, and of course I've learned from everyone, and of course I'll be connecting with everyone as well. I wish we had more time to expand this conversation, but I see that us connecting beyond this would also add value to that community which we're trying to grow. So definitely I'll be in touch with everyone.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I just wanted to state something. I remember the first thing you told us in the first class in BT7, you said, why are you doing this thing? Why are you here? Why do you want to become an entrepreneur? That was the start of it, which was very, very important. So thank you very much.
I see why now. You're ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Wim, any final words? Mr. Wim? Final words.
I'm just going to quote Tony Rimelu, where he always says that everybody has a part to play in the transformation of Africa. Each and every one of us and every listener, every participant in this program has a part to play in the transformation of Africa. So play your part so that Africa can reach its potential.
Fantastic. From the great TOE. Let's hear from you, Mr. Chinedi. Final words from you, Mr. Chinedi.
My final words are just thank you. I always like to thank Christine and the whole GSE team for all they pulled together. But I also like to thank everybody that is taking their time to, showing up is 90% of how you proceed in career development, and you've shown up, and that is a step that you need to know that you are ahead of you're ahead of most of the people that you may think you're in competition with. So just keep on showing up, and things happen. So that's what I'll say.
All right. So guys, thank you very much. I think it's time for us to leave now. It's been an amazing one. All right, guys. Bye. All right. Bye.
Not only Nigeria, but across the African continent. And I love that quote from that he just said from Tony Illumino, where we all need to play our part. And obviously, by being a part of the summit here today, we are doing our part, yes? Are we doing our part today? Are we here with me today? This is an all-day affair. I want to make sure that you guys are always engaged and always excited. So with that, I want to transition to an experience that we have. As you know, we always accelerate ecosystems through our accelerators as well. Let's get that video on, and then we're going to introduce a very special guest that's with us here in the room. I'll be announcing him shortly to provide some keynote remarks. Let's get the Forbes Nigeria Accelerator program up and running for them to see, please.
Forbes magazine is always at the precipice of pretty much culminating information about what's happening around the world. We have a pandemic, we have an economic collapse, we have riots and civil unrest around the world. This is a very iconic and unprecedented time within our generation.
Well, the list in Africa has had 30 in April. It was 200 the year before. We do anticipate it growing again, but 30 in Africa and in 4 categories and 600 every year in the USA. Christine's head might pop up in here, but that's where I met Christine when she was on our list several years ago. And the caliber of people, the caliber of young people, and the ideas that they have in 20 different vertical industries.
The progress of nations is driven by those who are willing to take a big risk, to put their own capital out there, to fail sometimes, and then fail again until one day success follows you.
There were all the people going through a lot of frustration, pain, depression, unemployment, bankruptcy before the pandemic took place. It just exacerbated and accelerated the things that were already happening, right? So what does that mean is that if you're able to manage your expectations a bit better, you're able to help see your progress in your own growth. Because if you don't start from a place of real appraisal, it's going to be a challenge to see how you're growing.
Nigeria needs a stronger economy, and we're really excited by the focus on changing those challenges and creating opportunities out of them.
Instead of government making genuine efforts to uplift Nigerians from the poverty line, they're using infrastructure, education, and food as weapons for votes to suppress, different changes in these types of things.
You must ensure that there's inclusive and access to equitable quality education to
and provide lifelong learning opportunities for everyone.
Your network is your network. So what I did is all the contacts that I gathered, I put them into an Excel spreadsheet, and then I categorized them based on like subject matter. So maybe Morgan speaks about telecommunication in Nigeria, and then like maybe Mohammed talks about fintech and innovation.
Value is not always, that extra large thing that people think it to be. Value basically is in the eye of the beholder. Value is what the customer says it is. So value is whatever makes the customer's life better. It's whatever makes the customer happy. It's whatever makes the customer excited to talk about you. It's not necessarily the product.
39% of our customers repeated at a time when people said people will only go to Africa once in their life. So we knew that a shift was happening and decided to lean into it despite what everybody else wanted to say. And from there, we were able to build incredible partnerships by focusing in on a community that we knew was going to continue to grow.
So we wanted to do updates to our solution, but we learned that you don't do any update without first getting feedback from your customers, and that's why we did a pilot. And secondly, we found out that Nigerians didn't have to be on mobile, it had to be on the web.
The startup business is something that is planning to scale to a lot of, to grow and grow rapidly. And to do that, you sort of need to have funding, and you need to start thinking about how you're going to obtain that funding either from your client, which is or your customer, which is your first sort of base that you would want to have funding from. So there, if you consider them a stakeholder.
Always remember the fact that as an entrepreneur, your value is the highest and greatest currency. You need to survive, especially in regions like Nigeria.
Experience because first and foremost, if you didn't know, I'm actually one of the Forbes list members. I'm actually a Forbes 30 under 30 entrepreneur myself. And it was really exciting to launch this program because this is the first time that Forbes magazine, do you guys know how long Forbes magazine has been around, by the way? How many of you guys know how many years Forbes magazine has been around? Shout some numbers. Oh, okay, so someone knows. Over 100 years. And this is the first time that they not only came to the African continent to do accelerator program for 200 Nigerian startups from across Nigeria last year during the height of the pandemic, free resources, free media. Is there any members of the Forbes Nigeria Accelerator in the room? Because I know, okay, can you stand up, please? The Forbes Nigeria Accelerator participant, can we give him a round of applause? He was one of the companies. Thank you. And the reason why I'm so excited about this, because I think it's very important that we continually celebrate our entrepreneurs. Because the path of entrepreneurship is a very difficult one. Yes, my entrepreneurs in the room, right? It's a very, very difficult one. And then we need to constantly do our best to celebrate entrepreneurship. Of course, again, as a reminder, I'm so excited about the Startup Showcase and the Startup Pitch Competition that will take place this afternoon. You're going to hear some amazing, powerful, dynamic entrepreneurs from right here in your home country talk about what they're doing, inspire you and motivate you to see things differently. So I'm really looking forward to that. So again, another round of support for the entrepreneurs in the room who are going to be kicking off this afternoon. And with that said, I wanted to transition to introduce a very key speaker, because when you think about entrepreneurs, the young talent, the youth that are really galvanizing Nigeria forward when it comes to tech and entrepreneurship, I can think of no better person to introduce to the stage for keynote remarks here, who just entered the building, to provide a conversation with you all here. Please join me in a warm welcome as I introduce to the stage from the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to Mr. Olufemi to come to the stage, please, for keynote remarks. Please give him a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep the energy going, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep the energy going. All right.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'll try to match the energy that has been set. My name is Olufemi Diagbo. I serve as a special advisor to the Minister of Youth and Sports Development. but I'm a tech entrepreneur myself, an IC consultant of some 25 years standing, so I probably betray my age. But the minister asked me to share some information with you. He unavoidably had to be in the southwest part of the country today. So I will come to that presently. But I want to make some remarks of my own, which I think speak to some of the things that have been said. First, what exactly is the role of technology? I still find a lot of discourse, at times confusion around this very cardinal subject. Somebody said earlier on that it was an enabler. And he's right. Human intent is what leads everything. Everything else galvanizes or you orchestrate everything else to actualize human intent. But technology has gone beyond being an enabler. It is now a shaper of intent. It's a shaper of culture. It's a shaper of morality. It's a mind, if you like, I don't want to use conditioning, but it is an ecosystem that actually conditions how people see the world. So in that context, technology can be said to be a shaper, enabler, if you like, of human intent and human reality even. So let's talk about Nigeria a little bit. When we talk about investment inflows, when we talk about strategic direction for the future, I want us to always remember two things about Nigeria. Who knows what the population of Nigeria under 15 years is? Under 15 years of age? Does anybody have an idea? Give me a number. 88 million. It's one of the highest in the world, actually. So when we talk about GDP per capita, productivity, and all these other comparative analyses, you have to bear that in mind, that your under 15 demography is, I think, the highest in the world. It's about 88 million. So, and they are categorized as dependents. So they are not yet part of the productive ecosystem. But that tells you two things. That the future can be very, very bright if we harness that pool. So the so-called young generation of today already, they have to grow up very quickly because there are 88 million people knocking on the doors, needing guidance, direction, needing inspiration as well. There's also another interesting statistic, or should I say fact. Population growth. Between 2010 and 2020, does anybody know what population growth we achieved in Nigeria in 10 years? Highest in the world, 28% in 10 years. You know, people adduce many reasons for this. Maybe the family units are breaking down, maybe some parts of the country, whatever. But that's also a reality. So whenever we talk about opportunities, technology, the future, Nigeria, I want us to always put these two things in context. There's a third thing I want you to put in context. When you have been told into what we want people to perceive Nigeria to be. But that also behoves on the tech savvy youth to also think big. We need to conquer globally. We need to develop things that have global application, not just Nigerian application. But I'll come again to that in a second. Before I do that though, let me share with you some of the highlights the minister wanted me to present to you, to let you know that under his tenure, and I hope it will be sustained, the youth are not seen as a demography you empower or you just pander or pamper. No, no, no. This is the core of Nigeria. It's a demography to be invested in. So the language has shifted from empowerment, enablement. No, no, no. We have to take risks on this segment, on this sector. And when I talk in a second about the National Youth Investment Fund, I will talk about that risk taking. But some of the recent things that have happened have been bilateral agreements with countries like Algeria, Turkey, Ghana, Egypt on youth development, because we also understand that Africa has to be, if you like, the umbrella under which we coalesce our efforts. I'm sure you all know about the African Continental Free Trade Agreement that's coming into play. The youths have a massive role to play in making sure that intra-African trade, intra-African technology exchange, intra-African development actually happens. So please, I don't want you to have an insular view of the world. It's not just about collaborating within Africa. You have to think of yourself as global partners. But, you know, they say charity at times begins at home because everybody pursues their strategic interests when it comes to these things. So these agreements are in place. Execution will begin shortly. But beyond that, a number of capacity building initiatives and investment initiatives have taken place. And I just read some of them out. Over 6,500 youths have been trained in robotics and artificial intelligence. Mobile device repair training on the high end by 150. I don't know how many of you took part in the 60-day app challenge. That was a popular one. It was about 4,400 people took part. In partnership with IBM, over 30,000 people have been trained on the Digital Nation Africa program. Microsoft one is awaiting approval. Over 10,000 were trained by Google on the Digital Onboarders program. Google and Mind the Gap have trained again another 60,000. I could go on, you know, training to enterprise, confectionery training, digital youth entrepreneurship training, vulnerable youth training, technology. You know, all these things have happened. Leadership training, 42,000 have been trained by the Center for Leadership. There is now a partnership with Konga for e-commerce. That was signed a month ago. There are about 250 beneficiaries so far in terms of logistics, POS, digital training, becoming agents. Partnership with Next Titan, about 1,000 people. That's an entrepreneurial reality TV show, but it's going to have a tech focus. Because again, everybody understands that technology is the centerpiece of development now. Everything comes into that efficiency that technology brings. So that's happening as well. Let me talk very quickly about the Youth Investment Fund, but let me also talk about the WEP program, which was a placement program with some companies so that the youths actually get hands-on experience in the workplace. About 2,700 people have benefited from that. And there have been partners like Wilco, very grateful to them, Nestle, Conga, Halogen, City Chef, Taraba State University, IDM Cakes, Abasha Clinic. So about 2,700 people have been placed in these companies so that they actually get work readiness skills, not just the theoretical skills, as it were. So, noya.ng, that's a purpose-built portal, noya.ng, a lot of opportunities and information about what's happening with youth opportunities in jobs, scholarships, and all those things exist. Nigerian Youth Investment Fund. Let me spend a minute to talk about that. How many people have benefited from the fund here? Anyone? You have. Very good. I hope you invest in it well. The case was made by the minister to Mr. President that, look, we have invested in adults. We have set up AMCON. If they owe money, AMCON sweeps it. We can't be asking our youth for collateral. They don't have. Guarantor, it's too complicated. We have to take a risk on them. And, no money, but everybody put heads together. Mr. President approved 75 billion naira over 3 years. 25 billion per year, per annum. Unfortunately, the application started, unfortunately, 3 or 4 days before NSA started. So anyway, but that's a different story. So it's 25 billion per annum, moratorium for 1 year, 5%, single digits, no collateral, no guarantor. All you need to do is do a 1-day training on business or soft training. First come, first serve application. Multi-sector, although technology actually has a bit of a priority place there, and agriculture as well. To date, there have been about 5,000 beneficiaries. Another 10,000 should start drawing money probably in the next week or so. And the amounts range from about 250,000 to 3 million, depending on, the type of business, how long you've been in business, is it registered with CAC, And the thinking was this. A lot of people made the argument that, they won't pay it back. No. Doesn't matter. It helps us also know the mindset of the youth if they don't pay it back. But the country must take its confidence that no collateral, no guarantor, take the money. Let's see what you do with it. So that is happening now. I'm happy I saw, I don't want to say, how much did you get? Can I? Was it, I mean, some people even, actually, a couple of people declined because they got about 1.5 million and they said, no, it won't do the business I want. And we thought that was good integrity. So there will also be a category as the data comes in and we see where the impact points are of very high value, maybe special projects, maybe high-end robotics, high-end AI, where, this is not a matter of 2 or 3 million. They need much more than that. So that's what happened. So what am I saying? So we've said Nigeria is viable in terms of its resources. Nigeria is more than viable in terms of its human assets, and that's why investments are also coming in. People are looking 5 years down the line. They're looking at those ones coming up. You can see the pay stacks, the flutter waves, some of these companies had better valuations than banks that had been in existence for years. So the future is indeed bright. There's recognition of that. Government is also, despite the constraints, aware of the fact that the country means the youth. If we are 70-something%, I mean, that's the country. There's not much else apart from the youth. But we must also be clear that technology and ethics must be co-joined twins. Because technology can be like a gun placed in somebody's hand. They could use it to defend, and they could use it to attack. If Nigeria becomes known across the world as, oh, they have a very high population of cyber criminals and cyber hackers and what have you, it will impact the future in dramatic ways. Because in terms of outsourcing now, the data suggests Nigeria is losing a lot of outsourcing business actually to neighboring countries, because it's a trust issue at times, it's a brand perception issue. So, and no one has the time to look at every individual and say, oh, he's a clean guy. No. It's the initial impression matters. When you say a German, something comes to mind. Probably efficiency. When you say a Japanese man, something comes to mind. Oh, they are very respectful, technology savvy. It's a branding issue. When you see a Nigerian, what must come to mind? Because you see, the young ones of Nigeria have to do better than the failures of those who came before them. That is the only way you can shame them and say, look, you people, you stole all the money, you only built a few things. Okay, you build this, you build that, but look at what we can do. You cannot use the foibles and failures as examples. Use the success stories. Use the guys who did it well. Use the people who have integrity as your inspiration points. Do not hide behind excuses by saying, well, after all, it's what we met, so we'll just worsen it. No. That's not what an intelligent generation does. That's not what the Nigerian youth will do. We want the Nigerian youth to chart a new course in branding Nigeria. Who are the major beneficiaries? The same Nigerian youth. So do you really have a choice? Because if you do not do it, the danger is real. I come to 5G. 5G will collapse barriers like never before and borders. It's going to move you towards the real metaverse world, where what is happening here will impact what is happening there in profound ways. So our mentality has to shift towards productivity from consumption. It's got to shift towards investments into solutions about climate, about environment, about the things that matter, not only consumption. And if we have to consume, we better make sure a lot of technology is going into optimizing production. Otherwise, you just become a dumping ground for foreign goods. So, in conclusion, I want to re-emphasize that the Minister of Youth and Sports Development, there are actually two ministries, and there's a logic behind fusing them together, because most people who partake in sports are youths. So there's a kind of like a natural fit there. So that is that. So the minister wanted me to reiterate that at the epicenter of his focus is youth investment, especially in tech. The challenges that pervade us as a nation must be prevailed upon if these things are to be truly optimized. And finally, we also need to recognize that as we invest in tech, as we explore the boundaries of what is possible, always think of your population. Your realities in Nigeria, our realities, should I say, are different from those of Singapore. I hear people compare Singapore, Nigeria. It's not comparable. Singapore is 5 million people. It's slightly bigger than Lekki. In terms of land space. Now, I'm not saying it as that's just the reality. But yeah, if you look at it on the, so it's not, so you can't say, oh, the same parameters apply. So always think of it, automate everything, make everything efficient, robotics, robotize everything. What will happen to the humans? We need to think about that. We need to think about it in terms of jobs. We need to think about it in terms of what we do on social media. We need to think about it in terms of how we even capture data. We talk about unemployment today, but nobody really knows because a lot of business is happening on Instagram. A lot of entrepreneurs are on Instagram. Are you capturing them? Do you know how many they are? Do you know what they turn over? Nobody is really sure. So these are the kind of solutions you should also seek to build so that you can develop the ecosystem and the country.
Thank you.
I'm coming, I'm finished. With focus, with scale, with depth, and in a sustainable way. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, another round of applause to the Ministry of Youth and Sports for that dynamic presentation and overview. It was very powerful words indeed. Thank you so much. I would like to now switch to our next virtual keynote speaker. Can we get the video up, please? I would like to welcome Akindele, who's the General Manager for Music Services at MTN Group, who will be joining us virtually now. Please, can we give him a round of virtual applause as we engage our next speaker to the call? Welcome to Nigeria Tech Summit.
Hello, thanks for having me. Hi, everyone. My name is Oya Kidende. I'm the GM Music Services for MTN Group. It's a pleasure to be here, to be with you guys virtually. I wish I could be there in person, but you know how these things go. I've listened to what a lot of the speakers have mentioned, and there's really no need for me to go through that all over again. So basically, I'll share with you my experience. I'll share with you my experience on how I've gotten here, how I've done a few things that are entrepreneurial as well, and hopefully that will help guide you through your innovative careers as well. Basically, when you look at the world, even as from a global view, you notice that over the years, the developed countries keep on separating from the developing countries because of their tech advancements and ability to innovate. And probably in the 80s and 90s, when you saw countries from USA, Europe, and all that giving that gap, countries from Asia like Japan, China, they use technology to close back that gap. And Nigeria should not be an exception. We've been blessed with the skill sets. We've been blessed with the ability to stop being a consuming country. When I say consuming country, what I mean by that is all we do is consume. We don't produce. We don't innovate. We don't create. We just bring in stuff and we consume. So that phase is changing. One of the things I do at MTN Group is we started a music service called Music Time. Music Time is part of a super app called Ayoba. Now, Ayoba is what we feel will be the game changer in Africa. So it's an instant messaging service that allows you to make payments, to also talk with each other. It comes bundled with data for MTN users, and you can still connect to other users of other telcos. So with the music, you're also able to listen to all your favorite artists, share your music tastes while you're chatting and all that. And those are some of the innovations that we try to do at MTN. We have an API platform whereby developers can also use to integrate into our MTN network. um, over the years, I'll talk a bit about my history. So I read computer science from Unilag, University of Lagos, Nigeria. I have a master's in information systems, and then I love music, which is basically my passion. And over the years, I've been seen to kind of be an entrepreneur. I first started. I co-founded 360 Knobs, which was a lifestyle and entertainment website. And what we tried to use, what we did was that we tried to use tech to shape. And so even though it sat on WordPress at one point in time, a Joomla themed website, we tried to innovate with it. We tried to make sure that we could connect chat APIs to it so that we could always give um, information, which is what most users crave. From there on, I went on to Spinlet. Spinlet was probably one of the first music streaming services. And what we did with Spinlet was it was the first of its kind, and it was meant to rival the iTunes back in the day. Um, from there, I went on to join Techno, where we started Boomplay. Boomplay obviously became one of the most successful apps and one of the biggest apps in out of Africa. Um, and from there, I went on to join M10. Um, Along the way, I've delved into a few startups myself, just helping a few entrepreneurs get their way either by advisory or by financing. And one of the advices I must give all entrepreneurs is that you need to love what you're doing. You need to have a vision, a mission. You need to stay consistent. You need to keep driving. Also, you can. I mean, there's many methodologies you can use to obviously start up. You can decide to first make sure you have your MVP, and then focus on it and make sure that the proof of concept works before you go into all your funding needs, rounds, and all that. But the core things of an entrepreneur is that you should never give up. You should believe and in what you're doing, and you should not be, for lack of a better word, you should be able to test all the time and know when it's also time to quit. So not every um, product or not every startup succeeds. So you have to know that. And with most startups, you have to know when it's time to pull that curtain as well, or you have to know when to pivot. So you might decide to start in you might decide to create a startup whereby you're doing agriculture, and then you find out that that's not working. But based on the data and analysis you pick from your tech and your app on agriculture, you can decide that there's a need for to create something on erosion, and therefore you pivot to erosion, and that becomes the next big thing. So study your data, keep studying your data, keep analyzing it, keep learning. It's better to have a product centered startup whereby the user gives you all the information that helps you improve that product than to have a tech centered startup. So tech is good, but innovation always drives through. Um, one of the more exciting startups. I'm conscious of time. That's why I'm trying to rush through as much as I can. One of the most interesting startups that I'm currently a part of is with my wife, and is actually for kids. So it's entertainment, and it's meant to teach kids through the power of animations, storytelling, and it also talks about African folklore, the culture, and everything. And um, it's also interesting using simple tools like even just YouTube. And so the reason why I bring that up is because you don't have to go all in depth. You can pick simple tools that are out there. You don't have to reinvent the wheel, and um, just just keep doing what you can do. And on that note, um, I want to know if there are any questions. I want to keep it as simple as possible and as short as possible. Um, I'm trying to see if there are any questions that I can answer. Hello? Okay, so there are no questions. But I'll touch on some of the questions people always ask me. Um, Obviously, one of the most interesting ones are how do you get funded? Um, Funding is one of the most difficult things. Okay, someone is joining. Funding is one of the most. It could be one of the easiest and one of the most difficult. Um, if you run out of your future cash flows, your startup definitely is most likely not gonna move as scale up or move ahead. So you must always have some capital to run with. Um, some of the ways of funding is obviously you can do directly from family and friends. That's what they call angel funds, angel investors. Um, and you can go to the next level whereby you look at your startup idea and you try to find out investors that have invested in similar startups like yours and then reach out to them. Also, you could reach out to VCs directly and pitch to them, or just um, summits like this, the Nigerian Tech Summit, whereby you have the ability to pitch your startups and you have people listening in. So those are a few ways that you can probably try and secure funding.
Thank
You
you.
know, yes. Can you
Any
hear me?
any final remarks before we let you go?
None at all. None. Just keep doing you, and you can reach me at Oye AKD on all my social media. If you have any other questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure hearing your journey. Your journey is really inspiring. So thank you for sharing it with us here at
All right.
Nigeria Tech Summit.
All right. Thank
Round
you
of
very
applause,
much.
ladies and gentlemen. All right. We're going to transition to our last virtual speaker before we transition to the next break. And I'll give some announcements about that opportunity, what's going to kick off this afternoon. Please join me on a warm welcome as we welcome Oni Kiche, who is the International Business Development Director at IE Business School. Please join me in a round of applause as we kick her off for her keynote remarks to Nigeria Tech Summit. Welcome. We look forward to hearing you.
Hi, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm glad to be here. It's been great so far listening to all the speakers. I don't have a lot of time, so I'll get right into it. Now, thank you for the introduction, but I will also say what I do specifically through my role at IE as director is that I help people and organizations achieve their goals or their growth objectives or their growth goals through personal development and training. And that brings me into why I was invited here today and what I'm going to share with you. So I'm going to be using my story, my journey, 2 stories from pivotal points in my career to highlight key principles or 4 key principles about how you can bridge the gap from where you are to where you want to get to. So let's get started. So I will go to my first story. Years ago, when I graduated from the university. So I studied economics at University of Lagos. And of course, the question that comes up with every graduate is, so what next? I know, yes, I want to get a job. That I'd figured out, but it was where and what exactly am I going to do? And I realized that I had an interest being an economist and, looking at the way things were in Nigeria, that I wanted to help people. I wanted to help people grow, and I wanted to help businesses as well grow and achieve whatever their objectives were. The question was how. Now I'm a young graduate. I don't have any business experience or business exposure, so it became obvious that I needed that. And that brought me to the next question of, okay, where do I go to and how do I start to get exposure to as many businesses as possible? And I drilled down and realized two industries could help. And that was either I go into consulting or I go into banking. And I chose banking. A friend sent me an opening at a bank. I applied, I got in, and that's how I started. Now, the point of that story is to highlight two principles. One, you have to see the future, right? Some of us here in the hall, unfortunately, I can't see you, but I've been listening, so I know you're there. Some are entrepreneurs, some work in the corporate space. The point is you have to have an objective, you have to have a goal, you have to see your future and see it in 3D, right? And when you have that vision, then it gives you direction on general direction, even if you're not very specific on how to get there, but it gives you a general direction on where to go. And the next thing is to be deliberate. You have to understand that your decisions have an impact on how close or how quickly you get to your objective, or whether it takes you away from your achieving your objective. So if you look at my story, I decided. Banking, I went into banking. I decided. And so you must make those decisions and ensure that your decisions are aligned with whatever your vision is. Now, going forward, fast forward to a couple of years after working at the bank, I invested a lot in developing myself, getting skills on the job, exposing myself to a lot of projects, structuring all kinds of transactions, relating with my clients properly so that, we develop relationships even beyond just the banking so I could get advice and things like that. And after doing that for a couple of years, I'd gotten promoted. At a point, even as young as I was, managers were being referred to me to, okay, the person who can help you structure this transaction is probably catchy, so go meet her and she'll show you what to do. In other words, I'd grown as an individual on the role. And it got to a point where I think I just sat down one day and I looked and said, okay, so what's the next 5 years going to be like if I continue like this? It's probably going to be additional promotions, but by and large, I'm probably going to be doing more or less, the same thing and going on and on like that. And I realized as well that there was also a limit to how much I could have an impact on the businesses and individuals that I came across. And so that led me to my next pivotal point, which is where I realized that I needed to leave banking, not just the role, but as an industry entirely, if I wanted to be able to go closer or even achieve more of what I'd envisaged for myself. And so I left banking, and for a year, I went into real estate. That came up through clients that I'd had while I was working at the bank, business consulting, because I already developed those skills, even into trade. And all of this, after doing all of this for a couple of months, I realized that, or I finally understood what next step I wanted to take. And I was able to list it out and say, look, the next thing I want to do is that I'd like to work in an international role where I'd be able to have more direct impact on people in terms of them achieving their growth and, of course, on companies. But how can I do that if this is what I'm doing? And that led me to decide that, okay, I needed to develop skills, and formal education would probably be the best way to do it. And so I went to do an MBA. Now, the choice of where to study now became important because that would have an impact on the profile I was trying to build for after school. And I decided on IE, which is the organization I currently work with. And why did I choose IE then? I did an MBA with them, as I mentioned, but I chose them for specific reasons. One was that for the role I wanted, I needed international exposure. I needed my profile, my CV to show that I had that exposure. I was very international. In my class, there were 45, and we had 30 nationalities represented in class. So I knew that by going there, it was going to be like bringing the world to me. What better opportunity to learn about culture and work standards in different countries? It would also give me the opportunity to travel since it was in Europe. And, the exposure as well in terms of the courses and all would be excellent for me in terms of building new skills. And so I went to IE. I did my 1 year there. And upon graduation, I had a better vision of the kind of role I wanted to transition into. And so I defined it again. I realized that while I wanted to work with an organization and a multinational organization, I also wanted a role that was independent, sort of, that gave me autonomy. I also wanted to be sure that what I was doing could cut across borders. So I wouldn't just be dealing with Nigeria alone, but I would be dealing with people from other countries as well. And, have that opportunity to travel, to see, to learn, and, help people in different places. And so the first work opportunity that came to me came 1 month after graduation. I also decided I wanted to come back to Nigeria. I came back. The role was going to be international facing. It was great. However, the work culture that they had, as well as the role in terms of independence and autonomy, didn't quite fit what I wanted. And so after, you can imagine my family, after spending all that money, I decided I wasn't going to take up that role and, continued with business consulting and all the things I was doing before I went to IE. Ultimately, the opportunity with IE came and it checked all the boxes. Now, why am I, telling that particular story? If you think about yourself on your journey to achieving your, would I say, professional objective, whether as a business person or as a career person, you realize that, the skills that you come in with are not the skills that are going to take you completely to the very end, right? Which means, therefore, that you must invest in your personal development. Personal development is not something that you just leave to your organization to decide. HR decides and that's it. You have to have a plan. You have to have your own investments in it. And that brings me to something I read somewhere, which I thought was very valid because I did it even unconsciously. And that is skilling, like improving your skills, but in 3 ways. One would be upskilling, where you become more skilled at the current role that you're doing. You're adding value, you're building yourself, you're learning on that job. The next would be reskilling. That's making you available or developing skills that makes you available for other roles within even the same organization. So those are skills that you build that now make you valid for a promotion, or even as a business person, skills that expand, your abilities on the job, right? And then the final will be outskilling. Now, if you realize that your industry is becoming, or your role is becoming a little redundant, or you can see in the future, like, I don't want to, just highlighting one of the industries, right? You have oil and gas, for example, where there's this whole thing about going green and, getting rid of fossil fuels and things like that. So there is a threat to that industry. And so the next thing now becomes, how do you transition out of that role, out of that industry into, say, a new business or a new industry? And that's where outskilling comes up. But the point is that you must always invest, set aside investments, ensure you create opportunities where you can do these 3. So whether you're reading books, you're doing formal education like I did, you're going for your master's or something, or you're taking courses, whatever it is, but always make sure that you are building up your skills. You never know when the opportunity will come, and you have to be ready to take it, right? And also, finally, in our journey to achieving our objectives, you have to go for growth, you have to go for value creation. And I say this, and it's really important. We find that young people, especially those just starting off, you want the money, you want all the perks and everything, which is great. But I've found that some people get into these kinds of roles and then they stagnate. You're not expanding your network, you're not learning new skills, you're gradually becoming redundant, and it's just because you pursued money over value. And the truth is that as you grow, but in your career, in your business, as you grow and you create value, as that value is being recognized, the truth is the money will come in. And so this is why I always advise people, whether young, even older, go for growth, go for value. If you're able to create that, whatever it is you are pursuing, whether it's money you value and a bit of travel time, things like that, all those things will come in. At a point, you'll be able to negotiate, not just negotiate, you're able to make a demand for what you want, and people will give that to you because they see the value that you're able to provide. So in conclusion, I just summarized the 4 points. And I know there are other things that I've mentioned. There's the networking, there's building that network, there is, volunteering and things like that. All those exposures help. But the main points are these. You must define your future. You must be able to see it. You must be able to see where you want to go. If you don't have that down, and I know usually it's a difficult thing for people to do, but my recommendation is always sit down, take time out. Some people do retreats just to do this, but sit down and articulate. You need to see your vision in 3D. It must be in colors. Like if anybody taps you and says, "What do you see?" You will say it, describe it, and the person will be able to see it because you have seen it. And then you must be deliberate with your decision making, with your actions, what you choose to do. These are the things that would have far-reaching impacts on how quickly you can go in achieving your vision, or, for your future. You must invest in personal development. You cannot outsource that to anyone else. You must be in charge of your personal development. Now, if you need coaching, if you need help, you should reach out. I mean, you can reach out to me if you want, just to get direction on how to move forward and how to achieve this and what you might need. You might just need a sounding board just to be clear on what your personal development plan is and how you're going to go about achieving that. But you must grow. And finally, you should aim for growth and value creation. Money is great. Working from home is great. All those things are great. But you must be sure that you are growing while you're doing all of this. You must be sure that the value that you create, you're creating value, and that value that you're creating is visible to people. So all that things come up, brand development, brand placement, your personal branding and things like that. All those are good. But for you to be talking about your personal brand, you must have created value, and value that others can see, right? So thank you. I know this has been short, but I hope I've been able to share points that can help you bridge the gap from where you are to where you want to get to. If you have questions, feel free to reach out. You can send me an email, westafrica@ie.edu, or you can contact me directly via LinkedIn, and I'll be more than happy to respond. So thank you. Any questions, you can reach out from the audience or type it out. I'll be more than happy to respond. Thank you.
When you talk about your career and we talk about your development, they should be able to see it in color. They can see your future in color. I think that was a very powerful message. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her a virtual round of applause for those remarks. I saw it was a very powerful session. Thank you so much.
Thank
now,
you.
as we transition now to the next half of the day, I wanted to kick off by saying that the next session that we have is going to be panel 3, the investment ecosystem of Nigeria. Influencers will share insights and opportunities for the future business tycoons of Africa. We're going to have a panel of very powerful influencers speaking virtually for this panel. Simultaneously, for the live audience in the room, before we kick off the panel virtually online, simultaneously, we're going to break now for lunch. I would like to say I'm going to announce the groups to go in phases to phase out for lunch. And anyone else who just want to stay in the room and watch virtually the panel that's going to be going on simultaneously, you can stay in the room as well or monitor it from your phone from the lunchroom. So before I announce the next transition, I just want to give, again, another big shout out to our exhibitors, Moby Health, NeoCloud Technologies, and Cotrack Satellite Systems. That's in the back. Please check them out. And of course, Trade R, one of our partners. And later on, you're going to be hearing from the Startup Showcase that we're going to be announcing on the second half of the day. With that said, I would like to let our speakers please rise to break for lunch. Speakers in the room, please rise to break for lunch. Our VIP delegates, please rise and break for lunch. Exhibitors and our startup lab pitch entrepreneurs, please stand up and you may escort yourself to lunch as we kick off simultaneously with the virtual panel. You may rise now to be able to kick off for lunch right now. All right. And while lunch is happening for everyone else in the room, we're going to announce you to be able to transition. Can speakers, VIPs, exhibitors, please stand up and please exit to go have your lunch at this time. All right. Can our speakers, VIP delegates, and the startup lab pitch entrepreneurs, can you please stand up? You should have your passes by now. Please exit so that way you guys can kick off lunch. All right. And now I just want to make sure that volunteers, you'll have your information on how to get to lunch as well. And now anyone else, as we wait to let the speakers, the VIPs, exhibitors get ready for lunch, anyone else in the room who would like to exit to be able to go get lunch, you may do so right now. Feel free to get up and go grab some lunch. And all you have to do is go to my left here, straight. The volunteers will guide you to that. So anyone who wants to get up to go simultaneously on lunch, you're welcome to do so. For those of you who will be remaining here for the virtual panel, this is a very dynamic panel, by the way. We're going to have our moderator, who is the broadcaster with the Nigerian Television Authority for Lagos. Please give her a virtual round of applause. A live audience in the room. We have Maya Horgan, founder of partner at Aggressive Capital. She has been really dynamic in this ecosystem. Obviously, Bernard is next, Kunle and Catherine. These are all virtual panel speakers for the investment ecosystem of Nigeria, pretty much about funding and capital and support. Please, ladies and gentlemen in the room that's staying here for the virtual panels, please give a warm round of applause. Let's get this panel on the virtual screen, please, so we can kick off this panel. Can we please get the panel on the screen? Let's give them a round of applause. We pass it over to you. Welcome to Nigeria Tech Summit 2021.
Thank you so much to the host, and hello everyone. I hope you can hear me. I'd like to know that you can hear me, please. Can I see you wave your hand or nod your head? All right. I see Maya. Hi, Maya. I see Kunle.
Hello.
I see Catherine, and I see Bernard.
Hi.
So good to see everybody. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. As the host said, my name is Ineama Kamwade. I'm a broadcaster with the Nigerian Television Authority, and one of my greatest passions is to facilitate conversations that can inspire change and create good influence. And the people on our panel session today are people who are outstanding leaders in their field. You know how people say there's a lot of money in the tech space, and so many people are transitioning from other career industries to tech. I'm sure Maya can tell us for a fact how much money is in the tech space, because you've been there for a good while. And also, when people talk about how people who work in tech are called the tech bros or the tech sissies, I'm wondering what we'll call Catherine, who has spent over 25 years doing such great work with SMEs. Are we going to call you a tech mama or a tech babe?
Tech mama, good.
Okay, and one of the things that stands out with the tech space and successful companies and organizations is how well their stories are being told and how fast their stories spread across the African continent and the rest of the world. And I'm sure that if we have people here that need their stories to spread, we have Kunle, who will be finding in the corridors of power, spreading those stories to the right audiences. It's a pleasure to see you, Kunle, once again. And of course, last but not least, entrepreneurs do great work right now in this ecosystem, in this tech ecosystem. They're solving Africa's most important problems. And we have an entrepreneur who's helping those entrepreneurs solve Africa's most important problems, and no other than Bernard Garte. And it's a pleasure to see you again. Thank you, everybody. All right, so I have seen some questions from, I think, YouTube, and people have been asking how they can get funding, how they can, scale their startups. I just want to tell you, rest assured, it's going to be a great time. Some of those questions our panelists will answer it. So you're welcome to this third panel session. This one is the investment ecosystem of Nigeria, and our panelists will be sharing their insights and opportunities for future business tycoons. All right, so let's start right away. I'd like for you, our panelists, to tell us about your background and how it brought you to what you do. Let's start with you, Catherine.
Sure, thank you so much. So I'm Catherine Young, and as you well said, I've been in this industry for a very long time. Really started my career literally in a supermarket, going through the ranks from being 18 years old and working my way through and studying whilst I was working, and so started working my way into a place where I got my first big head office job. I thought I had made it, and oh my goodness, then you realize you've made nothing. And that's where I really fell in love with the startup world. It was through my career, I always worked with startups, but this one particular, my second last corporate job, we were working with 1,300 entrepreneurs across the continent at service stations, and that's where it started, where we were developing these entrepreneurs, and from there it just grew and grew. My last official corporate job at SAP, where we worked with thousands of startups, and that's where we started. Then I started Thinkroom as a pure consulting business for entrepreneurship development, and then invested in Grindstone and Grindstone Ventures Fund about 5 years ago now, and that's what I do. I live, eat, and breathe. The startup mama lives, eats, and breathes startups.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Catherine. All right, over to you, Maya.
My name is Maya, and apologies, my internet has not been the best. It's going a little bit in and out, so just apologies on that. But as a little bit of background on me and the work that we do, my name is Maya Horgan Famodu. I run a $10 million Fund 1, a $50 million Fund 2, all focused on pre-seed and seed stage tech in Nigeria, Kenya, Ghana, and Egypt. We had our first exit last year. And we also have a nonprofit, Ingressive for Good, that trains about 100,000 African youths a year in technical skills. And in our last training cohort of 3,000 members, we had about 80% employment upon graduation. So very high employment upon graduation rates, very high placement rates, and about an average of 5 to 10x increase in earning power. So that's what I'm working on, and very excited to be on the panel and share more of all that we're doing. And also, as far as on the US side, our fund is a Delaware incorporated LLC LP, and given that about 80% of capital backing African tech comes from foreign investors, majority of our portfolio companies are actually Delaware C Corps with wholly owned subsidiaries on the continent. So thanks, guys. Glad to be here.
Maya, are you done? Okay, all right. So let's move to Kunle. Kunle, can you tell us about your background and what brought you to what you do? Kunle, can you hear me? Hello, Kunle. Can you hear me? I'd like to confirm that you can hear me.
Hear you. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can now. Please go ahead.
All right. Okay. Sorry about that. I'm not sure exactly what's going on. Right. My first degree as a trained journalist, but I started working in the banking sector for a couple of years, then changed career to become a project manager, and that was for a couple of years in Zurich, Switzerland. Then went back into banking, which was where I started off working as an investment analyst. Now, doing that gave me some ideas about looking into Nigeria, especially, and see how we can assist SMEs, basically. And I started reaching out to SMEs in Nigeria while working in England, helping them look for funding for their businesses, majorly one-man, two-man businesses. That's where I started off. From there on, I left banking altogether and took them on full-time. Then started off Invest Africa magazine, where I like business, give them ideas, show them opportunities across Africa, where you have investors who want to invest in Africa. Now that grew massively, and I decided that, okay, move into Nigeria, come in, spend some months in Nigeria annually, and work with SMEs and get them to grow. So right now, across Southwest Nigeria, I work majorly with quite a number of SMEs and help them to grow. What I focused on is on renewables. This side of the country in Nigeria, there's so much waste, which can be converted to various things, and that's what we're working on now. Like yesterday, I was with two people who are converting waste bottled water, waste water sachets into leather shoes, into leather bags, and then looking at exporting this out of the country. In a nutshell, that's what I'm doing now.
That's really wonderful. Thank you, Kunle. All right, over to you, Bernard.
Hi, thanks so much for the introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Bernard Gatti, and I lead investments at Q2 Venture Partners. Zooming in here. So I started off my career in investment banking, so basically raising equity and quasi-equity for enterprise clients and across sub-Saharan Africa. I did that for some time, and I later joined Vodafone in Ghana, where I worked in the strategy and business planning team. I also did that for some time and joined an advisory firm in Nairobi. And in Nairobi, the bread and butter was really helping companies raise growth capital and also help them execute their go-to-market strategy. I would say it was during this time that I increasingly became excited about, being on the buy side of the digital ecosystem. And currently, I'm the head of investments at Acuity. Acuity is an African-focused early-stage investor. We invest at the pre-seed and seed stages with the appetite to follow on some of our winners to Series A. We are currently deploying from our second fund, and we've made about 22 investments so far. More than 2/3 of our portfolio are Nigerian companies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bernard. Thank you to all our panelists for sharing your background with us. I'm sure listeners are already getting inspired by the projection, the trajectory of your career. All right, so let's get right into it. How do you see the investment ecosystem in Nigeria and the willingness to attract investors to one's business? Let's start with you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you very much. So I'd say Nigeria is one of the most vibrant hubs for tech, and this is both on the operations side and the investment side, and this is across Africa. The structural gaps in Nigeria, just like many other emerging markets, presents a huge opportunity for creating solutions that leverage technology to fill these gaps. The sheer number of Nigerian companies raising funds alone is indicative of how vibrant the market is. On the other hand, because of the early success of some Nigerian tech companies, you can mention of Flutterwave, Paystack, and the rest. The early success of some of these companies have demonstrated to investors the strong growth dynamics of the Nigerian market. So I can even say there's a subtle bias for Nigerian founders' ability to attract capital. And of course, this bias can be defended. I mean, Nigeria has a large and growing consumer base, and this is anchored by a very high mobile subscriber penetration as well. So, I mean, if you put all these things together, what you really have is a fertile launch pad for many of these tech businesses. Just for numbers, if you look at just this year alone, total funding raised by African companies has reached, the last time I checked, has reached 4 billion. Nigeria accounts for over a third of this amount. More than 1.4 billion was raised by Nigerian companies alone. So I'll say there's a lot of traction in the Nigerian ecosystem, and it will just continue to grow.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you so much, Bernard. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Yeah.
Okay,
We
great.
can hear you
Okay, so
well.
over.
We did. I wonder if we should just, Kuni, maybe you also want to just touch on that question, just to not lose the time, or should we wait a little?
Yeah, I think we can talk about this.
Yeah. There we go.
No worries. We can continue the conversation.
Kuni, you maybe want to take a stab at that? The investment ecosystem in Nigeria, or can I go?
Yeah, you can go.
Fantastic. So just to add to absolutely to what you said, we admire the Nigerian ecosystem, truly. From a South African perspective, we truly do. We think you're doing phenomenal work, and it's estimated that actually, as a continent, we're going to be probably raising 5 billion this year, which is fantastic, based on how it's gone. And I think just this morning, I actually saw an article, because we're also keeping track of the Nigerian ecosystem and how you really are pushing for your startup bill. And I think just this morning the bill was approved through the Federal Executive Council. So from our perspective, from a South African funder perspective, we are very, very interested in doing some deals with some of the Nigerian funders across the continent, because we have so many companies that that have access to market across the continent. So from the Nigerian ecosystem perspective, really alive and well in the top 4, really doing so well. And of course, it seems like Egypt's going to start giving us a good run for our money from an ecosystem perspective, but the ecosystem's very alive and well.
Okay.
All right, I'm glad at the sentiments that you have towards the Nigerian ecosystem. You're welcome to relocate here if you want as well. We welcome you with open arms.
Spend lots of time there before I will.
Okay. I think she's gone again. Right. Okay. While we're waiting for her to get back to us, I think one of the things I can chip in is, when you look at the ecosystem, really, there are so many of them, apart from the ones who have been able to access funding. I think the challenge for me now is when you see the ones who don't know how and where to access funding for what they are going to be doing. For example, this week I've met quite a number of startups that they are doing fantastically well. They have ideas, but they're looking for opportunities to grow. So what I've taken up to do now is start looking at these businesses, helping them to package and get them to source for funding from people like yourselves, organizations like yourselves, where they put things together and the business plan and all those things. The challenge for them is some of them are comfortable in just in the little area, whereas when you look at them, you could see the potentials in what they are doing. And then we now speak to them, talk to them about opportunities available and how they can get this done. Then you open up their eyes into this, and then they begin to grow. Right now, I have about 7 of them I'm working with, and I think that's the challenge which we need to deal with in Nigeria now. The floater waves of this world and all these ones, yes, those ones they manage to understand or find a way to get this funding done. But there are more of those ones outside that space that need this opportunity as well. And I think that is where we should look at. Now, your funding opportunities, we have to devise a way where maybe we announce it that say, look, the opportunities to fund your business, the opportunity to do this, and then they know where to go. I think to me, that is where the challenge will be now.
All right. Thank you, Kunle. Okay, Maya, it's your turn now. How do you see the investment ecosystem in Nigeria and the willingness to attract investors to one's business?
Yeah, and as I mentioned, I did have to hop off at the hour, so I will quickly answer this and then hop off. But I have only been impressed with what's happening in Nigeria over the last few years, and Greater Africa. You know, in 2016, we only had about $129 million that came into all of Africa tech. And then in 2017, we had 560. In 2018, we had 1.2 billion. And, slowly, in no other emerging market ecosystem have we seen this unprecedented growth of 2x increase every year in the amount of VC dollars coming into the ecosystem. And then not only are we seeing domestic IPOs and more liquid and less liquid public markets, but we're also seeing IPOs in international markets, the top ones in the world, from the New York Stock Exchange to the London Stock Exchange, Jumia, Helios Towers, et cetera, Helios and Toronto Stock Exchange. It's very much an Africa to the world environment that we are seeing right now. And, in our nonprofit, we're training 100,000 African youth a year in technical skills and then also tracking them where they go after that. And it's so interesting to now see, 5 years ago, developers in Africa that wasn't even a thing. Nobody was thinking about that. But this year and now, Germany, the UK, et cetera, has specific tech visas for Africans who are going to European Union or European nations to get into the tech space and to work at international companies based in Europe or based in the US. And never before have we seen that. A whole government initiative in various top tier countries acknowledging, wow, the best of the best talent in the world is coming from Africa. And I think that not only is a testament to how ingenious developers and youths are in the various countries at large, but also how competitive on a global and international standard. So I'm really excited about it. We have our 10 million fully deployed, and the numbers are tracking well because the ecosystem is doing well. And we're just wrapping up our 50 million fund to raise, and people are really, really excited about African tech. The top tier funds all around the world, from the Y Combinators and Andreessens and Greycrofts and Tiger, et cetera, everyone is looking and engaging with African tech because it is the hottest and fastest growing ecosystem in the world right now. And even if you look at from a population perspective, the fastest growing populations, the fastest growing economies, the highest rates of mobile and internet penetration, it's exciting what we have here. But after that, I have to head out, guys. Thank you so much. And thank you very much for putting this organization, this panel together. Excited to engage with you next time. And feel free to add me on LinkedIn or anything like that for follow-up questions. Thank you. Have a great rest of your day. Bye.
Bye. I think the network is playing up again.
Yeah, it is. There we go. You're back.
Yes.
Right,
Did you hear my
welcome back.
question?
No.
Oh, thank you so much. Oh, I was asking, how long does a company have to be in business before it can get investors? And I asked Catherine to please take the lead in answering that question.
Sure, no problem. So really, there are different types of funding, as we know, depending on the life stage of your business. So funding broadly spans anything from where you just have an idea and you have specific investors who look at that, all the way through to Series B, Series C, Series D. And I'll be very brief. So right in the beginning, you want to look at, of course, your own money, your sweat equity, whatever you have. Friends, family, and fools, we always say in the beginning. Once you get through that, you get into the space of angels and try and get some angel money in. This is typically not for hectic equity in any way. And as you go from the angels, you get into this is all pre-seed, into pre-seed. Then you get into a place where it's seed money. Make sure that I always say to any startup who's willing to listen, make sure you take the money into your business as late as possible. You have one chance at taking the first dollar, and from there it just impacts everything else that you're going to do in fundraising. Then after seed, you get a post seed, and this is pre-Series A. Then the VCs start really playing a big role from a Series A. That's what that stage is about. And this typically is for equity in some form or fashion. And then from Series A into all the follow-on rounds. So the answer is there is money at every stage of a business's life cycle. The question is, do you know, as a startup, as an entrepreneur, as a business founder, at which stage you are and what money you should ask for? So very often startup founders get so despondent because they ask money from wrong funders instead of the right ones. And then the one I forgot, of course, there's very early stage also, there's grant funds. And very often, although it's laborious, that's also a way of getting some funding into your business. So depending on your life stage, that depends on the type of money you're going to go search. And then you look for a mandate fit with those funders and get into discussions.
I love that. So there's money at every stage. You just need to know what stage you are as the business owner. Okay, over to you, Bernard. Would you like to share some thoughts on that as well?
Yeah, definitely. So very similar to what Catherine already shared. So I'll just add on top of that. And I'll expand the conversation by saying there's really no time limit on when you can start raising capital. I mean, you don't have to work a year or two, you don't have to start a business for some time. There's really no time limit. However, like Catherine said, you need to know the stage where you are, and you need to know what type of investors you should be speaking to. I think what I would really say is founders should focus on what they should really focus on in the early stages is reaching products and market fit before trying to raise institutional capital. And product market fit is basically establishing that you are in the right market, you found the right customer segments who are willing to pay for the products and services. Because it's one thing to build a great product, but it's a whole different thing to have customers who are willing to pay for it. So once you've reached this point, this is the stage where I feel founders can go and then source institutional capital. However, before that, at the ideation stage, there are other forms of funding. Like Catherine said, you can reach out to your friends and family, your close network, just to raise that initial capital, just to get the idea, the idea of the ground. And just to summarize, so you can reach out to your family and friends to raise small angel tickets in the beginning. But my advice is that you try and bootstrap as long as you can until you absolutely need to raise external money. And on, to comment a bit on maximum or minimum amount, I would say founders should only raise exactly what they need and not, don't raise too little. Of course, don't raise too much than what you need. Usually, in the life cycle of startups, they usually raise for an 18 to 24-month cycle. So if you know you are raising for a 24-month cycle, just do your business model, your projections, and just raise enough capital to last you for that runway, and then you can come back to the market at a later date.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Bernard. Kunle, I'm going to ask you a slightly different question, but still in the same, the same ecosystem of the question I've just asked. What would you say has been one of the gravest mistakes that startup founders make in terms of funding that you've seen, both as a journalist and somebody who's invested in the tech, in terms of stories?
I think one of the greatest mistakes I've noticed is people not wanting to start from the very scratch. When you have an idea from the ideation stage and you look at it, you're looking at yourself competing with some other businesses or maybe like middle way. That is one of the fundamental errors I've noticed. And I've always said the best thing to do is run your own race and start your own ideas and grow gradually. Don't jump before you crawl. And if you try to do that, it's always very difficult. Don't get me wrong, but it takes a lot of grit in you and determination in you to say, I want to do this, and I'm going to take my time and grow gradually. That gradual growth is always a challenge most businesses have. And I always say again, if you want to start a business, what Catherine has said about funding on different stages, yes, I agree to that. But I always advise, do not put enough pressure. Don't put pressure on yourself by seeking for funding from the very start up. Get funding, friends and family, start from a very small stage and grow to a point where you are almost about a quarter or halfway sustaining your business. Then you now need that fund injection that will make your business grow. That's what I always advocate. And it reduces the pressure on you of taking money and you need to make a markup on that money you're taking or investment you're taking, which will make your business grow. Like my own Invest Africa magazine, I didn't take any money from anyone. I knew I was going to do something and I saved up for it. After a while, I spoke to one or two people who said, okay, look, we know what you're doing over the years. We'll give you this to help you grow. And that was it. I did not take any investment until about 3 years after, when I realized I needed to move out of the UK and reach out into Africa. And in Africa, it's a different terrain when you're doing business. People want to see you physically, want to see what you're doing physically as well. So that was where I needed fund injection. Then I had that, and then I moved into Africa. So to me, there was no pressure really. And I was comfortable in what I'm doing. And that's what I always ask people. Do not put pressure on yourself in addition to the business you're already into. 1, 2, whatever fund injection that you need, like Bernard said, take what exactly you need. Don't take more than what you need. Do not take any funding for personal purposes. Just take it strictly for your business and start from the very scratch, grow gradually. Every business, they have a growth graph. So until you have that good graph, I don't think you would succeed so much. So for me, it's just grow gradually. That's what I've seen, and that's what I think is sustainable.
Thank you, Kunle, for sharing sustainable solutions for future business tycoons. Don't look at anybody else. Stay on your lane and do the work, and don't ask for more money than you need. Don't get money so you can buy a purse or a pair of shoes. Use your personal money for that. All right, moving on to the next question. Please, I'd like you, Kunle, I'll start with you now. I'd like you to share any initiative or project or program that your organization is providing or has provided for entrepreneurs in the tech space till date, from as far back as when you started till date.
Okay. One thing which we've been involved with is in the space of renewable energy. Now, that is one area where it's quite expensive if you want to go into it. Solar power, off-grid energy, and all that. It's very expensive. I've played in that area, and I realized you need hundreds of millions of dollars for it to set up. So what we've now started doing is to look into how we can use the raw materials around us, the waste around us, and use them to do things. And in doing that, we look at how we can harness that technology into creating awareness for what we are doing. So right now, we are doing quite a bit on wastes around us, which is what we are using, converting them to items, goods, and services which affordable to people. And in doing that, we have to find a way where we can reach out to people to let them know what we're doing. So we've come up with an app, a website, and a couple of other innovative ideas that we can use. And that's what we are doing now. A lot of people, let's be factual, are not tech that way. Most businesses, most business owners, they are not into that tech space. All they know is, I'm doing my business, I'm manufacturing this, I'm doing that. Now, the marketing strategy you have to adopt to get this out to the end users is a different ballgame entirely. So that's why we approach them, discuss this with them, make a presentation to them. You could use this, you could use that, you could use various opportunities for you to do things. And that's what we are doing now. It's not been easy, let's put it that way, that you get them, because again, this has got to do with a lot of funding. When you want to put this together, you need funding to do this. And for them, all they focus on is their business, their products. But then how do you get that to the end user is what is key and important to every business, anyone does. So that's the phase we are now, where we've been able to get people who could produce, let me use that word, a cheap app for someone to use. You could get people who could teach them how to use various forms of technology, social media, and all that to reach out to people. It helps a lot of businesses that way. Now, the big businesses, yes, you could have them. I have a client somewhere around in Oyo State here, Ibadan. She's doing well. She's able to afford quite a number of things which she can use to promote her business. That's fine. But then again, how many of those ones do you have around? You have much more businesses who are growing, who don't have that opportunity. What Bernard said about their funding system, I think, is good. I've worked with a couple of them, which we've done pretty well in that space, but majority don't have that opportunity. How many businesses can afford to have a $50 million injection into their business? That is that area which I want a lot of people to look into. Don't look at businesses say minimum we can disburse is $100 million or $50 million. What about the businesses that need $10 million, $5 million, $500,000?
All right, Kule, I'm sorry to cut you, but because we are running out of time, I'd like to also have Catherine and Bernard answer the question so we can, go on to other questions. So I would like for
All
you,
right.
if it's okay, to wrap up in a few so that our next
Okay.
panelist can answer.
So, in rounding up, what I want to say is it's good we have Catherine and Bernard doing the business and the millions of dollars there. Let's look at the hundreds of dollars, the thousands of dollars that can help SMEs grow. I think that is more African focused because you have more of them than the ones that do millions. Thank you.
I love that. Thank you so much, Kunle. All right, over to you, Bernard. What initiatives or programs or projects has your organization been working on for entrepreneurs?
Yeah, thank you so much. So value creation is really at the heart of what we do at Acuity, and we leverage our network connections, one to help answer questions our companies may have, and also help them expand into new markets outside of Nigeria. These companies all want to become Pan-African. We have a number of partnerships with global organizations that help with things like governance, and we are really passionate about governance as well, because I think those are some of the ingredients that can really help a company to scale. Now, to more specific programs, our data analytics project is one that I'm very excited about. So what we are basically doing on the data analytics space is we help our companies become consumers of their own data. For every company, who is onboarding customers, they are collecting tons and tons of data. And we hear things like, we are doing data mining, big data, but really when you go into these companies, they are really not using the data as they should. One of the things we've decided to do is that, look, you can use the data you've collected to understand trends in the market faster than your competition, and also really to predict how the market is going to evolve over the next few years. So that's one of the things that we've done. And all the data they collect do not go to waste. We help them understand really intimately the kind of data they are collecting and how that can help them to scale faster. We also have a learning management tool, which we are still trying to put together. And the plan here is really to sort of take all lessons learned from our previous cohort of companies that we can make available to our new portfolio companies, so that we don't have to reinvent the wheel when people encounter some issues with running their companies.
I love that. I love how you mentioned not having to reinvent the wheel with data that's been made available for entrepreneurs, and I appreciate that. All right, Tech Mama, you'll be the last person answering this question today. Projects, programs, and initiatives for entrepreneurs.
Sure, and thanks for my name. I love it. It's Tech Mama. It is now what it is. I'll change my Twitter handle. So really we I love, Bernard, what you said. We also talk about knowledge networks, fundings, and markets, and we know that startups, entrepreneurs need these four things. In different levels, again, depending on where they are in their life stage. And Kunle, I loved what you said, because we have this saying about the best overnight success is never shorter than 9 years. And we know that, right? You're in for the long haul and you're in for the hard yards. So what we try to do with our approach with startups is that we try and tackle the knowledge networks, markets, and fundings in different ways. And how we do that, firstly, is through our Grindstone accelerator. So our accelerator almost acts as a deconstructed DD, if I can call it that, because you work with the companies in the accelerator, and that's a lovely feed into the Grindstone Ventures Fund once they are through. So the accelerator is one. We run 3 cohorts a year, and in fact, watch the wires for those startups who are on. We're starting a Grindstone Africa accelerator call in January, and a Grindstone South Africa specifically accelerator also in February. So that's the accelerator. We have a thing called Grindstone Academy, where literally once a month we just share knowledge, because there's so many applications that that come into the accelerator. We can't work with every startup. It's just a capacity issue. So where we share knowledge and we bring ecosystem players in. Bernard, couldn't expect an invitation from me to come share with, but we have the saying that says it takes an ecosystem to raise a startup. So in the academy, we bring startup ecosystem players in, and we share knowledge and also have an LMS that we share through. The third one is our Grindstone alumni program. The alumni program is probably the most profound, because once you stop a program with a startup, really the hard work only starts, because then you've got to prepare them for customers and for funding, and that's the Grindstone alumni program. So those are the three things that we do, other than the fund, to try and build this ecosystem network effect, to be able to really try and touch the startup once, not waste their time, but help them with either getting customers, which is the best way of funding, or money itself.
Thank you so much for that, Catherine. And I'll also be asking you the next question, so you can start with the answers for us. What strategies can you share with the audience in terms of successful capital raising?
Be realistic. Really, it's not said in an arrogant way. It really is about. So three things, if I can summarize it from my side, and the gentleman will have many more insights, I know. Really think long and hard when you are ready for your first raise, and remember that product market fit is required to be able to get customers. So just know very well when you want to take in that money. Very often customers is actually the best form of funding first, once you've done your own funding. So be very aware of when you need to do your first raise, because the reality is that when you take money, that comes with strings attached, let's be honest, whether it's just a reputational one. The second one, really, the thing of I'm the next Uber, or I'm the next Google, or that's not a differentiator. Really go think about your total addressable market in a way that you really understand it, and don't try and be all things to all people in the beginning. Be prepared to be able to pivot your business as you go. And lastly, we very often have startup founders that are so in love with their product and their solution that they very often don't want to let go or make any changes, regardless and despite of the growth of the business. So don't be attached to that's the only solution, that's the only product. Be open-minded, understand you will pivot. The product is merely a way to get the business done. So take both a product and business perspective when you ask for fundraising. Those are my three.
Right.
Wow, taking lessons from myself as well, because I mean, I'm a product myself. I'm the product and I'm the entrepreneur. Wow, such heavy responsibilities. All right. Kunle, what would you share as strategies for successful capital raising?
I'll go along what Katrina said. You have got to be very realistic about your goals, about your needs, and where you want to be. You cannot be based in Lagos, for example, and you want to conquer the US market, for example. So you have got to be realistic about that. You have got to know your product. You have got to know your market, and you're able to give a benchmark of where you're going to be over a certain period of time. So once you have that analysis done, then that determines what kind of funding you need, how much you need. But long and short of it is just be honest with yourself. And again, just run your own race. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much for that, Kunle. Be honest with yourself and run your own race. Wonderful. Okay, over to you, Bernard.
Yeah, thank you so much. So just to add to what both Catherine and Kunle have shared, I think understanding the assessment criteria is very important. Investors are also in the business of finding scalable businesses that, once they invest in you, you can make money for them as well. So it's really important to understand, to know the assessment criteria and understand the background of the investors you are speaking to. For example, it doesn't make any sense to be speaking to an investor who only invests in East Africa when your company is based in Nigeria. So knowing your investor. So I think point one, knowing your investor is important, and understanding the assessment criteria. Most funds have strict investment criteria, like countries they can invest in, sectors they can invest in, type of solutions they can invest in. So if you know that this company only does digital logistics and you have something in fintech, maybe you may not be the right company for them. So knowing your investor is very important. Governance and structuring is something that we don't talk about often, but I think from the get-go, you should really think very seriously about how you are structured and your governance structures. I think my third point will be, think of investors as your customers. One, you are building a product, so you typically have 2 or 3 customers. The first customer is really the guys you are building a product for who pay you money. Your second customer group can be your employees who you have to take care of. I want to put investors as a third category of customers. And so if you start thinking of investors as customers, you approach them in a different way. One, you want their money, but two, investors also want the opportunity to invest in your company. So you should sell your company in a way to buy investors, as to get investors in as your customers. And just to borrow a point from Catherine, it really takes an entire village to build a great company, and fundraising can be tough. It's a long, winding journey. So, doing it alone can be very, very tough. There are various moving parts, and you really need a strong community of supporters to get it done. So, as much as possible, try not to do it alone. Leverage your network connections, and really, you should seek out help when you can. And I think one of the most powerful tools in fundraising is getting introductions. Like if you know someone at a company, a portfolio company they've invested in before, just send them a quick note and say, hey, can you introduce me to Bernard at Acuity? And I found that it's such a powerful tool to get to get your foot in the door to start the conversation.
Okay, I think she's off again. Okay.
Fantastic.
Well, I think we've done justice to this.
I think so too. So we'll cross back to mission control.
Yeah.
Cool. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks, Bernard. Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine. Thanks, Bernard.
First off, can we get another round of applause for that panel? The investment ecosystem of Nigeria. Influencers share insights and opportunity for the future of business tycoons in Nigeria. The powerful part about that session is that I saw a lot of people was continuing to take notes. Obviously, they were talking about funding, different ways to get capital for your business. I just want to get a show of hands. How many in the room are entrepreneurs searching for funding? Raise your hand. Was that useful? Some of the things I heard, like thoughts like, looking at your investors as customers. I never heard it that way before. Or even just knowing how do you pitch your investor. You need to know their profile, because a lot of times you hear someone, their title is investor, and you send them a message, right? But what if the person is focused on an industry, on a country? So really think through what was said. Hopefully you took notes, because I think that's a very crucial part of the startup development journey. With that said, I'm looking forward to now introducing our next virtual keynote speaker before we kick off to live panels once more. Please get the virtual screen back up so we can welcome Osaham. He's the head of consumer payments at EcoBank. He's also a veteran speaker at the GSC ecosystem, speaking previously at Africa Future Summit. It's a pleasure to welcome him to speak at Nigeria Tech Summit. Please, ladies and gentlemen, give him a round of applause, please.
Okay. Hello, can you hear me? All right. I'm going to get started now. And thank you for having me here, at this Nigerian Tech Summit. It's an exciting place to be. Tech is happening in Nigeria in a big way. I'm going to talk today a little bit about payments, which is my area. And to do so, I'm going to share a presentation. If I could just get it. 1 second, please. Let's upload.
Bank is speaking right now.
Or if Letitia has it, maybe she should share it. It's taking a little while to upload.
But this world, as big as it is, one person can be the tipping scale to really create a domino effect that no one ever seen coming. I would like to remind people, there's going to be a lot of people that's going to judge you and tell you you're too naive.
Okay. Well, bit of technical challenges. I have shared my slides, but for whatever reason, I can't see them on the screen. So let's get started anyway. As Christian mentioned, my name is Osahan Akbata, and I'm head of consumer payments at EcoBank Group. And today I'm going to be speaking a little bit about retail payments in Africa. I suppose my presentation, whichever, I guess it's not showing, will just go, I'll just speak with words. So really, when it comes down to it, when you look at the continent of Africa, it's a very large and vast continent, much larger in scale that's shown on many of the global maps we see. But that's a different topic. And it is the demographics of Africa that make it a very attractive destination for business. It is projected that by 2025, the population on the continent will grow to something like 1.5 billion people. And it's a very young population, which the average age right now is, the median age in Africa is about 19.5. So this means there's going to be a growing workforce. Consumer spending is expected to top $2.1 trillion by 2025, which is a massive opportunity since majority of transactions right now are still currently being done by cash, even though that's reducing. So there's also an increasing adoption of smartphones, and mobile broadband penetration is going up. And this means that a lot of people can be served by applications which are being built by a variety of companies, fintechs, startups, to solve all these different challenges that exist. As the cost of data plans continue to go down, so will the adoption of these smart devices.
I start by saying that there are multiple different conversations that comes when it comes to future of work trends.
One thing that I always find really interesting is how many people kind of all agree that this is the time for Africa to shine and there is a lot happening out there, but no one has really taken the step to do anything. So it's
You've heard this question where you're applying for the job, they say you don't have any experience, but you need experience to have experience.
With all the measures of caution back to normal in order to keep our societies functioning.
Hello all. Thank you for attending this great experiment.
I start by saying that there are multiple different conversations that comes when it comes to future of work trends.
One thing that I always find really interesting is how many people kind of all agree that this is the time for Africa to shine and there is a lot happening out there, but no one has really taken the step to do anything. So it's
You've heard this question where you're applying for the job, they say you don't have any experience, but you need experience to have experience.
With all the measures of caution back to normal in order to keep our societies functioning.
Hello all. Thank you for attending this great experiment, and thanks for having me. It is an honor to be a keynote speaker for the first summit where the audience does not have to wear pants.
I want to reframe artificial intelligence, reframe AI as a potential remover of fear and not the cause. I'm sure this is something that we hear a lot in our various businesses and our conversations, that AI is going to be this global catastrophic risk and end us all, especially if you're fans of sci-fi.
So the blockchain and cryptocurrencies represent a whole new different world. It's like a different universe in which we get to write the rules.
So in this particular photo, we did a documentary about what quarantine looked like in Hangzhou, China, when COVID first hit. And we were able to play that experience with a group of our colleagues and peers, watch it and discuss it together inside of VR.
AI and quantum computing and brain-computer interfacing and the future of computing, it's all based on mastery of matter at the nano scale.
For the first time for this country, I see say young people come together, do something. Nobody talk about the kind church where they go, the kind God where they pray to, the tribe where you come from, the language where they speak, the clique where you did, the economic class where you did. I just did for everything just they happen like clockwork.
So, you have a lot of young people who are getting into positions where they can influence more things happening for us in the tech ecosystem. And I think that is great.
Yeah. Somebody presque $1,000 par mois. Qui va combien de jeunes qui a école? Ou bien, on peut parler. L'autre bagarre, on peut maman en Haïti. Pour ouvrir une compagnie SA, il faut ouvrir un compte en banque dans BLC avec 100 000 gouttes sous lui. L'on fin ouvrir une compagnie ça, ou à dans BLC, il faut ouvrir l'autre compte encore. Ça crée avec 100 000 gouttes là.
We know that women make up half of the world's working age population, but right now are generating about 37% of GDP.
To me, it's really.
Okay. I guess we can get started again. It seems like we're having some technical difficulties. I am not able to reach anyone. So let's get started again. My name is Osaha Akpata, and I am Head of Consumer Payments at EcoBank Group. EcoBank is a Pan-African bank across 33 African countries. And I'm going to be speaking today about retail payments across Africa. Africa is a large continent. It's actually much bigger than it's shown on many of those global maps, but that's another topic. It is the demographics of the continent that make it an attractive destination for business. As you've probably seen, lots and lots of foreign direct investments have been flowing onto the continent in the past year. This year, so far, over $4 billion into this tech startup world. By 2025, it's expected that the population will reach 1.5 billion people. And it's a very young population with the median age of about 19.5. So this means that the workforce is going to be growing, and consumer spending is expected to top $2.1 trillion by 2025, which is a massive opportunity since the majority of transactions are currently done in cash, even though that's reducing. So there's an increasing adoption of smart devices as well, as mobile broadband penetration increases with the lowering of the costs of data plans. And this means that more and more people are going to be able to be served by the applications that are being developed by several tech startups to solve the problems of people on the continent. Now, as mentioned earlier, the use of cash is reducing, but it remains king. Electronic transactions are growing very quickly, and the opportunity to convert people, or should I say digitize cash transactions, is quite large. In 2019, cash was used for 13 times the number of transactions compared to electronic. However, that ratio continues to go down as cash use reduces, and by 2025, it's expected that cash will be about 79% of all transactions, where it's at 93% right now. Cash, however, does have hidden costs to the merchant and also to the government, which is one of the motivations as to why some of the governments are looking at central bank CBDCs, the central bank digital currencies, like Nigeria has just recently launched the e-Naira. The cost of printing and transporting cash is huge. And if you can reduce that, then that would be a good thing. So when it comes to online payments, the continent is not homogeneous. West and East Africa are largely mobile money areas, while North and Southern Africa are card and transfer driven. For Nigeria, according to a study done by McKinsey, 42% of online transactions were done via cards, while 34% were done via electronic transfers. So there's, it varies from country to country. And any company that's looking to serve businesses with payment solutions needs to consider these differences with an omni-channel offering. Now, on this continent, there are somewhere between 85 and 95 million micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, MSMEs. And when I say about 95 million, I'm not talking about subsistence farmers. I'm actually talking about businesses. The micro enterprises employ somewhere between 1 and 10 employees, while the small ones go from 10 to 50, and then the medium-sized ones go from 50 all the way up. So these are big employers. 80% of the workforce, adult workforce, is employed by MSMEs, and they're very important to the economy of the continent. But a large number of these MSMEs are micro enterprises with the 1 to 10 employees, so they're small. And to serve them effectively for large companies is sometimes a challenge, which is why the use of technology is very important, because it can provide innovative and cost-effective solutions for these companies. In Nigeria alone, there are something like 42 million MSMEs, according to a SMEDAN survey recently. And the COVID-19 pandemic has had a devastating effect on these companies. Now, African small and medium-sized enterprises have a variety of challenges. Some of them are market access, some of them are financial, some of them are administrative. So on the financial side, collections is a big challenge. Just the offline collections, as in a person going into a store and paying them. Online, when they have to do that, they start doing e-commerce, which is growing very fast. Cross-border payments, you have to receive or pay for things across the borders. These are challenges that they're dealing with. Access to credit and liquidity, it's a big challenge that businesses have. Calculating their taxes, paying their taxes, all of these are challenges on the financial side. On the administrative side, things like accounting, having a payroll system, invoicing, business management, these are challenges that they're facing. They need help with business advisory. For example, when you hear about all these funds being raised, these are sometimes in a Series A or a seed round. Somebody had to advise them on how to do that, because many of the people running these businesses are not familiar with how that works. They need strategy help. They need market analytics, data analytics on reports and business insights on the companies that they're running. Sometimes they need escrow services to manage that counterparty risk. They need inventory management. They need business registrations and incorporation, getting the licenses and certification. So there are a variety of challenges that businesses have in their everyday lives. And this is where companies who are looking to serve on the payment side could actually make a difference. Because rather than just offering digital collection service, there's an opportunity to actually offer value-added service along with that and be more successful. We've already established that there's a large amount of payments, up to $2.1 trillion worth of consumer payments expected by 2025. And these cash payments, majority of those payments right now are cash. So just converting into digital, there's some value there, and there's money to be earned, as we've seen from some of the unicorns that have stepped out of the shadows in some of the countries, such as Flutterwave or InterSwitch, in Nigeria, for instance. These are companies that are serving businesses by charging a small fee for handling the transactions, but the margins are going down. The take rates for in the merchant collection business, margins are going down, especially in environments where they're trying to drive a cashless policy and there's regulatory pressure on the fees. But also large merchants would negotiate lower fees because they might have that clout to be able to do so. And so nobody wants to pay the fees, or should I say, there's a little convenience there, but those fees will keep tending towards zero. So when there's an opportunity to meet some of those needs that I mentioned earlier that businesses have by providing value-added services, then that could be a good way to be successful. So, for example, now imagine a grocery chain who do a lot of transactions and have also negotiated a very good merchant service charge, but they would be willing to pay for enhanced performance, where very few people have problems at the counter and they just get through. And so that's the kind of thing that companies are willing to pay for. Or picture a fashion retailer. The number of fashion retailers that signed up for buy now, pay later has tripled in the past couple of years, because that's a service that it brings value to their customers and helps them sell more product. So that's it for me. I just wanted to share some of these thoughts on the payment space and retail payments in Africa. And with that, I'll hand back over to the hosts. Thank you very much.
All right. So before we transition to the final panel of the day and then transition to the startup showcase portion of the agenda, which I'm telling you is going to really inspire you. It's a positive and most amazing way to end the day. Can we kick off the video? I want to give a huge shout out to the diaspora that's joining us virtually. Of course, all the American Spaces corners that's joining us from across Nigeria. Please, let's get the Africa Future video just to engage for all the diaspora that's joining us in virtually for the program. Let's kick off the video before we transition to the panel.
One thing that I always find really interesting is how many people kind of all agree that this is the time for Africa to shine and there is a lot happening out there, but no one has really taken the step to do anything.
We see many African SMEs that, they have the potential to become a successful, African, but also global traders as well. So that's the first point.
I said education helps us to understand our problems, but also come up with solutions to them. Technology helps us to scale out the solution.
You'll find that we are likely to hold positions of power across the globe, regardless of what our representation is. We often have to overcome so many barriers and constraints in life and have to work twice as hard than our male counterparts to access those positions of power.
I just want to say this experience has shown me that Africa is home to an incredibly diverse group of talented and innovative people, including entrepreneurs and business leaders who are poised to make a difference and make significant contributions across Africa, as well as to the global economy.
If you've been to Africa, or if you're African, you know exactly what I'm talking about. With especially in Uganda, we have 45 million people, with only less than 40% have access to internet.
I have a lot of hope for the AFCFTA because, as you know, being in this space for a long time, I realized that it righted the wrong of the way in which we've approached trade and trade policy, the way we've approached investment policy, which is the other part of the marriage, and the way we have ignored industrial policy.
Now, as we all know, Africa is going to quadruple its population in the next 2 decades. In other words, in the next 2 decades, 1 in every 4 person on planet Earth is going to be African. Now, 70% of that is below 25 years. So Africa is a very youthful population, and Africa is going to unleash a very youthful population on the world.
So no matter where you are in the world, you can find talent in Ghana, in Nigeria, in Kenya, in Tanzania, all around. But our people and our young professionals need to be upskilled and be informed about how to do effective work, even if it's remote.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm so excited to introduce one of the next panels. Nigeria startup founders and influencers hear the startup journey, insights, and lessons from the region's top entrepreneurs. And we're really excited about this panel because the energy from this conversation is really going to inspire the startup showcase that we're going to end the program for today. So, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in a warm welcome of our moderator who will be joining us. Please give her a virtual round of applause. Adoa, Communications Manager and Digital Strategist. Welcome to Nigeria Tech Summit. Please give her a warm welcome as she welcomes the speakers to the main stage.
Thank you so much. So I will just jump right into it. Thank you so much for maintaining the energy today. I'll go ahead and introduce our speakers. So we have Arome Ibrahim. Please, can he join me on stage? Everyone, please give him a round of applause. It's not easy. We have Toby Akinyele, founder Trigon Media. Thank you so much. We have Excellence Joshua, founder of Techie Train Incubator. Is she here? The energy is low. Can we wrap it? Thank you so much. And then finally, we have Hafsat Dange, manager at CAC and also a Mandela Washington Fellow. All right. I think we'll just jump right into it. It's great to meet all of you today. Like I said, our conversation is particularly important. We've had a lot of people give presentations virtually, but I feel like this is going to be a very practical session because you guys are doing the ground. You're right there on the field and making things happen. So for our first question, we're going to talk about background. Can you give us a bit about So first of all, we're going to go with you, Arame, if that's okay. Could you give us a background on your journey, how you got started at Experis Immersive? So.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Arame Ibrahim. I'm the co-founder of Experis Immersive, and I would say I'm super excited to be here, right? So my journey was quite simple. I got started with virtual reality and augmented reality in 2018. I attended the faith-sponsored event here in Abuja, and the moment I wore the VR headset, I was like transformed on how this technology can aid learning, especially in education, in entertainment, also arts and heritage. And since then, I've been able to build a startup called Experis Immersive, and also growing a community around emerging technologies such as virtual reality and augmented reality in Nigeria.
That's really interesting because we keep hearing about how AR, VR are the next big thing. So it's good to hear about it in more of a practical sense, how we can improve learning. What about you, Excellence? I'm particularly interested in hearing from you because it's something that some people would not like to acknowledge, but there are fewer women in tech. Do you think so? So seeing you here, I'm interested in hearing from you. So tell us about Techie Train. What about your background? What has your journey been?
Okay, so in 2018, I was 25 and I was divorced. I had a 2-year-old son. I just graduated. I was broke and stranded. I practically ran away from my now ex-husband from a very terrible abusive marriage, and I had a neurological breakdown. And so I got home and it dawned on me that I was 25 and this was not the life I wanted for myself. I had just graduated as a medical laboratory scientist and I wasn't getting jobs. So the jobs I was seeing, they needed me to do call duty. And I had a 2-year-old son. I didn't have a help. I was just kind of frustrated. And so I kept trying, but I wasn't getting better options without call duty. And then that's 2018. In 2019, I found out about digital solutions. First, it was for me to connect with my son, who was very reserved. I noticed he loved cartoons a lot. And so I learned how to animate, to create cartoons for him. But when I was putting the cartoons out there, I didn't know anything about video marketing and how powerful it was. And so everybody was, wow, this is so good. And for me, I felt we could revolutionize learning with animations. That was what was key for me. But then as we grew, people were more particular about how simplified my my teachings were, than what I was doing. And then COVID happened in 2020, and some organizations reached out to me. Can you help train our women on how to move their businesses online? From home, you've reached so many people training on animations and video marketing. And that was how we started. So I was training them, and I was also doing the services. And women will come and be like, I love it. I've learned, but I don't have the time. I want to do production. I don't have time for the online media. Can you get somebody like you? So everybody keeps saying, get someone like you, but I didn't have people like me. And then people that followed my journey were like, oh, Excellence, I see how your life has been transformed. Can you teach me what you do? COVID has happened. I lost my job. My salary has been slashed by 50% and all of that. And I'm like, okay, there's a gap here. There are people looking for jobs. And if they can reskill, because I didn't have a tech background, and if they can do this, then those that also need to skill, they can also get talents to help them skill. And so I began to train women. And then when they're done, I give them a chance to do internship. And so the entrepreneurs trusted me because they knew, oh, you train these people, then they're good, like you. And so the women will come in between, and it was a hybrid service. And then they work, they learn, and they work. And that's how we grew. So far, we've trained over 6,000. We've been training and then outsourcing globally.
Thank you so much, Excellence. That was a very inspiring one. It's obvious that you saw a gap and then you went for it. So Toby, this next question is for you. I am aware that you're the founder of Trigon Media and also a brand strategist. So basically you run a media outfit. That's very interesting to me because I work in communications myself, though in the nonprofit sector. So I would like to inquire, what would you say are the fundamentals for a successful entrepreneurial career?
Hi everyone, it's great to be here. My name is Toby and the name is Trigon Media. Trigon Media. Yes, so to your questions, I'll say it starts with having a passion. Having a passion, knowing that if it's to be, it's up to you, really. And then seizing opportunities. Basically, I started out having a creative passion. I started out doing things easily. and I didn't know how. I didn't know why. Then I went to school to read civil engineering for 7 years. So and then I came out, I'm like, I don't want to become a civil engineer. I really want to do things. I really want to make my hands work. And I took up graphic design, and within 2 weeks, I could design flyers. It was that easy. So it came easily to me to start graphics. So from graphic design, I took up website development, learning on my own, and it became super easy. I remember the first website job I had. The guy didn't know that was the first time I was going to build websites. And I told him that, oh, I can do this thing. So opportunities will always come, but it's up to you to seize it when it comes. So you have to be ready, basically. And majority of the breakthroughs I have, I'm still not there yet, but majority of the breakthroughs I have is been just seizing opportunities.
I start by saying that there are multiple different conversations that comes when it comes to future work trends.
One thing that I always find really interesting is how many people kind of all agree that this is the time for Africa to shine and there is a lot happening out there, but no one has really taken the step to do anything.
So it's very this question where you're applying for the job, they say you don't have any experience, but you need experience to have experience.
With all the measures of caution back to normal in order to keep our societies functioning.
Hello all. Thank you for attending.
Also across Africa. Though the industry is quite small, basically we know ourselves in the industry in Nigeria and also in Africa. But I believe in the next 5 to 10 years, we should see some of the big players, for example, Meta, which is formerly Facebook, and the rest investing more in Africa, right? Supporting emerging technologies such as VR, AR, AI, and IoT. And also see how we can have the government agencies like NIDA and the rest support homegrown entrepreneurs and homegrown startups. Because trust me, being a startup and not having any support is a lot of headache, right? Not having investment also is another headache. But I believe if we could really, really support what we are doing currently across Nigeria, it would be a huge builder for those companies that really want to scale, not just scale across Africa, but globally. And also, another point I'd love to add is to see how we can create learning resources that are tailored to our needs, right? Just like he said, he's self-taught. I'm also self-taught. I watched a lot of YouTube videos, right? But if we could have some of our key entrepreneurs sharing what they do, sharing their stories and their hacks to people that want to learn, trust me, Nigeria will be the next big thing in the coming 5 to 10 years.
All right, so we have excellence next.
Yes, I want to add to what he said, local content. So 5 years ago, most of our content was not tailored to our environment. You know, when I finished from school, one thing that was particular to me, I said, how can students not understand that the end of chemistry is physics? How can everything be everywhere? I trained in UCH, and one thing that was spectacular for us was applied knowledge. Nobody is coming to ask you, what is this? So you see the clinical results and you have to interpret. And you're looking at it and you're saying, okay, from this PCV, this is a likely the diagnosis that is here. And so I'm like, why is it just medicine? Why just UCH? How about our kids come out and they understand that if I throw a ball, it's the law of gravity that's working? Why can't they understand? How can this thing be merged together? So for me, it was more about having experiential and applicable knowledge. And so when I started training in digital skills, one thing that set us apart was we're doing local content. We had many people come tell us, I've done social training, I don't want to mention names, here, but it's not applying. I don't understand it. I go there, I've trained, and I even had 100%, and then I go to Instagram and I'm lost. It's not applying to my audience in Nigeria. And so we began to create local content, and then we now infuse projects into what we're creating. So I'll teach you how to optimize, I'll teach you how to understand the online media, and then I'll teach you video marketing. And then I give you a project, and I tell you, record a video, tell me your name, where you're joining from, and then what you've learned from the program. Now they think I'm just marking that. No, I'm marking your creativity. I'm marking your editing skills. After I'm marking your caption and how you're able to put it together. And then when I'm done marking that, I go to your profile to see if it's optimized. And then I see your engagement level as well. So it's one question, but I'm able to have an overall view. It's not just coming to give you objectives and then you say, I had 85% and I've passed. No. So when someone graduates from Techie Training Incubator Academy and the person says, I had 80% certificate of excellence, you know, oh, this person has been grounded. Do you understand? So I think local content, and I think it's been appreciated now because in the tech space, it's more about what you can do, not what you know. So everybody's asking for your portfolio. So you can't tell me I had 100. What's that? Okay, show me what you've done. And if we're able to interpolate this across board in AI and fintech, everywhere, I think we would have a very strong system. And I think something else that is good is we getting funding and support and the government understanding that we're in the digital era. And so it's important that we see digitalization across spheres. So for us, even as we train and outsource, we also let them think innovation. We've had medical doctors come through our training, and then today they're cybersecurity engineers in medical sphere. They're doing things in telemedicine. They're creating awareness in telemedicine. So I tell them, identify your strengths. When you identify your strength, you know the tech skill that is important for you, then you apply that skill in that area that is your strength and drive change. You don't have to be an online media or web developer or something.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I think the audience agrees that that's a very interesting perspective. So localizing content, gone are the days when content seemed to be tailored to another audience. Content is being localized to the African audience these days, and that's a very welcome development. So moving on, so Toby, if I may, what do you think is an interesting trend among tech startups in Nigeria?
Well, I don't know if that's a positive or a negative.
Besides Twitter feuds and all of that. So.
I think, okay, two things I'll say. This is not really like, it's not, what I would say now is not too positive. Is it the fintech space and how every young person, every startup is jumping into fintech. I don't advise it personally. I like Mr. Femi mentioned, I think there's already see a solution in that, and that's why everybody's jumping. But I think that we can go further. We can think of more things, and also socially and entertainment-wise, I see a lot of social marketing on IG, marketing on TikTok. Look at what Nigerians have done TikTok to, and it's a good thing, and it's a good thing. We just have to. It's a good thing, but it's free now, right? So we just have to look for a way to create value with that and let it become an earning capacity for us. So whatever you're doing, the advice is to think of how you can give value. You can only get paid if you provide value, right? So think of how you can give value. You might be doing it for free, you might be enjoying it, but if you don't give value, if people don't see the value in the word.
Thank you so much. Anyone else want to jump on that?
To add to that, I would say what is currently going on for most startups in Nigeria is building a community around your solution, right? If you notice, most fintech startups, for example, are already leveraging on campus-based programs. So getting to the student directly in campuses to jump on board with their solution, right? So basically, for us, for example, in the emerging tech space, you can't just bring out a product and get people to buy it or get people to leverage on it, right? You need to build a community around what you are building. So you have them giving you feedback on the solution and making sure that everything is perfect before you launch. So community building has been amazing so far.
So I want to add communication. Communication is key. I think we have so many techie people that don't know how to communicate the value they're providing. So they're very good, they're very techie, but they can pitch. They can pitch themselves. They can pitch the services. That's one thing we do. We'll teach you tech, but we'll teach you how to give an elevator pitch. We'll teach you how to communicate what you're doing. What are you doing? Who are you doing it for? How are you doing it? So you're so good, but you're just in one corner. And then you see people that they are not doing as good as you are, making noise all over the place and getting all the money and all the visibility. We have fantastic ideas all over the place, but techies they're not skilled in communication. And I think that's something we should do. So we should put them out there. We need more voice. I think we should encourage those in the technology space to be particular about their PR or get people to do it for them.
Toby, is this where you come in? So we've talked about the space in general, but I want to get down to the nitty gritty. What about challenges in the work that you do? I want to know, any obstacles you faced. Let's get in there.
For us, it's been a lot. We outsource, and in our outsourcing, we do both hybrid and outright outsourcing. So for outright outsourcing, you come to us, I need a web developer, and then we just hire, and then you go on from there. For hybrid, we don't just hire, we onboard your staff, and then you give us your goals, we pass it on and ensure that the deliverables are met. So you pay us and we pay them. And so because most of these women work remotely, in as much as in our academy, we don't just train for work, we train for intellect, work, and welfare. So it's important that their capacity is built, their mind is expanded, because in working remotely, discipline is key. So it's not just that I did the job, you have to do it on time. So those are things we test for. And so when you hire, because as women, you have kids, or they'll come and tell you, power, the internet is just not going. So there are just so many things that fight against them, and which has been a problem. But we're currently looking at setting up an innovation hub. We're starting here in Abuja, where women can come learn, work, and earn, where you don't have issues of power and the internet, and then across cities in Nigeria and Africa, because we don't just train women in Nigeria, but across Africa as well. So that's one thing we see. My data, the internet, I could not submit that assignment, and all of that. And then when you're outsourcing globally, you have people from countries in the US, UK, Canada, you can't give those kind of excuses. But trying to change the brand image of Nigeria and the global outsourcing industry. And so we can't afford to give excuses. So those are challenges that we'll face, but we hope that with the innovation hub and then like that, we feel that we'll have something better.
Thank you so much. Anyone else?
Well, for us, it would be about maybe people. It's kind of pretty difficult to get the right people sometimes to come on your idea. And it's fine because nobody really understands what you want to do. So when you start out you start out with this big picture and high and lofty, and you tell people and they laugh at you. And that's fine, really. It's okay if you don't understand. But oftentimes you get that it's difficult to get people to work on that vision. And so while you are giving 110%, somebody is giving like 5%, and it doesn't really work that way. So yes, so I think for us that's been the biggest challenge. And sometimes over time, people can grow into a vision. So you see, you hire people and they start out not getting the big picture, but after a few years, they get to see small and little wins, and then they get the big picture over time. Yeah.
So people are Human resources. That's
People, processes.
Yeah.
So people, processes, and for processes, you need, I'll say, systems. For systems to work, ultimately, you need money. And because maybe if you one person doing something, and then you have more clients in, and you need to double down on your results, so you need more processes instead of the question is, can somebody now stand in your place and do the same thing as excellently as you have it done? So if you are able to tweak that angle, you are able to scale up easily. All right, so people, processes.
Thank you so much. So I would like to give room for the audience to also ask their questions. So we'll just address this last question. So what ultimately your solution, what your company, what you're building, what do you ultimately aim to achieve? What do you want to solve? That big problem, your why.
Okay, so for us, given a projection between next 5 to 10 years, we want to see how we can fully leverage virtual reality and augmented reality in 2 key areas, which is education. So we're currently working with selected schools in Abuja, private and public, to help digitize their curriculum. Because I notice most students learn STEM-based subjects, and including biology and chemistry, and they cannot visualize what they have been taught. Some of them have not seen a skeleton in their lives or might not be able to see that, right? So what we're trying to do is to create 3D content of those particular subject matters and train the teachers on how to use them. So for example, in the classroom, a teacher can just pick up an iPad and project an augmented reality experience of this human skeleton. And trust me, the students will learn and understand more better than using the normal textbook or the blackboard. And also another area we're looking at is in arts and culture, right? Currently, we have poor visualizations of our heritage. So we want to see how we can create 3D twins. A twin is basically a digital version of a natural object, like maybe the fair bronze head. We are going to create a 3D twin of it, whereby those museums can have a digital replica and in return create revenue from that via NFTs or having a virtual collection online that people anywhere in the world can engage with it, and see how we can build a community around what we are building here in Nigeria, and have like some of the best startups currently going through our incubation and accelerator program that we're going to host, working for some of the big startups in the world.
So while you were speaking, one thing occurred to me. What about the technology gap? So you mentioned teachers in classrooms, and I'm a trained teacher, so I can visualize some of the schools that I've been to. Let's talk about maybe government schools. Like they barely have seats, and they use the wall boards. They are not blackboards. Trust me. So what about that gap? How do you bring this AR and VR, to a place that still looks like it's from the last century?
So basically, the tech is quite expensive. Hardware is expensive. You have your average VR headset costing close to $300, right? So for us, going full VR will be expensive. That's why we're leveraging on augmented reality. Most teachers have mobile phones, right? So create content that tailored to those mobile phones, and they could share it with the students in the classroom. Because if we're building with a VR headset, they have to get a VR headset. But with AR, they could do that easily anywhere they are in Nigeria.
Okay, so leveraging mobile technology that a lot of Nigerians have access to. So that's some penetration there. Thank you so much. So, actually.
Well, for us at Trigon Media, what we want to do really is to celebrate arts and entertainment. And we feel that when you celebrate our culture, our arts, tell our stories, celebrate our entertainment, we can create and expand the opportunities in that space. The person that represented the Minister for Youth and Sports, he mentioned something. He gave an example about Wizkid and how he was topping the charts in Billboard. But the funny thing is that there are many people with the talent of Wizkid currently in Nigeria. Just go to TikTok and see what we're doing on TikTok, or go to Instagram. Now the question is, in the next 5 years, if these guys are not mentored, if they don't have the platform, if they are not paid for their good thing or their passion, if they are not celebrated, they'll give up because of hunger. Because of hunger, right? Personally, I remember because like I said, I was quite creative. I remember wanting to become a musician. I did it for about 2 years, carrying my guitars, playing in gigs. But then I was starving. I couldn't eat, right? And I was hungry. So I had to give myself brain. I dropped my guitar. I took up something that would feed me, right? And who knows, I would have been a very good musician. Now, just to say that every raw talent, if it's not harnessed, will die. And it won't be because of the person was not good enough. It will be because of the person did not have money to grow it. Now, I believe that's the difference between the developed society and what we're lacking. We are not harnessing our talents. So our talents are dying. There are no processes, there are no systems to improve what we are doing correctly, right? So that's what we want to change. We want to create a platform. We already have a digital blog, a digital magazine out. It's called thesquare.com.ng, where we celebrate art. We just tell our stories. We interview our artists. We put them to the limelight. We create opportunities. We are very excited for Netflix coming into Nigeria, but there are thousands of many other kind of investors that want to come into Nigeria. Guys, they are not coming because we don't have the system to bring them in. It was a struggle for Netflix to do what they are doing now. We tell ourselves the truth. Because of the market, because of the system, because of the structure. If we put the right structure in place, if we put the right systems in place, investors will come and we will be paid for what we enjoy doing. And everybody will be happy about it. All right? It's time to stop.
Thank you so much. So what about you?
Okay, so for us, our ultimate goal is to boost the economic development of women by bridging the gender gap in employment across Africa. And in doing this, we're not just reducing inequalities, we're actually ensuring that there's no poverty. And we are also encouraging gender equality. Now, this is very key because when you empower women, you empower the future. If you listen to reviews from our women, you literally dance. They come in, and I'm not techie, I can't do this. And 4 weeks, 6 weeks, they're literally transformed. When a woman is transformed, it creates a ripple effect. They're excited about their children. Their kids, they want their kids to be techie. I had someone come in and she's transformed, and today her child, 6 years old, is designing with Canva. It's a ripple effect, right? So when they're able to do that, they're able to make better decisions. They have options. For me, one of the reasons I got married when I was 21, going to 22, one of the reasons I got married, we were broke. We were very broke, and I felt, oh, this one will help me actualize my vision and, pay my school fees and sort me out and all of that. That was the worst mistake in my life. But if I knew I could do something, if I knew I could self-sustain. We have students from schools today that are actually, they have hope that they're working. I read a review just yesterday, and she was telling me, Ma, during the boot camp, he kept telling us to practice. And I went and I updated my profile on Upwork and all of that. She said, Ma, by the second week of our training, I'd earned my first $60. And then after that, by the third week, when we had learned video marketing, I got my first NGO role. And then she said she was going to pay me, she was going to pay me $100 to just copy and paste a design on Canva per month. And she's like, they're in the US and they expect me to just work for 5 hours per week. And she's like, there's another one again that is coming. The excitement. I have money of my own, because the little protection a woman has is the money of her own. The African society is not kind to helpless women, for God's sake. So that little money that you can stand and say, okay, I'm doing this because I have options. So at the end of the day, when the economic development
Any questions? Person over there. Anyone else? I'd like to just give a count so that we can utilize our time. Anyone else? Any other questions? Anyone? Okay, someone over there. Okay, it's like 4 questions. All right, is that all? Okay, 4 questions. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abubakar Zakari Ibrahim. I'm a pharmacist and a blockchain enthusiast. And my question goes to you, sir. You made mention about the NFTs. Like the NFTs is kind of a revolution. It's something that is getting attention now. But there is a challenge that we are facing because for you to go into these NFTs, you need crypto. Like you can't just, like you have to make payments in order to post your art. So the problem that we are having is the CBN have bring a policy like a ban on crypto, like the banks cannot facilitate crypto transactions. And we the youth, we want to do everything by the book. And like I have a friend in the US, he's making thousands of dollars every day. And sometimes I'm the one that make the art for him and he sell it in the open sea. So it is not favoring us. So what is your take? Should we do it the illegal way and get it in the black market? Or should we just stand and be looking while we miss the revolution? Thank you.
So I think we'll take all of the questions, right? And you can just take note of them and then they'll respond. So next person, please. There was someone over there and then someone over there.
Okay, good day. I'm Kenneth Obodo. I'm a product designer, a realtor, and also a digital marketer. I have a few questions to ask. You know, we also have to take cognizance of the kind of terrain we found ourselves in, where influence peddling affects every that.
Facilitate the creative industry. You cited an example of the peculiar nature of setting up a Netflix Nigeria as an example. So, and you encourage that such structures and systems be put in place. So I was wondering if you could suggest some, some of your own recommendations, aside from highlighting the absence of these systems. So can you just share, or let's banter over some of your suggested solutions for these systems? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is that the last question? I believe there were 4.
Yes. Please, I want to add one more thing, please. Don't be offended.
Okay.
There is a major challenge here. It's not about having a business idea or a product idea in Nigeria. It is how to protect your product from being stolen by people that already have money. How do you pitch your ideas to individuals who have money but lack ideas and they are ready to steal what you have? This was actually the major challenge I faced in the course of starting up my business. So how did you, cross that bridge?
All right, thank you so much. I think we'll jump right into this questions. Who would like to go first? I think.
Okay, so I want to answer that guy. You don't have to know anybody to scale. So do you want to hear my story? Okay. So when I left, the thing was I was married for 3 years, and so that marriage cost me every valuable relationship I ever had. And so when I came back, I had to start from the ground up. I was too ashamed and beaten to actually reach out to anybody. The very first, when I said in my animation, the first thing I'm going to talk to you about is be visible. That's what I'm talking about, communication, be visible. So that day I was there, or I was putting my animations, and people were reaching out. Someone reached out to me from Italy. She's like, I'm tired of sending my brother money. Can you teach him the skill? He's in Enugu. I don't mind flying him down to Abuja. And I'm like, oh, yes, sure. But more people were coming to me, and I'm like, hold on, don't fly him down. Let's try a WhatsApp class. If it works, then we do it. If it doesn't work, we do the flying down to Abuja. And so I just put it out to people. On Tuesday, by Saturday, when we start the class, we had 20-something people in class, and we had those on the waiting list for the next class. And so when I did that, I was so excited. I kept putting out what I was teaching my son online. And so there was this masterclass. I don't know if you know High Economy. It's AGS masterclass. And they had a masterclass. It was 30,000 naira. I could not afford it. At that time, I was even using my mom's laptop. My phone was a 1 gig RAM phone. It was that bad. And so they had this masterclass, and it was 30,000 naira. I could not afford it, but I kept stalking the page. I kept saying, one day I'll go. And then they just put up one day at about 11 p.m. that a brand was going to sponsor 2 people, tell us why you should be selected. Most people are not ready when the opportunity comes. I put it out there. When I answered the questions, I went to iron my clothes. I refused to sleep that night. 4 a.m., I got a mail that I was actually selected among the 2 people. It was here in Transcorp. I came for that meeting, and I was the first person to show up at that meeting. When I got there, I began to introduce myself and relate to people. And one of the things they taught us that day was how to pitch. And she says, we want 6 people to volunteer. Let's see if I've taught well. And people were shying away. I raised up my hand. And so I came out, and then others began to come out. And so we had the pitch. And after the pitch, they decided to vote. And unanimously, I came first. And we thought it was just a joke. And they said, for coming first, they were going to give me 30,000 naira. I didn't pay for the class, but they were going to give the person back the money that paid for the class. And so they gave me 30,000 naira. So I came there for free, and I got 30,000 naira. I got home, and by the end of that week, I'd registered my business name with 10,000 naira. Registration then was 5,000 at a discount, and everything name set. With about 9,000 something, I registered my business. With the remaining 20,000 naira, I bought a Gioni phone, 3 gig RAM, 64 gig ROM. I be 3 gig ROM. Yeah, that's what I bought. And that's how I grew. From that class, they told us about the Access Bank Entrepreneur Pitch Team. It was 1 week to the close date. I applied, and I got in. And I had a mini MBA with the World Bank, full scholarship. And that was how I began to grow. I kept putting myself out there, and I began to get help. But you know what I was doing? Every single money I was getting, I was taking more courses. From animations to graphic design, to being a full stack web developer, to being a mobile web developer, I didn't stop. From having a 1 gig RAM phone, I was able to get a laptop. From that laptop, I have a Core i7, and like that, I kept growing. Most youths are just sitting down, but it starts with visibility, and you have to be prepared. You have to be prepared. You just don't know where the opportunity will come. And so I kept doing that, and I kept pursuing for opportunities. Did I get all? No. Did I get some? Yes. But people kept finding me somehow. I just got a contract to train 5,000 youths across the country in digital skills from the Nigerian Export and Promotion Council. I don't know anybody. There. I was just called one day, Excellence, this startup girls are doing is so fantastic, because my girls were putting their reviews everywhere, all over the place. I'm introverted. That's the truth. But they kept talking about it. It was so good. It's so good that they kept talking about it. And so when they put it out there, they called me and they said, bring your proposal. Let's see. Oh, you're just training girls. We want men. I'm like, oh, it's women I do. Oh, can you do men as well? Yes. How many can you train? We do 500 per quarter. Can you train 2,000? I said, yes. But when the letter came, I was to train 5,000. So you don't sit down under the light. You can't be a light and be hiding under your bed. How visible are you? How prepared are you for the opportunity? You see applications and you will not apply. So.
Yeah, so I think I'll just touch up on everything. So, sir, for the NFT, I don't think we can do anything about it. but we can pray. Our prayer is up to God, it's not up to us. But please don't go the illegal way. Now, what happens is that, funny enough, some of these people at the end of affairs, they have children, they have kids that are age mates. We can talk to them to influence their parents. That's how it happens. It's not a bad idea, trust me. But for now, we cannot do anything illegal. We can pray and wait and be patient, right? I still have cryptocurrency investments, right? You don't have to shout. You don't have to do anything. Just be patient. It's illegal. Time and chance, right? Time and chance is one. And the same thing I'll say. Funny enough, we've been on this stage. It's not like personally. Let me speak for myself. It's not like there's any billion anywhere. Trust me, I saw this information online many weeks ago, and I'm like, oh, I want to be here. And I saw an opportunity to attend the panel and tell my story, and I sent it, and I'm here. I don't know the owner of this organization, and I don't have no reason to know her, but I was ready, and I saw an opportunity that I knew I wanted to be part of, and I applied, right? So I keep hammering that you have to be ready to seize opportunities when they come, right? And the person that asks the problems I said, my recommendations, those are some of that's actually why I set up my business, Trigon Media. The fact that we want to fill in these gaps. So we have sport.net that is basically a career management platform, right? You're a creative, you want to learn something, we'll teach you, right? We'll onboard you properly, you get internship, you'll be connected to mentors, and then you start earning money from it. All of this is my idea. So if you have the money to help me, please come and join me in the vision, right? but trust me, but this is what I want to do. And I've just said it solves a problem. To do it, I don't have the money to do it. What I want to do is to ignite the vision, and hopefully along the way, faith will bring everybody that is part of the vision to join me, right? To the person of sharing your ideas, the truth of the matter is that you have an idea, you don't have the money, you have to tell people. That's the only way you get your ideas out there. Don't be too scared of not telling people and holding what you have. The same wisdom that God gave you to bring your idea, he will bring many other people your way. But you need to tell people, because you don't know who will have the money to help you, right? There are things you can do. You can sign an NDA. You can, when you are presenting your proposal, you can write a clause there. This idea is mine. It should not be used. No. It's not like it doesn't have to be this raw. It's called an NDA, right? Just go online, search an NDA. You print it and write there. What will happen is that even if it's local, the person knows that I cannot use this idea. But the thing is that don't be too scared not to share your idea. You have to talk about your idea. That's the only way you can get people. You have to ask before you receive. It's that easy.
Can we get louder applause? I think you've done very well. I think you've learned a lot. Has this been insightful for everyone? If it has, please just raise your hand if you enjoyed this particular panel. Okay, I think we did well. Kudos to us. Okay. So thank you so much. I've been told that we've come to the end of this session. Too bad, but hopefully we get to see you next time. All right. Thank you so much.
That was not enough. Can we please get another round of applause? We're actually a little bit over time, but I really love the energy. And thank you, everyone who asked questions in the audience. I saw the reactions for the attendees who were asking questions. They were very powerful ones. It was really great. And to all the entrepreneurs on this panel, thank you so much for sharing your journey. And so our moderator, can we give our moderator another round of applause? That was a dynamic conversation. I told you guys you're going to get fired up. So are we ready for the last part of the day? Are we ready? Are we ready? I want to hear Nigeria Tech Summit. Nigeria Tech Summit. Nigeria Tech Summit. On the count of three, we're going to say Nigeria Tech Summit and make sure we're ready because the entrepreneurs, they need to get pumped. They feed on your energy. We just had a conversation about the journey, the challenges, the struggles. Now let's get inspired. Are we ready? On the count of three. 1, 2, 3. Nigeria Tech Summit. All right. So, entrepreneurs, are you ready? All right, so please give a warm welcome. We're going to kick off the Startup Showcase. Can we please give a warm welcome to Daniel, who's going to moderate the Startup Showcase. Let's give him some applause. And we pass it over.
Thank you so much, Christine. Nigeria Tech Summit. Okay. Our entrepreneurs ready? Okay. So we kickstarted this Nigeria Tech Summit with an accelerator bootcamp yesterday. We had over 170 cohorts go through a bootcamp. Out of the over 170, we had about 100 of them galvanizing their community to get votes to be able to pitch here. So I'll call them out, those who got the highest votes, who are eligible to pitch here. We have 2 of them who will be joining us online. So we'll have 2 virtual presentations and 4 in-person ones over here. So I'll call them out one after the other. And when it's time, they will do their presentation. Okay. So for the first, we have Mary Ako here. Mary. Okay. We also have Excellence Joshua. Please clap for them as they can. Show them some love. Kemisola Bolarinwa. Sorry if I missed your name. And then Nicholas Alifa.
All right. Before they come on stage, can we also introduce our prospective judges who's going to come to the main stage to give perspective as they each pitch? Are they ready? All right. First from the U.S. Embassy, can we please give a warm round of applause to Edward, please come into this main stage. Let's give a virtual round of applause. These are going to be our judges hearing from perspectives from the panel. Staniel is already on the main stage. You're going to be hearing from Staniel's thoughts. Can we give him a virtual round of applause as well? And last but not least, please give a warm virtual round of applause for Einstein, Kofi, and Tim, partner at the Africa Future Fund. Please give a warm welcome to our panelist judges who's going to be hearing and giving insight to the entrepreneurs. Stan, over to you.
Okay, so we'll start with the online presenters if they are ready. Is Linda ready to go?
It's not easy. They're getting ready. They're getting geared up. Let's get the screen up. And Stan, continue to talk about the accelerator as we get them ready.
All right. So with the accelerator, they went through so many. They had the opportunity to have so many speakers and experienced founders to take them through how to scale their businesses. So they learned so much yesterday, and I'm sure the cohort here, aside their pitch presentation, will be able to tell us more on what they learned. We had about more than 5 speakers coming on to help them scale their business. The opportunity was also given to startups to set up demo tables here. So you can see some of them at the back who have set up demo tables to showcase their startups. So can you give us a wave from the back? Yeah. Okay. Do we have, is Linda ready online? Okay.
Just give them a few moments. We can share the prizes that they'll be getting. Can you share the prizes for the Startup Lab competition?
So for the startup lab, each of those pitching today are going to get perks from AWS, Google Cloud, SendGrid. So it's all in total of 150K. That's the worth of the prizes they are going to get in terms of the perks from AWS, SendGrid, and Google Cloud.
Can we get a round of applause for the prizes? 150,000 USD in credits for them to get their companies up and running. Also, can we pass it over to the panelists, judges, to just introduce themselves as we get the startup entrepreneurs ready to go?
Hello, everyone. My name is Joseph Ada from the US Embassy.
All right, super. Hi, everyone. You've probably already seen me already today. My name's Einstein in Tim. Full name's Einstein Kofi in Tim. So people know I'm from Ghana as well. So I know me at Ghana and Nigeria, there's always some kind of beef there, but you know, we'll work it out. We'll work out the issues. It's okay. And I'm really looking forward to hearing the pitch competition and the pitches present. And I know that it's not always very comfortable. They said the biggest fear in the world right now is actually the fear of public speaking, right? So let's have empathy towards the people who are going to present and pitch to us, but also let's keep make notes of what they're presenting to us and give feedback. So it's not just us judges here who'll be giving them feedback. After the program is done, during the network, you guys can talk to them, share your thoughts, provide feedback, perspective, but also how you can support them and help accelerate them. We talk about how we want to support the ecosystem, but it starts with just every little bit of help we can help provide, whether it's a network, somebody who we know who can help amplify their business, or an investor. But for me personally, I'm looking at people who are leveraging technology in a very unique way, or tapping into an advanced technology in a very with a new approach or perspective to it. But yeah, just a few notes there. And I'll pass it back to Daniel.
I think Linda is ready now, so we'll pass it on to Linda to give her pitch. She has 3 minutes. Each presenter has 3 minutes to pitch their company. Okay. Let's start with those here to kill time. Okay. Yeah, we'll start with those in-house so the online people can get themselves ready. So the first one in here will be Nicholas Alifa.
Sorry, can I have my slide up? No, that's not mine. Agile Collaborative.
Can you name the name of your company? Let's get this started.
Agile Agritech.
Okay, we'll get that up. Start by introducing yourself really quickly before we kick off.
Okay, I would love to introduce myself at the end of the presentation. They say we should talk about what we do, not who we really are, right?
Well, you got to be ready on the spot. That's part of being an entrepreneur. You got to be ready. You were born ready. Go ahead.
All right. Have you eaten rice today? Okay, that's not funny. I know I'm not a prophet, but I certainly know that everyone in this room, if excluding
your slides are up,
the white lady here has eaten rice at least once over the past 1 week, or even yesterday or day before. All right, what if I tell you that just 57% of the rice we consume in Nigeria are produced in Nigeria. Well, you don't understand that. Now, if we consume 5 cups of rice in Nigeria, only 3 cups of those rice are produced in Nigeria. That means we have to depend on importation to be able to feed or to be able to get the many 2 cups, or else we starve. Now, that's a very big problem because rice is not just very important to economic development, it is fundamental to food security at both household and individual level. It is not an exaggeration to say that there is no single family that doesn't eat rice. Next slide. Now, this is the problem we want to solve. But then before we can solve the problem, we need to look at what is the cause of this problem. Now, 80% of rice produced in Nigeria produced by smallholder farmers. Okay, we have a deficit of 3 million. Next slide, please. 80% of the rice produced in Nigeria are produced by smallholder farmers. Now, smallholder farmers are those that farm at maximum of or less than 1 hectare. The implication is that we have a lot of people that are farming rice, but they are farming it individually. And as a result of that, they don't have the capacity to negotiate. Now, every business person understands that the higher you produce, the larger the quantity you produce, the lower the unit cost. Little wonder it is it is cheaper to import rice than to buy rice from Nigeria. Now, how do we want to solve this problem? Our solution is simple. It's called agribusiness cluster. By agribusiness cluster, what we are doing is to put farmers together in at least in a cluster of 100. Now, when 100 farmers are farming an hectare each, that is 100 hectares of land. Now, when you have 100 hectares of land, you can walk up to a tractorization company and say, look, we have 100 hectares of land. Please come and tractorize our farm. Now, the farmers may not be able to afford a tractor, but 100 of them come together, they can be able to have their farm tractorized at a very discounted rate. With 100 hectares of land, you can walk up to a fertilizer supplier and say, look, we have 100 hectares worth of rice. We need a fertilizer for that. And with that capacity, you can negotiate and get fertilizers for farmers at a very discounted rate. Once you have done with production, the next thing is, once farmers are together, it is very, very easy to give them training and capacity building than to be moving from one farmer's farm to another. It's also very easy to walk up to a big rice mill and say, look, we have rice farmers, and we want you to inject money into this project so that at the end of the day, you'll be able to get this so quantity of rice. Now, farmers don't just go to the farmers in our cluster don't just go to the farm to farm any kind of rice, because we have already have an understanding with the people that are going to buy. That's a ready market that they can access. They know exactly what variety to farm. So we have provided access to inputs, we have provided access to finance, we have provided access to technical services, and we have provided access to market. Now, with this in place, production will be increased, profit will be maximized, and then the price of production will drag down, and then you'll be able to afford rice. And above all, we may not have to have a deficit of 300 million of our annual demand. So this is our solution, just as I explained. We aggregate, we support, we offtake from them. Next slide, please. Now, our revenue model, number one, when I want to work with these farmers, we offtake this paddy from them, and then we sell them. Of course, we make sure that since the farmers in our network are already business people, they are not just farmers, but they are farmers doing business. We have run a spreadsheet, we have done an accounting, we know the cost of their production, and at the end of the day, we'll say, look, this is your profit, and everything is clear. Then the farmers know what they are getting, and the company also know what we are getting as a commission. Then currently what we are doing also, we have taken this rice and also package it in our own brand name, a stone-free, clean Nigerian rice. And then finally, we provide charges for the services. Farmers who are empowered and who are seeing that their production is going to improve definitely will want to pay charges to be able to get those services. Now, what is our journey so far? We are currently working with 1,000 rice farmers cluster in the Plateau State. And then we have been able to provide these services and for them. Next slide, please. And this is our rice brand, Ajaoko. What is the market? Over the past less than 10 years, the demand for rice has been increasing astronomically, as we can see. Now, it is projected that in 2026, the revenue from rice will go as high as 6 million US dollars. This is in US dollars. This shows that demand exists if a vibrant farmers and private sector can be aggregated and be empowered to service it. Next slide. Okay, that's me. My name is Nicholas Alpha. I have a background in food science and technology. I have a master's in food processing and technology, currently doing a PhD in food technology. I'm an agribusiness entrepreneur, and I have been trained by the International Institute Center for Agribusiness Management at Accra, and also have taken a emerging entrepreneurship in emerging economy, where we understand the dynamics of businesses in Nigeria, just aside from Harvard Business School. Thank you for listening.
Super. Thank you very much for that. Do we just give feedback to the host? All right, let's do that. All right, great. I really like what you presented. I didn't know the problem was so severe, so it was really great. My question and just my own thoughts is, I love that you highlight, what you're doing, your background in food science, and that you're doing a PhD. Congrats. So that it's not just the Nicholas show. You tell us a bit more about the team that you're building around and what makes them stand out to help achieve this goal of helping to equitize rice production and farming.
Talking about the team, of course, we have a vibrant team that's working on this project. We have an agri-economics on our team who is helping us in galvanizing this. And then we have Alex Baba, he's an international business consultant, and he's the one that's actually managing our business management aspect. Thank you.
Cheers.
You've done a wonderful presentation, and I admire what you do and how much you have learned and you are still learning. But my question is, how are you different from a regular cooperative where you have farmers come together to do something similar to what you're doing? So what makes you different from what they do in their regular cooperatives?
Thank you so much. Now, first, the regular cooperative are product aggregators. In other words, they bring their products together and then they distribute. But instead of focusing on products, we are focusing on producers. Now, by producers we are involved in every detail of the farmers from the beginning to the end. Now, apart from that, we have discovered problems with cooperatives. And one of the major problems is that, sorry to say this, we have cooperatives that their leaders sabotage their members in order to get better deals for themselves. And then most of the cooperatives or the leaders of the cooperative doesn't have a well-balanced business idea. They have problem with accounting, they have problem with finance, accounting, they have problem. So actually it's just major cooperatives we have in Nigeria, just farmers come together and then when there is fund, sorry to say, is when there is fund, they come together and say, okay, we are 10 people, we are these farmers. And once that fund or that opportunity is gone, you discover that those cooperatives are no longer in existence. But this time around, we are coming in as a person that is organizing them. And then we are also bringing in business training. We are bringing in accounting services. We are bringing in regional development services to them. So it's not just like the local farmers who are just cooperative doing their stuff. We are also bringing in these services for them, that we are better than those cooperatives together.
Okay. We have one of the virtual pictures ready for the next one.
All right, thank you very much, Nicholas. Thank you.
It's going to come up on the screen. Stan, please introduce the next entrepreneur, Michael Ojo from Active.
We welcome Michael Ojo from Active. He's online.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon.
Can you hear me, please? Hello, can you
He's
hear
coming
me?
online now.
Hello, can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Please, permit me to share my own screen. Please, can I?
Sure.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so I'll just share it right now. Okay. All right, confirm you can see my slide, please. Can you see my slide, please? Hello? Please, can you see my slide? I can't see anything. I can't hear anything from anybody. Please, I need to confirm you can hear me and see my slides. Please, thank you. I can't see anything from anybody. I'm not sure if I'm talking to myself.
Technology.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, please. I wanted to confirm I'm not talking to myself. So you can see my slides too, right?
Yes, we can see your slides. Go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you very much. So I'm starting now. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today to pitch my startup. I wasn't able to come physically because of some reasons, but my co-founder is right there, sitting down amongst everyone there. So the name of my startup is Optivic Operations, and that's our tagline: reshaping digital education. Okay, so I'll be referring to my startup as a product. Okay, so what is it about? Octave Corporations is a digital solutions company that is aimed at advancing digital education and services in Nigeria and Africa at large. Our mission is to lead Nigeria into the world of pure digitalization, making us become part of the top countries in digital technology and educating as many as possible by providing available, accessible, and affordable on-demand digital education. Okay, so what's our vision? Our vision is to be Nigeria's leading digital solutions company and become the world's most affordable platform to learn quality digital skills. So, what is the problem we are trying to solve? Okay, so you can agree with me. I'm pretty sure everyone is, oh, most of us are Nigerians, so this should be a, in anonymous votes, okay, that digitalization is epileptic in Nigeria and Africa at large because there's unavailable, inaccessible, and unaffordable digital education and services. So basically, digital skills education is very expensive. You see for the likes of $100, $50. There are people that cannot afford that amount, and that's why digitalization is getting slow. And what's our solution? Okay, of course, we are providing available, accessible, and affordable on-demand digital education and services. Of course, our solution will be solving the SDG goals 4, 8, 9, and 10, which is quality education, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and goal 10, which is reduced inequality, in this case, wealth status. So doesn't matter whether you're poor or rich, you should be able to afford digital education. Oh, this is me. I'm the founder, and this is my qualification. Presently, I'm a final year student of University of Lagos Chemical Engineering Department, but I've spent over 6 years. So please permit me to give myself the BSc title. Okay, and I'm also a SASO exploration scholar. I got scholarship from that company, and these are my skills. I'm a data analyst and the likes. Okay, and that's my email address. You can always contact me there. And here's my co-founder Ibrahim Abdullahi. Is with you there, and is a BSc holder in computer science and also an advanced software engineering person from Aptech. And those are his skills. So, and these are our other team members. Okay, we have the as seen here. I don't want to waste more time on this.
So this is just the landing page of our website. Okay, octaveinc.org. This is the landing page. So what are our services? We provide on-demand quality online education as courses, physical and virtual instructor-led digital skills training, organizational skills training, free physical and virtual internships. Okay, so of course, as a business owner, you should be able to track some key KPIs. So what are the KPIs we track in Octave Corporations for business growth? We have the revenue growth, the revenue per learner, the profit margin, client retention rate, learner satisfaction, learners acquisition rate, and quality of the courses being operated on our platform. So, okay, so what is our road to success? So we have the e-tutors who are going to be putting the courses on our website. That's our platform. So what they select a subject in a particular field, be it data science or Python or cybersecurity, and then they build a curriculum and the content, that's the video content. Then they build the lecture videos, the quizzes, assignments, and projects. Then we save and we upload it. Then the learners, for the learners, because not everybody know what they want to do. So we want to do a form of personality test so that they can, have a fear of what they feel like doing, having a passion of something. Then they choose a recommended course. Then we fix a schedule for them. And then while they complete the course, they get rewards for encouragement. And then after that, a virtual internship is taken to give them a form of experience. We may also use the metaverse because I already partnered with Onyx University, and this is the picture. So this is the metaverse environment where we'll be using for our virtual internships, although we also do physical internships too. But then this is a very much interactive environment as a virtual. So who's our target audience? Of course, we're focusing on Nigeria for now. We have just 201 million population. But our target audience are students, individuals, and companies. So we're just going to focus on 25% of the target market. Okay, and this target market contribute over 60% of the country's GDP. And also, if we are able to train just this 25%, the digitalization level will increase over 70%. I'm sure of that. Okay, so these are our financials. So basically, the capital needed will be about 250 million, which is about $600,000 to run this whole thing for about 2 years. And these are revenue forecast. By 2024, we should have, worth about $480 million. And of course, all these are broken down in our business plan. If need be, I can submit that. Okay. Our marketing strategy is to use social media ads, TV, billboards, affiliate marketing, and every other form of marketing to push our products out there. And of course, being a product manager, we have to validate the product. So we do that by market surveys. We ask learners what they want, how they want their courses to be. We also test our products and services. Okay. And our long-term goal is to have a digital university where students are going to be enrolled and learn future of work skills. And compulsorily, they will become entrepreneurs upon graduation, because we're not going to produce graduates that will add to the problem of unemployment. Rather, they will be creating more jobs for the people of Africa. So we are not going to produce job seekers. Rather, we're going to produce employers. At the long run, I want to have my dream is to have a society of technology talent who will come together to build another Silicon Valley in Nigeria. So that is the end of my pitch. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mike.
To make sure, can hear us? Can he hear us?
I can hear you. I can hear
you. That's super. A great presentation, and I love your passion. It's very, very good to see that energy and passion, even from the virtual space. My question to you is about your story, and not your story per se, but why does digital reframing matter to you? Because one thing we all know is important. We all know the tools you're talking about from digital university, the metaverse. But what made you get involved into this, and why does it matter to you so much? Because that's going to help you.
All right. Thank you for that question. So basically, it saddens me when I talk about some topics in technology, things like robotics, IoT, things like digital marketing, Python, and most of my people around here, that's my indigents, they don't even know. You'll be surprised if they don't know what a computer is, and that's so sad. Okay, and that's because the ethics that are around there are making their products quite expensive, and it's not really accessible and affordable to lots of persons. Okay, so that's one of the reasons why I decided to found this company, so that we can, because basically, if I want to go into robotics right now, right, I can't sell a product to people who do not understand how it is being used. So I have to start by educating them. So I have to start with the edtech. So when I educate them, I'm basically creating a market for the next product, which probably a robot, okay? And then they'll be able to appreciate it more, even buy it because they know how it works, not throwing stones at it because they may probably get scared, So it's just a passion for me to ensure that digitalization is moving fast and fast in our country because it's very slow, and it's because education technology is quite expensive.
That's great. Remember, Ryan was saying that at the boot camp yesterday, the importance of a story. So let's make sure we put that into the presentation. But that's really good. Thank you very much. Yeah.
A quick question for you. What kind of skill, digital skill you said? Is there any niche? Is there any particular area you're focused on? You want to provide all the digital skills?
Of course. I wish I could share my screen again because Octave Corporations is not just a startup, but it's actually an ecosystem. We have lots of talents. In fact, I organized a virtual internship earlier this year, and we had on all form of digital skills, robotics, data science, data analytics, web design, development, everything, graphic design, and I gathered over 450 plus tech talents, and we worked on several projects. So this community is still with us, and if I decide to have a training on all skills, we can do that so perfectly because we have every talent needed for that particular skill. I personally, I am based on data science. I'm a data scientist, okay, but I also have knowledge in robotics, IoT, and the likes. But then I love teaching data analytics.
And you are providing the content for all the digital skills on this platform.
Yes.
Is this
Yes.
content
Yes.
from you, or you have people who are going to?
Oh, not me. Of course. I like I said, I'm based on data science. So I have guys for Python. I have guys for robotics. I have guys for web design, and there are plenty of them out there. Funny how most of them are volunteers for now. I only give them incentives because we give them once we start making more revenue. Because earlier this year, I personally in a month I organized four trainings: product management, data analytics, analytics for quality assurance, and also financial analysis. So this four brought about 250,000 naira in just a month, and it was just done virtually using Zoom. And the testimonials are on the website. That's octaveinc.org. You can see the testimonials there. People loved the way I taught it. So that's my own part. But then I have other guys for several other skills. Yes.
And lastly, have you ever heard of Udemy? Platform
Yes,
on-
of course. In fact, I'm an ambassador of Udemy. I've almost finished all the courses there. Sorry.
Thank you so much, Mike. Thank you so much.
Is that all?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Give me a round of applause, everyone. Is Linda ready now? Linda is so her business is Ashley Oak School. Linda is actually
Oh God.
She's coming up now.
all right.
Guys, let's give her some good energy. She can hear you guys. Let's welcome Linda.
Welcome, Linda.
Linda, can you hear us? Are you ready to go? Linda, you ready? Let's see if Linda can hear us. Linda, can you hear us? Go ahead.
Yes, I can hear you. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hear you.
Loud and clear.
We can hear you, Linda. Proceed.
Good. Good evening, the good evening, guys. Good evening, the judges and I am Linda Kamibu. I am the founder and owner of Ashley Oak Schools. I grew up in a slum area where children graduate from high schools without learning any skills. And the painful part of it is over 80% of these children cannot attend institutions of higher learning due to their parents' financial inability to fund them. Then what is the implication? The implication is these children end up joining bad gangs to unleash criminalities, thereby constituting a public nuisance. This is exactly the situation some of my brothers found themselves in. So growing up, seeing my brothers living aimless life without any focus on on what their future would be, I vowed to found a school which will combine literacy and skills acquisition. So now I started Ashley Oak Schools for those poor children of low-income parents to obtain quality formal education at affordable costs, and in addition to that, learn entrepreneurial and technological skills, which will help them to become self-employable, even if their parents are unable to further their education to institutions of higher learning. With this, the children will be able to make a living and not join bad gangs, which will be detrimental to our society. So in my school, Ashley O Schools, students are taught entrepreneurial skills such as catering, craft making, electrical wiring, floor tiling, etc. In my slides, you can see where the children are tiling the floor of their classrooms. Now, that is a practical class. And also robotics and coding are taught in the school. You can see a practical coding class there. But then we have a pressing need. A pressing need is that of starting up functional robotics and coding laboratories. And we need at least 300 computers and 10 projectors, among other items, in order to achieve our target of 1 student to 1 computer. When the students are equipped with entrepreneurship and tech, the poor children who cannot further their education beyond high school will be self-employed, and they will contribute positively to Nigeria's economic growth. I'm an educationist. I have a PhD in linguistics. I have a PGD in education, and I have attended the prestigious Academy for Women Entrepreneurs. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Linda. Judges, any comments?
The audio quality is poor.
Can you hear us, Linda? Can you hear us? All right. Linda, can you hear us?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Fantastic. All right. My question will be a quick one, which is again, thank you for sharing your story. It's very important. My question is about how you plan to make the pitch sustainable. How do you plan on making the enterprise sustainable? And can you share a bit more about like your revenue model and how you're making it sustainable, please?
Oh, the school is very sustainable. It's self-sustaining. The children pay tuition, and their tuition cover the cost of paying their teachers. You know, I mentioned that we give quality formal education, but then it's at affordable cost so that these low-income parents can afford to pay their children's tuition. And they do. So when they see what we teach their children, when they see what we offer, they are so excited, and they are paying. For instance, this time nobody is owing, not even a person, because we brought in so many skills which their children, I believe, they perform at home. So it's self-sustaining. The tuition the students pay, but then we still need funding from local.
Her connection is a little bit spotty, but She's gonna try to conclude her thoughts. Linda, can you hear us? Hey, she was about to land her final point. Okay, while we wait for Linda to conclude, there she goes. Back.
I'm sorry, the network cut me off. Did I
It's
answer
all right.
your
Go ahead.
question?
Did she answer your question? Linda asked, did she answer your question? Yes, Linda, you done well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda.
Okay, thank you very much.
So we'll move back to the in-person.
All right.
presenters here.
Thank you, Linda. Can we give a virtual round of applause so she can hear the audience live? Amazing job, Linda.
Thank you.
Mary?
So it started when I was in school, and I had friends who wanted to get married, but they were always under pressure, and they were restless because they needed to plan for their big day. Of course, I had to be the errand girl because I had little skills on how to source for vendors. It got to a point that I was always referred to people. So I said to myself one day, why be an errand girl for free when you can make money from it? So I decided to acquire skills in event planning processes. I was able to acquire skills in event management, makeup artistry, sales and rentals of wedding dresses, organization and branding of souvenirs, and then hair making. My passion for entrepreneurship pushed me into acquiring various skills in entrepreneurship, including a corporate affairs commission certification for my business in 2017. I was still in school at the time. My name is Mary Ako. I am the founder and CEO of Chemistry Concept. Chemistry Concept is an event planning organization that is passionate about easing the stress of planning an event. You would agree with me that event management is tedious. It is stressful, less cost-effective. We all need experience to plan an event, and of course, it's unavoidable because at some point in our lives, we have to cater for one. It could be a naming ceremony, it could be a Thanksgiving, it could be a wedding, it could be anything. And you would also agree with me that in Nigeria today, over 10,000 people get married in a year, 5,000 corporate events across the country, and of course, millions of birthdays and surprise parties going on everywhere. Considering the country where we are, party is a very important part of our lives. So our concept is to create an escrow system which provides access to all goods and services needed to make an event a success by designing the necessary structure to enable a good quality control system. I'll quickly run down our approach. So our first approach is the KYC. This is a part where we try to know our customers and our vendors. This is the part where we try to know their location, their capacity, and their strengths. The second stage is the purchase stage. This is a stage where our customers make orders for the products and services they want on our app. The next stage is the delivery stage, where our vendors supply or take their products and services to our customers at their various locations. The last stage is the feedback and release of funds stage. This is a stage where we use a system, a tracking system, to get feedbacks from our customer on how our vendors have delivered their services to them before we finally release funds to them. The good side of our business is we are constantly creating job opportunities. We are here to reshape the event planning ecosystem. We are here to make event management cost effective. We are improving time consistency. And of course, we are offering customers a large range in variety. So to distinguish us from our competitors, during the COVID-19 pandemic, we decided to work with our tech partners to build mobile apps and websites where people can plan and organize their events within their budget with just few clicks. Allow me to show you an introductory video of our products. Here's the video. while the video is coming up, our mission is to be a one-stop event planning mall where people can just walk in, plan their event in few hours, and then get it delivered to them at the stipulated time. We want to be able to provide services, want to be able to provide goods for our vendors so that they'll be able to plan, they'll feel less stress when wanting to do an event. Events like this can happen within hours. Events like this can happen within, you don't have to take months to plan events with our app. All you just need to do is go to the app, click on the product you want. It comes out with prices. You choose what you want. You choose what you want from our app, and then we deliver to you. Please, the video.
The video is not playing. You're alive. Speak your truth.
Okay. So I just talked about the video is, I don't know if you can hear this.
Are you looking for someone to arrange your party? Then Stocks.net is here to help you. Stocks.net is the #1 online event store that allows people to plan their events and parties in minutes by saving them the stress of work and coordination during their birthday parties, weddings and receptions, surprise parties, hangouts, and corporate dinners. We allow users to pick the products and services they want for any event. We offer cakes, liquor of all categories, beverages, food, buffet, pastries, disc jockey, decorators, catering packages, cocktails and mocktails, barman and bar service, ushers, event locations, master of ceremony, and many more. You can plan your event in 3 easy steps. 1. Go to www.stocks.net. 2. Select all the time you need for your event. 3. Your event is delivered to your desired location. We provide all the services with time consistency and at a reasonable price. We will take all the hassle away from you so you can have peace of mind. So, how will you like your party? With a lot of stress? Or are you delivered without stress? For more information, visit our website, stocks.net.
So how would you like your party? Currently, we're working on training vendors. We have makeup artists you're training. We have those you're training on catering services. So at the end of the day, instead of when you want to plan an event, you're looking for decor and decor organizations to do your decoration. You're looking for foods and foods organizations to do your catering services. This time you're doing everything in one place. Chemistry Concepts is doing your catering services. Chemistry Concepts is doing your decoration. Chemistry Concepts is sourcing and branding your souvenirs for your events and everything. You're sourcing your wedding dresses from us. You're making your hair and doing everything from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I like the way you had a backup plan. So if you have a problem with in an event, you're planning an event and you have a challenge, you do have backup plans for them. And then you showed us that you had a backup plan for your video filming, and I commend you on that. So I would say, well done. You have leveraged technology to plan events, and you have shown us how you can actually do well with things that come up when events, when something fails when you plan an event. So I'll just say well done.
Of course, well done. The way you kind of roll the punches shows that you'd be a great organizer as well. And I like that you're moving something that people think it can't be systemized into a platform format. My question for you is, Nigeria is a big country, very big country. How do you see, because again, events also are very nuanced to each region and each country. What makes you believe that a platform like this could actually potentially become a global platform and not just one that's only for Nigeria?
So I had a friend that stays in Canada, and then she was getting married, but couldn't come to Nigeria because of school to plan her wedding. So she had to beg a friend to help her. Trust me, her friend extorted her. She virtually added double. She made the price of everything double. Imagine there was a system like our app at the time, where she could just click for whatever she wants, and then a week to her wedding, she's in Nigeria, and she's having her wedding well. without spending so much money, without lack of having issues of trust, because at some point she was disappointed. She couldn't get some vendors on ground. She couldn't get some things. Now imagine having an app in Nigeria, an app that can function all over the world. You stay in UK. Because we love our culture as Nigerians, we like to come back home to celebrate our events. Now, you're in UK, you use the app to source your vendors. You use the app to get an event manager. You source vendors, and then we have event managers on ground that would follow through with every process till the D-Day. So we can work with people in diaspora, we can work with people because it's an app. And the phone is what is selling now. Our gadget is what can connect us to the world, globalization. The system that brings interconnectedness, something is happening in one part of the world, it's having impact in another part of the world. Our app is in Nigeria, but it can have impact in other parts of Africa, can have impact in other parts of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
A question this time. Do you have hands? Do you have a number of people that can help you? What's the size of your group, your team? And how do you plan to handle a large event when you have many moving parts, knowing how planning an event can be?
So currently, we are outsourcing some of our jobs to vendors because we don't have enough capacity we don't have the brand yet. We don't have a structure, or we have a structure, but we don't have a physical store where people can walk in and say, okay, on your app, I ordered this. So chemistry concepts there cannot be chemistry concepts everywhere now because of lack of funds. But that's why I said we're working on a system where we are training people in different states, where if we have an event in Kaduna, for example, we have staffs on ground in Kaduna, where people that can do your makeup, people that can do we have a bridal store there, people that can do your catering services, your decoration and everything, until we are able to build a system where everything in an event can carry our name. And that's why we need funding. We need funding for this app to run. We need funding to have an event mall, a place where people can just walk in and then do things very easy and fast.
Thank you so much, Mary. You can take your seat now. Our next entrepreneur is Excellence Joshua. Let's welcome her with a round of applause.
Isn't it ironic that the global outsourcing industry is worth over $250 billion, and yet the rate of unemployment in Nigeria and Africa keeps increasing? What's going on? There's Fiverr, there's freelance, so what's happening? Now, for me, just like many of us here who have graduated from the university, we're stuck. We don't have options. Like I said when I was talking, it was not a good place to be at. It wasn't. The African society is just not kind to you. They will give you a million reasons as a woman why they can't hire you with a 2-year-old. How would you work? How would you show up? It's difficult to create a balance. The rate of unemployment in Nigeria is high, and women are the worst hit. PwC reported that not less than 28% of women in Nigeria still borrow or ask people for money. And I'm sure it most likely will be higher than that. That was my situation, and that's the situation of so many people. And you know the funny thing? The COVID-19 pandemic only made it worse. More women lost jobs, and it was difficult. It was also difficult for most businesses to scale. And so the women are there and they don't have jobs because they are not properly skilled to work remotely with the pandemic. And then we have businesses who are finding it difficult to hire remote talent. They'll tell you, I'll hire them, and you pay them. They'll stay at home and they won't work. They won't deliver. And so we had been training. We started training in 2019, particularly women with digital skills. In 2020, we pivoted and we started training specifically in social media management, basically to bridge the gap between hiring, getting talent that is well-skilled as well as solving unemployment for women that were stranded. And so women that were at home and having to raise their kids and take care of their kids and struggling with balance and how to earn, they were trained, upskilled in things like social media and became social media managers, earning from between 30,000 to 150,000 monthly from the comfort of their homes. And so we realized, oh, this is a gap that must be filled. And we didn't stop in Nigeria. One time I ran an ad for a course and I didn't know I'd put in Ghana. And out of the 1,000 people we were training in that program, 40% were from Ghana, Kenya, South Africa, and the rest like that. The situation is bad, and everybody is trying to survive. My name is Excellence Anurika Joshua, and life hit me hard in 2018, just like it hits most women. My solution did not come from being a medical lab scientist. Technology changed my life, gave me a new story, and gave me hope again. And so I made up my mind that I'm going to help as many women as possible have money of their own, leveraging technology. For us at Techie Train, it's not just technology just to become web developers, because we train on digital skills, specifically in areas of tech, support solutions, marketing, and admin support. So we have virtual assistants, we have web developers, we have data analytics, and all of that. But it was also about them thinking creatively to actually innovate in whatever it is they've learned all their lives. So far, we've trained not less than 6,000. We've helped over 1,000 businesses scale with ready talent. So you don't need to have, you don't have to struggle to get online media managers that are not delivering. But now you have online media managers that understand data-driven analytics and are able to work with you and give you the right data to make decisions to increase your visibility and also increase your revenue. We've also helped not less than 500 get jobs. And then we've helped most of them, thousands, to become self-gainfully employed. It's been a ripple effect, not just for these women, but for their families, but for their kids. And they understood that technology is not just the remote thing out there. It's something that they can actually vibe with and end with and actually enjoy. We provide two major services, training and outsourcing. For our training, we train on basic digital skills, like I said, in areas of tech, marketing, and admin. Then for outsourcing, we offer two models, the outright and the hybrid model. The outright model, we hire for you, and then with your skills, you tell us your skills, the job descriptions, and the role and your numeration. So we have a skill bank. We don't just train you and then we leave them. When we train them, we bring them into our community. We have an incubator where they're constantly being fed with updates about what's going on in their space. We're looking at monetizing that from next year, where they get to pay a subscription fee, but so far it's absolutely free. And so when there are opportunities, we put it out there to them. We host webinars once in a quarter to update them on what's going on. And so when you send us your request, we go to that skill bank and we put it out there and they apply and we screen. When we screen, we interview, narrow down to 5, and then we have a meeting with you and you select the one you want, and that's it. So we end from that model. We also have the hybrid model where we don't just outrightly hire out the staff to you. So you come to us and then we hire the staff based on what you need, but we also follow up and ensure they deliver on what it is that you need them to do. It's been training all this while, and most people have gained so much trust in how we train and what we do. And so most people feel, oh, you train in Techie Train, yes, you can do this. However, we want to do more. We don't want you to have to say, because you train from Techie Train, that's why you're doing this. We want to be certified by the National Board of Technical Education, so our students can have a diploma when they graduate from our program. And so we're working on it. It's going to cost quite some millions of naira to do that, but that's something we want to do. And we are also setting up our innovation hub, where women can come, learn, earn, and work. It's specifically going to be for women. So we'll have the training area where they can come and learn, and we have the work area where you can come and bid for jobs. You don't have light in your house, you don't have internet, you can just come there away from distractions to work. And then in that incubation hub, which is what we're currently designing, we also have a part for creative kids. So you can come with your kids, or your kids from school can come back, and then the school bus can drop them there. And in that creative kid, the kids are not just there watching ABC or TV, but they are also learning things like AI, robotics, and all of that. Tech skills as well as things that can boost their creativity. So you are undistracted, learning or working, and at the end of the day, you can go. And so we have the network of women and community where women can grow, learn, and grow. The goal, 3 ways that women can grow in terms of intellect, and then work, and then they have welfare to train to sustain themselves, their families, and as well as develop the society. Thank you.
You sound like you have everything under control. But what are the challenges that you're facing right now with your target audience? From what you say, the target audience are women, right? And you're really looking at women with family. I was going to ask you what are you going to do with their children when you take them, but you added something about that. So, what challenges do you see? What you face currently? That besides funds, because you talked about hundreds of millions right now. And secondly, I noticed that when you go on any of the platforms, you see mostly 80 to 20 when it comes to women, men online. On Facebook, you see it that way. On Twitter, 80 20, men 80, women 20. So if you have more of men online and your target is women only, don't you think that you're losing a good part of the people who are online and can actually use the services that you provide?
I'll start by answering the second question. So it's not that women do not really want to be online. I think the challenge is it's not easy to create a balance. Our courses are women tailored. We understand the hormonal challenges, the days I don't feel like it, the days where I can't post and I'm not, with online media, consistency is key. And so we've embedded those things into our lesson, teaching them how to achieve work-life balance. Very important. Now, in coming to, so it for us as women, we're trying to solve women unemployment. I know that there are so many, the men are everywhere. We want to train. The training we're currently working on with the federal government, actually, we're training men as well. But we think the men are not saddled with as many challenges as women are. And so they have many opportunities. It's easy for them to go to YouTube and self-learn. It's not easy for a woman to self-learn herself over a period of time. There's so many things that will fight against you completing the course in the first place. Now, the first question you asked about the challenges to face. Initially, the challenges to face was them not completing the course. I want to do, but I don't have the power to do. So it was a challenge. And so that's why we had to create a system where their mind is expanded capacity. So say, for example, our basic digital skills is a 6 weeks program. And so when they come in, they're onboarded. At the beginning of every week, they have a module to finish. But at the start of that course, they have a motivational talk for that course. And so if we are training, we also group them into smaller communities, about 50 to 100, and they are assigned a mentor. This mentor will send them messages every single day. Our learning management system is built in such a way that we can monitor every single thing that goes on back end. Where are you? Why have you not finished? Why have you not done your assignment and all of that? So the mentors follow them up in that small community. So even if you're training 1,000, the community cannot be more than 100. And then once they do their tasks, their assignment at the end of the week, we also follow up and check. And then we have coaching calls every single week. You know what the coaching call does? So the lessons are intensive and it's all tech. So during the coaching calls, we bring women that have done outstanding things in tech, women that have broken barriers, women that have created balance, and we take them away from the tech to their intellect and make them understand that this is possible and help them to dream again, set goals, have a mind reset. We teach them things like that. We teach them about mentoring and all of that. So that's how we've been able to deal with it so far.
Thank you very much for that presentation, and it was a really, really great start, and big credit to you for the preparation. Mike, this is going to be a quick question because you said quite a lot. It's regarding your competitors, right? Because I want to learn a bit more about what you're doing. Who are one or two of your top competitors, and why do you think you can outperform or trump those competitors?
So we have quite a number of competitors on the training side and on the outsourcing side. Quite a number of non-governmental organizations are training women on digital skills. But the thing is, their lessons are not as immersive as ours. And our lessons are also practically tailored. That's one thing that is key for us. So we bring in that women mindset into it, that we understand the challenges you face, and so we're there to help you through it. which most people, they just teach them the skills, you know, and then maybe they just teach entrepreneurship skills. And you find out that the completion rate is very low. You don't really have that. Then in terms of outsourcing, of course, we have Fiverr, we have freelance, we have Upwork. Because we don't just outsource for within West Africa, we also outsource globally. And then with Fiverr, people trust them already, so it can be a challenge, but we also leverage it. So we train our students how to actually position on those platforms as well to do that. And then of course we have the HR services that do all of this type of thing. But we're
Okay.
trying to build a system like a Fiverr for women with tech skills in Africa.
Okay, wow. All right. Let's give her another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
So our final presenter is Kebisola.
Come on, guys, let's get hyped up. Our last picture for the night.
Yeah. I was brought up to believe in my ability and my strength, and this has actually, kept me going. My name is Bolariwa Kemisola. I'm the founder CEO of Nestway Technology. I'm a robotics engineer. I'm an embedded system engineer, and I also advocate STEM education majorly for girls. Who is Nestway Technology? Nestway Technology is the first wearable technology startup in Nigeria. We design, we develop technology one close to the body, to solve by embedding programmable electronics and sensors on clothing to solve some particular issues like health issues, insecurity, and to also augment fashion. I can remember in August 2017, I lost an aunt to breast cancer. It was a painful hazard for the entire family. So this actually puts me on my toes as a woman in technology, to come up with a tech solution to curb that deadly disease. You understand? So, according to World Health Organization in 2020, 2.3 million women diagnosed globally of breast cancer. Out of this figure, over 600,000 left to dirt. In Nigeria alone, in 2020, 28,380 cases was recorded, and out of that, 18% led to dirt. So I said this problem. There's another problem that we're facing in Nigeria, which is kidnapping and adoption. Please, can you help me with the slide? Okay, kidnapping and adoption, which is also the major challenge we're facing as a country. An average of 30 persons are being kidnapped on daily basis. They adopt them and kidnap them on daily basis in Nigeria. We all know that. And in the first 6 months of this year, 2021, over 2,371 cases was recorded. Can you see this minute? So now, as a wearable technology company, we sat down and come up with a solution. So we designed a smart necklace that will help aid security, proactivity, and reactivity. This device is embedded with chips, GPS tracker. It has a SOS button, that's a panic button. It has a mobile and web application, and it is embedded with other features. Secondly, the next solution we are currently working on is a smart bra device. This smart bra device, we actually designed this device to detect earlier stage breast cancer, because we all know that during a research that if breast cancer is detected at an early stage, it can be cured in 9 out of 10 cases. So we have to work on this. It's designed to detect early stage breast cancer, to monitor daily condition of a diagnosed breast cancer patients, and lastly, to aid breast self-examination. We all know that many women have neglected that. We don't do breast self-examination again. So that is why we're coming up with a device to help us, get at status your daily condition of your health, your breast, to say. So all the product that we have, this is the LED Ankara jacket to enhance African fashion. So we are bringing fashion into technology. So technology now is coming to fashion. So we are taking African fashion into the next stage. So we have LED embedded here on an Ankara jacket. We are just using LED now to replace crystal stones and and pearls, just to enhance this fashion fabric. That's the African fabric. Next slide, please. So let me talk about our technology. The technology we're using so far. We use nanotechnology. We use IoT and API, artificial intelligence, deep learning, and machine learning. All our solutions are leveraged on this mentioned technology. These are target market, individual, military and armed force, fashion industry, we have corporate organization, health industry, and multinational organization. Then, next slide. Our business model, we have 4 main revenue sources. Smart devices, sales from our smart devices. I mentioned advocacy, STEM education. We make revenue also from STEM education. We have an e-commerce platform and other services that we render. But other services, I can boldly say, for the ongoing, we were consulted to solve a solution for the ongoing AKK pipeline. They're having security threats. The consultants on what can you do to solve this minute? So we actually gave them a draw solution. So I'm proud to do that. Was a big hit as a startup. Let me say, as a startup, it's a big hit for us to work with a big company to deploy a solution for a security threat. So next slide. So these are our competitors, and all these are competitors, they are not in this country, they're in advanced country, but we have an advantage over them. We have an edge over them, despite having all the technology, all the resources, but we still have an advantage over them. So the advantage we're having over them is this. Our next slide, our products are cost effective, and we use local content. That's a key point. We use local content to designing our products. Then lastly, our products have 48 hours battery life. Next slide, please. These are milestone. We February 20, we launched a smart bra device. Smart necklace. November 2021, we've already sold 294 of the device. February 2022, we are going to launch our smart wristwatch. Then same February 2022, we are going to launch our Ankara jacket into market. Then currently, we are working on a patent because it's our intellectual property. We are currently working on the smart bra device patent registration. And we have, for our STEM education program, we have 562 subscribers. Please, next slide. We've already got partnerships and support from Federal Ministry of Science and Technology and also from National Office for Technology Acquisition and Promotion. They actually sponsor our patent registration, international patent registration to say. So meet our team, myself, the founder and the embedded system engineer, then Mr. Ajari Emmanuel, embedded IoT expert, and Folami Joseph, embedded hardware implementation specialist, or Washer Samuel software developer. So our ask, we are seeking for 50 million naira for now, where 7.9% go from our product production, 29% go from marketing, which is very essential. Then 13.8 go for our research and development. That is our key. Then 10.3 go for our tools and equipment. Then 8.3 go for e-commerce. So I want to share one of a testimony with you. We have a client that buy our products in Lagos. She's a woman. She called us and she was kidnapped at the May of this year. She was kidnapped on her way coming from work from Highland to mainland. And in less than 3 hours of being kidnapped, she was rescued. She was tracked and rescued by security operatives and with the help of the family. How was this done? It was done with the help of a device. It's a big plus for us. With the help of a device, she was able to be tracked and was able to be rescued. And lastly, I must say that our smart bra device innovation, because it's a great innovation, I strongly believe that this device is going to be a revolutionary approach to the prevention of breast cancer in the globe, and it's going to reduce the number of women dying of this deadly cancer. Thank you very much for your time.
Woo! Judges, please ask your quick questions for this last presenter.
Honestly, it was a really great presentation, and I'm very, very passionate about the topic because we also built smart sensors in one of my prior companies. I don't even have a question because you covered a lot. I just want to compliment what you're doing because I love that even though it has a medical approach to it, you picked a lifestyle component as well to improve people's lifestyle. And I'd say that I'd encourage you to also find more of those examples because sometimes with a medical approach, the steps to go through the approval and these kind of dynamics can be quite elongated. Right. So as you're doing those steps, while you have the lifestyle part going on, it helps you to move the company along to help you move things forward and partner with other companies from Victoria's Secret to Accenture to other organizations who can help power this because it's very capital intensive. So just keep at it and finding those other use cases will make a very big difference as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well done on a good presentation and very great ideas, innovative ideas. But 2 things I want to just ask about. First of all, you can track people with their phones, right? And if people get kidnapped with their phones and they're having issues finding them. Why you think that with your necklace you can find people? I just want you to tell us what you have in mind, giving people necklace and thinking that that will help the security agents track them better than with cell phones and other devices that can be used. And secondly, with the smart bra that you talked about, we've seen it in other places. People have come up with this same idea. You said this is built locally with local content and all that. But how do you think that you can match up when it comes to producing this at an affordable cost that people here will be able to acquire it easily than bringing what is already available outside?
For the first question, this is how the device work. I have the device, that's a necklace with me. I'm the one wearing the necklace. My family member, my guide, will be the one to have the application, not me. I'm not having the application. You, as my family member, you as my guide, you are going to have the application. On the application, on your phone, you are going to record, store like 10 numbers of the people you can call. So if I have any security urgency, I will just press the panic button. So where you are, anywhere you are, even outside the country, you will get the call right on the application. So I am not the one to have the application because I'm the one carrying the device or wearing the device. So that is how it works. So secondly, for the smart bride, fine, we have competitor, we have Everbird, and we have other innovative coming. No, it has not been commercialized, but our own technology is quite different. That is why we are patenting it. We are using a very different technology, in approaching this problem. Then, like I mentioned, we have competitors over there, so we have to come down to African level. We planning on to make it cost effective. We are planning on that. We've done our price survey, what people can afford, but at the same time, we have to look at how the company can be sustainable.
Thank you so much. Stan, guys, please let's give her a round of applause. And can we have final remarks from Stan? Can we get our judges to stand up? We're providing remarks on this as well.
I'm sure you all agree with me that all exhibitors have done a very good job. They've all showcased their companies very well, and have they managed to convince you to invest?
Have they convinced you to invest?
I mean, they're all phenomenal presentations. I mean, the ladies, they really did. My guys need to step up the game because the ladies just, really did an incredible set of pictures by everyone. And I love that people are approaching things and thinking global and acting local is very important, right? But yeah, I'll definitely follow up with some of the.
Thank you.
Great ideas. One thing I know is that Nigerians, I'm a Nigerian, born and raised here, and I know that we have very wonderful ideas, and we can always do things. But I want to add that don't be afraid to, I think someone pointed out that before, but don't be afraid to share your ideas. A lot of things that you think are so big to you may not be big to some other person because the idea is coming from you and it's burning in your own heart, and you think that when the world hears about it, they are going to steal it from you. But I tell you, not many people think that that idea is such a big idea until you actually do something with it, and people realize that it's really a good idea. So come up with the idea, do something with it, put something behind it, let people know that you believe in what you want to do or you plan to do, and then other people can believe in it with you.
Guys, Mike, another round of applause for our Startup Lab. Can they please stand up again? Can we give a final round for all 6 who were able to present today? No, guys, a real applause. Like, this was not easy for them to get up here and share with you. You heard their ask. You heard what they asked of you. Of course, each of them will begin their prizes, which is not only the $150,000 in free credits to support their businesses with AWS, Google Cloud, SendGrid, which, by the way, you should flash that on your website that you got these type of prizes. I want to give a quick shout out to the Startup Showcase people in the back. Can they stand up? Everyone who's showcasing in the back, can you please stand up? Ladies and gentlemen, please look back and please show them some love. The Startup Showcase, I'm going to shout them out. Blessing from Spanish Delight. Grace from GU Foods and Spices. Ari from Prime and Eat Health. Excellence from Techie Train Incubator. Aboje from White Balloons. Esther from Possible Clinic. Pigeon English Akata. Oriental Flames, and Oak Cliff. Please give another round of applause. I also want to give some time. Can we give a round of applause also to our exhibitors? Can they please come to the main stage? We want to just give them a minute to just engage with you all as well. Code Track, NeoCloud, and Systems, please come to the stage. Can we give them a round of applause, please? Are they present? Yeah. Okay.
Good day, everybody. My name is George Theophilus Brown from New Cloud Technologies, Research and Development. Yeah. New Cloud Technology, we are a complete bespoke IT solutions company. We provide IT solutions. No matter the business you do, no matter what you do, we help you use technology to bring it to limelight. As a core indigenous Nigerian company, we believe in Nigeria, and we are to show that Nigeria has actually taken part in the global technology market. And we are actually driving this indigenously, empowering and training youths in different technological areas, from coding, software development, networking, and other various areas in which it will help them to grow and meet up with other competitors globally. Nuclear technologies, we've been around for a while, and so far we have been working with government agencies, trying to push the dreams of the government agency in line with the development goals to make Nigerian youth to be have high entrepreneurial skills and empower them so that they will grow just like other of their counterparts in other areas of the world. We've developed certain softwares that helps some agencies in health technology, and also help them in doing other areas in which they are good at. Nuclear technology believes in the youth. Another area of our strong belief and in our mission is empowerment of women. Nuclear technologies has been so much engaged in driving the Nigerian women into taking part in technology. The basic idea is that most Nigerian families, they discourage women from partaking in science, technology, or things that have to do with mathematics. But nuclear technology has carried on the vision of trying to change this narrative and make women partake more in these areas. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, another round of applause for our second exhibitor. Please give her a pump up. Let's keep the energy going.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. I want to use this opportunity to thank this mission and everybody that organized this event for the privilege to be able to speak to you for just a few minutes. My name is Thelma Igwanwu from Kotrak Satellite Systems Limited. We are providers of GPS, GSM, and satellite tracking device in Nigeria. We do this for both government and non-governmental organizations, NGOs, individuals too, and institutions always keen to this. You and I will agree that any crime that occurs anywhere at all in the world, that vehicles are involved. So what we do is that we have been able to use the tracking device using the technology to be able to track those vehicles. So just rest assured that with our tracking device, you will be able to track your vehicle anywhere at all. 16 countries in Africa. And as well, even if you're outside the world, you can still, even if you're outside the country, you can still be able to track your vehicle. And also, it's very important that people know the importance of tracking. It's not just for you being able to recover your vehicle in an event of theft. You can also think of other crimes, like I said, maybe kidnapping, and maybe for businesses. A lot of people have come up here to talk about their business, and you will agree with me that with the tracking device, you will be able to at least with the use of fleet management, you will be able to keep a track record on whatever activities that your people go out and do in and out of your daily activities. So I would like to use this opportunity to let you know about CoTrack. You can check us on Instagram and follow us. You can as well take note of our website, cotracknigeria.com. And you can as well call us on 07069689286. And rest assured that with CoTrack, your vehicle is safe, your family is safe, and you too, you are safe. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Another round of applause for CoTrack. And then, of course, our third exhibitor was Moby Health. So here we are. We just heard from our startup entrepreneurs. We just heard from our exhibitors. We heard from a wealth of innovators in the room. But I do want to make sure that I stress again that please do not forget their journeys. Do not forget their stories. This was a powerful session. Can we get a final round of applause to all the entrepreneurs, exhibitors, influencers, and innovators that presented today? Of course, we will be announcing the prize winner from the pitch competition after the program because we're going to assess the live pitches and also the virtual pitches. But I can say it's going to be a very competitive opportunity because it was definitely a dynamic presentation from each of them. Can we say that? The pitchers. So with that said, I do now want to conclude and pass it over to the U.S. Embassy. Please give a warm welcome so we could give concluding remarks to Jean Clark from the U.S. Embassy of Nigeria, the sponsor organization for the Startup Lab program and Accelerate. Please give her a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Please give her a warm welcome.
Thank you so much, Christine. Some of you don't know, but I had the honor of meeting Christine and Einstein in Haiti, which was a previous posting of mine. I'm very proud of the Tech Summit and the global startup ecosystem. I think it's been a long day for all of you, but I know that everyone learned someone, met someone, and will stay in touch with someone as a result of today. My heartfelt congratulations to the pitchers, because we know what kind of a emotional journey that takes you through, but you grow so much from the experience. So thank you for having the courage to push yourselves. You did a great job. I'm very proud of all who attended the startup boot camp yesterday. And most important, please let's keep this conversation going. Share how you're growing. Let us know what the next step is for you. There's a fabulous WhatsApp group that started last year as a result of the Tech Summit, and I want to see it grow so that we can keep track of all the great things you're doing. So thank you for your time today, and I wish you every success in your future. Bye-bye.
Please, another round of applause. The U.S. Embassy of Nigeria, Jean Clark, on concluding remarks on the Startup Lab. With that, I would like to pass it over to Einstein for concluding remarks, and then we'll kick off the end of the program. Please give him a warm welcome. Einstein Tim, Chairman of the Global Startup Ecosystem.
First of all, can I get a big round of applause for Christine, an incredible host for today's program, and a special thank you to the U.S. missions in Nigeria and Abuja, especially to Jean Clark and to Joseph and to the ambassador and to the wider team. And I know, I want to tell all of you that not everybody who's Nigerian cares about Nigeria. There are people out there who are from other parts of the world who have significant interest and passion for the country. And Jean actually even exemplified that with a level of engagement and the push to make sure things were going well in a really great order. So thank you very much for your commitment to this program. I'm just going to share a few words. As I said, I told you, I'm from Ghana. You know, we have our own backstory. We'll kind of get back into that another time. But being from Ghana, my family, we come from a place in Ghana called Kwewu, which the mountainous part of the country. It's the highest. It's actually the highest habitable point in West Africa, if not the entire Africa, right? And my family, our history goes back quite a long time in the past. And anyone ever heard of the Ashanti Empire? The Ashantis, yeah. So my family actually, at one point we were all part of the Ashanti Empire, and my ancestor about 8 generations back said, kind of decided like, look, we don't want to be a part of this anymore. We want to go about, developing our own community in a different way. And he decided to kind of move away from the empire in some ways. And for those who know how empires work, even if you're a lord, even if you're a powerful person in your region, you want to go away from the emperor, it creates its own sort of issues, right? If you follow along. So by deciding to kind of move away from that part, the emperor took it as a sort of a threat against him, and the emperor sent the military after my ancestor in that way. So he took his people and in a dynamic way, took them all and went up to the Quell region, which is the highest habitable point in the country. And for those who know much about military strategy, by having a high point, you're able to fend off a very large opposition, right? So by doing so, he was able to like stave off the entire force. Until this day, that region still stands very strongly. But my answer actually came to a very, very significant issue at the time period, because in that mountaintop area, it was like a place where there were prides of lions all around that region, right? And in my family, they have this famous story where they say my ancestor came down and he went to fight the alpha lion and beat the alpha lion and made that place his home and made that place his region. But we found out that actually what my ancestor did quite significantly was he built bells made out of brass. And for those who know much about animals, with a certain type of bell, lions hate that type of sound. So they use these bells to completely drive these lions away from the region, and was able to make that place his home, which obviously still stands today. And I say this story because I want to exemplify that innovation and technology doesn't just come from, we talk about space and blockchain and meta.
To go into the back. Let's get the music ready in the next couple of minutes because I want to make sure everyone's excited and ready to go. The final final gratitude shout out that I want to give to the message for Nigeria Tech Summit 2021 is each and every one of you. Can you all please stand? So this, of course, as stated by Jean Clark from the U.S. Embassy on Mission, this is only the beginning. We expect you guys to stay in touch with us through the WhatsApp group, the social media networks, but also this is a multi-year initiative. Am I going to see you here again next year? Am I going to see you the following year? Am I going to see you the following decade? By God's grace, we're going to keep going. We're going to keep moving. And again, on the count of three, can we please say Nigeria Tech Summit 2021? 1, 2, 3. Nigeria Tech Summit. Thank you so much. Let's get a group picture, everyone. Cameraman, everyone, come join us. Let's take a group picture, please. Cameraman, please take a group picture. Let's get the vibes. We in Nigeria. We got the photo. On the count of three, everyone say cheese. No, on the count of three, everyone say Nigeria. 1, 2, 3. Nigeria. All right, everybody else join. Come on. Everyone to the front. Everybody to the front. Everybody to the front. Let's get a group picture. On the count of three, we're going to take Nigeria Tech Summit 2021 photo. Are we ready? Are we ready? 1, 2, 3. There you have it. Thank you so much, everybody.
Take me away, take me away, way far away, go far, push it far.
All right, let's get vibes. Let's get vibes.
Vele vele right now, since lockdown, everything when you're not no white out. Vele vele right now, long cow, right now. The way I'm feeling right now, mad over you like run town. Telling me to calm down. 10 years I never gone down. When they see me, them I frown. But when them girls see me, them I go down. Shout out to the sound. I'm focalistic with the champion sound. Vele vele right now. Vele vele right now. Vele vele right now. Vele vele right now.
Thank you, everybody. Enjoy the music. We'll see you 2022.
Vele vele right now. Vele vele right now. Vele vele right now. Vele vele right now.
Guys, don't forget to take pictures at the back. Take pictures.
It's so easy.
Connecting, yeah.
Take pictures, everybody, take pictures. Take pictures.
Amen. Okay, I'm the bear here. DJ, give me now your cool here. Let me tell them how the thing goes. How the thing goes. Okay. Okay. Chebe make a tamua. Say my kina go join God. You want to bamba? You want to chill with the big boys? Now you the wrong, get the kitty, you the wrong, get a coffee drink with a drop cup. Hey, so you see how the thing goes? How the thing goes? Oh, you're telling me who can do? And who? All right, take it easy, and let's let it behind the weight. Okay. This one of is double no we can't use. Go school, you go the fam tools. And all the parameters set you on the farm too. See, even your papa not to save you. For all the calamity when they pick it down too. Man, all the niggas don't find you. Because that nigga will you play on my don't move. Or why don't move. Ha, hey, come on, let's go. Chebe make a tamua. Say my kina go join God. Ha, you want to bamba? You wanna G with the big boys? Now you the wrong, get the kitty, you the wrong, get a coffee drink with a drop cup. Ha, hey, Chebe, you see how the thing goes. I said, telling me who blend you. And who? Okay. Come on, let's go. Okay, because you made it to the top throne, let me see what my Godfather can do. Cause you're the father to the fatherless, I'm mother to the motherless, I'm not to know what I can do. We promise not to fight again, not to do anything that we want again. Cause if you do, now you say you got talk again. And another time you go on again, that's why. Chebe make a tamua. Say my kina go join God. You want to bamba? You wanna G with the big boys? Now you the wrong, get the kitty, you the wrong, get a coffee drink with a drop cup. Ha, hey, yeah, you see how it goes.
You know me, I feel like Coco. Everything you find goes so good. Me, I get up for you good. Baby, your body look good. Make up and I'm like Coco. So make up like you go up to. Oh, you for me with you good. Yeah, and bed. Kilo J, and bed. Yeah, and bed. Double XL, long bay. One berry. Berry for me, one berry. Go ti pẹ́ tójú mi ti ń lẹ́rì, ó ti pẹ́pẹ́pẹ́ ju blackberry lọ. Ojo koto, you say me I do like topo. Wetin you find go so koto? Ṣàwọn lẹ́bà, it's your body dey rokoto. Make us spin am like kokoso. Make after you go okoto. Ṣàwọn lẹ́bà.
Yo, this song feels so good, man. That bass, that bass, that bass, that bass. Shake it. Yo, I love that guitar. That shit sounds so good, man. Sweet like coconut, her body like a butter. Pretty girl in a skin tight. I was sitting in the corner, you were the other corner. I was stepping up power. But to get to somebody that I'm up, yo. I got to shoot my shot, yo. You must be my shot, yo. Then I fuck with you, daddy. Hey, way so deadly. I wanna love you, daddy. I wanna love you, daddy. Say you want to honor G. Hug me like Eddie. Come touch my body. Come touch my body. Yeah.
Selena Locosa, eh, I Locosa, that's my Macosa, eh, my Macosa, Selena Locosa, eh, I Locosa, I feel Locosa, eh, I Locosa.
Why you feel like this? We sing you fine like this. So could you get out my car, just scatter my dada. I want to have your key. Hey, I'm gonna get what's your key? I could let fuck you for you. When I fuck with you, baby, get your way so deadly. I wanna love you, let me. I wanna love you, really. Say you want you on that D. Hug me like Daddy. Come touch my body. Come touch my body.
Selena Locosa, eh, I Locosa, that's my Macosa, eh, my Macosa, Selena Locosa, eh, I Locosa, I feel Locosa, eh, I Locosa.
Boy, where you go? Yeah. Pull up our day. When I pull up, I tip a humanate. With a chop light. Oh, you know money one flat. Rolling on my wrist one time. Spinning these cuts on my full guy. Boy, where you go? Everything crispy. Bad boys, they wanna kiss me. I don't do party with anybody. We Versace, cover my body. All over my body. Party. Illuminati, I don't do party with anybody. Could be Versace, cover my body, all over my body. Party.
0 minus 1 plus 3 plus 3. Or calculate 24 divided by 3. Simple arithmetic, that is if you go hate. Check a conversate. Surely be mushy fresh, but like bada. But the get a sharp, cracker. Everything sharp, bra. DJ bring it back with that bada. Enakwana, enakechia, everything in marama. I with the cash for squander. Enakwana, enakechia, everything in marama. I with the cash for squander.
Mocha papa, because I'm my baby. Mocha papa, because I'm my time. Mocha papa, because I'm my baby. Mocha papa.
Batisebenzela ukuba nemali. Benimteke intwana isibane office. 2-piece club abumasipala. Asakhuluma ngomama emakhishini. Ingane ezithola usethi zamokola. Awukhuluma ngompuru uyaswenga. Awukhuluma ngomfazi uyaspenda. Asakhulume ngokwami uyabreka. Awuyabreka.
Enakwana, enakechia, everything in marama. I with the cash for squander.
I left them post on my Instagram, so you can see there was a turning point. There is no method or diagram. Shape, you know where I was coming from. Now look at me, I'm gone far. They don't know when I run past. More money, more respect. Give them what they don't expect. Now look at me, I'm gone far. They don't know when I run past. More money, more respect. Give them what they don't expect. But for what me, I should be. 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 Body for me, like you again. Give me bad boy, you love a coffee. Now everybody get your own story. Them ask for me, talk story. They say who be that boy? You get to show, you get him mad voice. Now God, you do, I'm no be man walk. And I no really get another chance. Now look at me, I'm gone far. They don't know when I run past. More money, more respect. Give them what they don't expect. Now look at me, I'm gone far. They don't know when I run past. More money, more respect. Give them what they don't expect. But for what me, I should be. 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 Look at these niggas calling me rascal. Where were you when was on the star causing disaster? Don't know how they feel like me, I owe them. I get to pop and me go show them. Me, I know my people remember. They know how we do it every December.
Timmy J on the track.
Medua.
Pares. Sabulala tatara ikuta, nanka stova stuta. Akere kisiri buga kama chuta. Sabulala tatara ikuta, gege. Sabulala tatara ikuta, gege. Sabulala tatara ikuta, sabulala tatara ikuta, gege. Nanka stova stuta. Away now. Take me away, way far away, go far, push it far away. Light me up on Friday. Vele right now, since lockdown, everything when you're not 10,000, no white out. Vele right now, long cow, right now. The way I'm feeling right now, mad over you like run town. Telling me to calm down. 10 years I never gone down. When they see me, them I frown. But when them girls see me, them I go down. Shout out to the sound. I'm focalistic with the champion sound. Vele right now. Vele right now. Vele vele right now. Right now. Vele vele right now. Right now. Samulela tada right kutsa. Samulela tada right kutsa. Samulela tada right kutsa. Samulela tada right kutsa. Nankas chovas kutsa. Samulela tada right kutsa. Samulela tada right kutsa. Samulela tada